Section 1 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action. Mysticism, Part 1. The belief that by prolonged meditation and abstraction from the phenomenal world, the soul can elevate itself to the Creator, and can even attain union with the Godhead, has existed from the earliest times and among many races. Passing through ecstasy into trance, it was admitted to the secrets of God. It enjoyed revelations of the invisible universe. It acquired foreknowledge and wielded supernatural powers. St. Paul gave to these beliefs the sanction of his own experience. Tertullian describes the influence of the Holy Spirit on the devotee in manifestations which bear a curious similitude to those which we shall meet in Spain. And the anchorites of the Nitrian desert were adepts of the same kind, to whom all the secrets of God were laid bare. These supernal joys continued to be the reward of those who earned them by disciplining the flesh, and the virtues of mental prayer, in which the soul lost consciousness of all earthly things, were taught by a long series of doctors. Richard of St. Victor, Joachim of Flora, St. Bonaventura, John Toller, John of Rysbeck, Henry Suso, Henry Herp, John Gerson, and many others. If Cardinal Jacques de Vitry is to be believed, the nuns of Liege in the 13th century were largely given to these mystic raptures. Of one of them he relates that she often had 25 ecstasies a day, while others passed years in bed, dissolved in divine love. And Richard Rolle, the hermit of Hampole, who missed his deserved canonization, was fully acquainted with the superhuman delights of union with God. These spiritual marvels are reduced to the commonplaces of psychology by modern researchers into hypnotism and autosuggestion. The connection is well illustrated by the Umbilicarii, the pious monks of Momet Athos, who, by prolonged contemplation of their navels, found their souls illuminated with light from above. Yet there were dangers in the pursuit of the via purgativa and the via illuminativa. The followers at Amory of Beni, who came to be popularly known in Germany as Begghards and Beguines, invented the term Illuminism to describe the condition of the soul suffused with divine light, and held that any one thus filled with the Holy Ghost was impeccable, irrespective of the sins which he might commit. He was simply following the impulses of the Spirit, which can do no sin. Master Eckhart, the founder of German mysticism, was prosecuted for sharing in these venturesome speculations, and if the 28 articles condemned by John the 22nd were correctly drawn from his writings, he admitted the common divinity of man and God, and that in the sight of God sin and virtue are the same. Zealots, too, there were who taught the preeminent holiness of nudity, and in imitation of the follies of early Christian ascetics, assumed to triumph over the lusts of the flesh by exposing themselves to the crucial temptation of sleeping with the other sex and indulging in lascivious acts. The condemnation by the Council of Vienne in 1312 of the tenets of the so-called Begghards respecting impeccability, which was carried into the body of canon law, and was thus rendered familiar to jurists when mysticism came to be regarded as dangerous and was subjected to the Inquisition. That it should eventually be so regarded was inevitable. The mystic, who considered himself to be communing directly with God, and who held meditation and mental prayer to be the highest of religious acts, was apt to feel himself released from ecclesiastical precepts, and to regard with indifference, if not with contempt, the observances enjoined by the Church as essential to salvation. If the inner light was a direct inspiration from God, it superseded the commands of the Holy See, and under such impulse, private judgment was to be followed, irrespective of what the Church might ordain. In all this there was the germ of a rebellion, as defiant as that of Luther. Justification by faith might not be taught, but justification by works was cast aside as unworthy of the truly spiritual man. The new Judaism, decried by Erasmus, which relied on external observances, was a hindrance rather than a help to salvation. Francisco de Osuna, the teacher of Santa Teresa, asserts that oral prayer is a positive injury to those advanced in mental prayer. San Juan de la Cruz says that church observances, images, and places of worship are merely for the uninstructed, like toys that amuse children. Those who are advanced must liberate themselves from these things, which only distract from internal contemplation. San Pedro de Alcantara, in his enumeration of the 9 aids to devotion, significantly omits all reference to the observances prescribed by the Church. In an ecclesiastical establishment which had built up its enormous wealth by the thrifty exploitation of the text, "Give alms, and behold, all things are clean unto you," Luke 11:41, Luis de Granada dared to teach that the most dangerous temptation in the spiritual life is the desire to do good to others, for a man's first duty is to himself. Yet these men are all held in the highest honor, and 2 of them earned the supreme reward of canonization. There was in this a certain savor of Lutheranism, but it was not until the danger of the latter was fully appreciated that the Inquisition awoke to the peril lurking in a system which released the devotee from the obligation of obedience to authority, as in the Alumbrado or Illuminated, who recognized the supremacy of the internal light, and the Dejado or Quietist, who abandoned himself to God and allowed free course to the impulses suggesting themselves in his contemplative abstraction, with the corollary that there could be no sin in what emanated from God. The real significance of that which had been current in the Church for so many centuries was unnoticed until Protestantism presented itself as a threatening peril. When the 2 were classed together, or rather Protestantism was regarded as the development of Mysticism. In the letter of September 9, 1558, to Paul IV, the Inquisition traced the origin of the former in Spain farther back than to Dr. Egidio and Don Carlos de Seso. The heresies of which Maestro Juan de Oria Olmillos was accused, and of those called Alumbrados or Dejados of Guadalajara and other places, were the seed of these Lutheran heresies. But the inquisitors who tried those heretics were insufficiently versed in Lutheranism to apply the proper vigor of repression. It is necessary to bear all this in mind to understand the varying attitude of the Inquisition in its gradual progress towards the condemnation of all mysticism. The distinction at first attempted between the mysticism that was praiseworthy and that which was dangerous was complicated by the recognized fact that while visions and revelations and ecstasies might be special favors from God, they might also be the work of demons, and there was no test that could be applied to differentiate them. The Church was in the unfortunate position of being committed to the belief in special manifestations of supernatural power, while it was confessedly unable to determine whether they came from heaven or from hell. This had long been recognized as one of the most treacherous pitfalls in the perilous paths of illumination and union with God. As early as the 12th century, Richard of St. Victor warns his disciples to beware of it, and Aquinas points out that trances may come from God, from the demon, or from bodily affections. John Gerson wrote a special tractate in which he endeavored to frame diagnostic rules. The Blessed Juan de Avila emphatically admonishes the devout to beware of such deceptions, but he fails to guide them in discriminating between demonic illusions and the effects of divine grace. Arbiol describes the uncertainty as to the sources of these manifestations as the greatest danger besetting the path of perfection, causing the ruin of innumerable souls. When in the 18th century mysticism had become discredited, Dr. Amort argues that even if a revelation is from God, there can be no certainty that it is not falsified by the operation of the fancy or the work of the demon. When to this we add the facility of imposture, by which a livelihood could be gained from the contributions of the credulous, we can appreciate the difficulty of the task assumed by the Inquisition, in a land swarming with hysterics of both sexes, to restrain the extravagance of the devout and to punish the frauds of impostors, without interfering with the ways of God in guiding his saints. It is merely another instance of the failure of humanity in its efforts to interpret the infinite. Apart from visions and revelations, there was another feature of mysticism which rendered it especially dangerous to the Church and odious to theologians. Though the mystic might not controvert the received doctrines of the faith, yet scholastic theology, on which they were founded, was to him a matter of careless contempt. Mystic theology, says Osuna, is higher than speculative or scholastic theology. It needs no labor or learning to study, only faith and love and the grace of God. In the trial of Maria Casaya, one of the accusations was that she and her brother Bishop Casaya ridiculed Aquinas and Scotus and the whole mass of scholastic theology. When Jerónimo de la Madre de Dios was on trial, one of his writings produced in evidence was a comparison between mystic and scholastic theology, to the great disadvantage of the latter. Its learning, he says, is perfectly compatible with vice. Its masters preach the virtues but do not practice them. They wallow in the sins that they denounce. They are Pharisees, and this is so general a pest that there is scarce one who is not infected with the contagion. End of section 1.
Section 2 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action, Mysticism Part 2. Medieval Spain had been little troubled with mystic extravagance. Ærik, who in his Directorium Inquisitorium gives an exhaustive account of the heresies existing toward the close of the 14th century, makes no allusion to such errors, except in his denunciation of his special object of hatred, Raymond Lully, to whom he attributes some vagaries of mystic illuminism, and the Repertorium Inquisitorium of 1494 is equally silent. Spiritual exaltation, however, accompanied the development of fanaticism stimulated by the establishment of the Inquisition and its persecution of Jews and Moors. Osuna in 1527 alludes to a holy man who for 50 years had devoted himself to recogimiento, or the abstraction of mental prayer. Already in 1498, Francisco de Villalobos complains of the Illuminados, or Illuminati, derived from Italy, of whom there are many in Spain, and who should be reduced to reason by scourging, cold, hunger, and prison. This indicates that mysticism was obtaining a foothold, and its spread was facilitated by the Beatas, women adopting a religious life without entering an order, or at most simply as tertiaries, living usually on alms and often regarded as possessing spiritual gifts and prophetic powers. The first of the class to obtain prominence was known as the Beata de Piedrahita. A career such as hers was common enough subsequently, as we shall see, and the discussion which she aroused shows that as yet she was a novel phenomenon. The daughter of a fanatic peasant, she had been carefully trained in mystic exercises and was wholly given up to contemplative abstraction, in which she enjoyed the most intimate relations with God, in whose arms she was dissolved in love. Sometimes she asserted that Christ was with her, sometimes that she was Christ himself or the bride of Christ. Often she held conversation with the Virgin in which she spoke for both. As her reputation spread, her visions and revelations won for her the character of a prophetess. Many denounced them as superstitious and demanded her suppression, but Jimenez, who as Inquisitor General had jurisdiction in the matter, argued that she was inspired with divine wisdom, and Ferdinand, who visited her, expressed his belief in her inspiration. In 1510, the matter was referred to the Holy See, and Julius II appointed his nuncio, Giovanni Ruffo, and the bishops of Burgos and Vich as commissioners to examine her and to suppress the scandal if it proved to be only a female levity. Peter Martyr, to whom we are indebted for the account, was unable to ascertain their decision, but as they discharged her without the proof, it may be assumed that their report was favorable, for it could scarce have been otherwise with such supporters as Ferdinand and Jimenez. Such success naturally stimulated imitation and was the foreshadowing of widespread delusion and imposture. In this case there appears no trace of carnality, but it is the distinguishing feature of another soon afterwards, reported in 1512 to Jimenez by Fray Antonio de Pastrana of a contemplative fraile of Ocaña, illuminated with the darkness of the Satan. To him God had revealed that he should engender on a holy woman a prophet who could reform the world. He was a spiritual man, not given to women, and in his simplicity he had written to Madre Juana de la Cruz, apparently inviting her cooperation in the good work. Fray Antonio, who was a custodian of the province of Castile, imprisoned the Alumbrado and subjected him to a treatment so active that he speedily admitted his error. Guadalajara and Pastrana was becoming centers of a group of mystics who attracted the attention of the Inquisition about 1521, when it commenced gathering testimony about them. The earliest disseminator of the doctrine appears to have been a seamstress named Isabel de la Cruz, noted for her ability in the exposition of Scripture, who commenced about 1512 and was a leader until superseded by Francisca Hernandez, of whom more hereafter. The Seraphic Order of San Francis naturally furnished many initiates, whose names are included among the 50 or 60 forming the group. The Franciscan guardian of Escalona, Fray Juan de Olmillos, had ecstasies when receiving the sacrament and when preaching, in which he talked and acted extravagantly. When removed to Madrid, this attracted crowds to watch his contortions, and he was generally regarded as a saint. He was promoted to the Provincialate of Castile and died in 1529. The Marquis of Vienna at Escalona was inclined to mysticism, induced perhaps by Fray Francisco de Ocaña, who was stationed there, and had the prophetic visions of the reform of the Church. Vienna, in 1523, employed as lay preacher Pedro Ruiz de Alcaraz, one of the most prominent of the Guadalajara mystics, who seems to have converted all the members of the household. The name of Alcaraz appears frequently in the trials of the group. He was a married layman, uneducated but possessing remarkable familiarity with Scripture and skilled in its exposition, and he was an earnest missionary of mysticism. When sufficient evidence against him was accumulated, he was arrested February 26, 1524, and imprisoned by the Toledo tribunal. The formal accusation, presented October 31st, indicates that the mysticism of at least some of the accused embraced quietism or dejamiento to the full extent, with its consequent assumption of impeccability. No matter what might be the acts of the devotee, that mental prayer was the sole observance necessary, that all the prescriptions of church, confessions, indulgences, works of charity and piety were useless, and that the conjugal act was union with God. There was also the denial of transubstantiation and of the existence of hell, which may probably be left out of account as foreign to the recognized tenets of mysticism. The latter, in fact, was presumably an exaggeration of the utterance of Alcaraz, who said that it was the ignorant and children who were afraid of hell, for the advanced served the Lord, not from servile fear, but from fear of offending him whom they loved, and moreover that God was not to be prayed to for anything. Principles subsequently approved in San François de Sales and condemned in Fenelon. There was no spirit of martyrdom in Alcaraz, and the severe torture to which he was exposed would seem a superfluity. He confessed his errors, professed conversion, and begged for mercy. His sentence, July 22, 1529, recited that he had incurred relaxation, but through clemency was admitted to reconciliation with confiscation, irremissible prison and scourging in Toledo, Guadalajara, Escalona, and Pastrana, where he had disseminated his errors. This severity indicates the inquisitorial estimate of the magnitude of the evil to be suppressed. But after 10 years, on February 20, 1539, the Suprema liberated him with the restriction of not leaving Toledo and the imposition of certain spiritual exercises. In the ensuing trials, pursued with customary inquisitorial thoroughness, the question of sexual aberration constantly obtrudes itself and offers no little complexity. That the majority of Spanish mystics were thoroughly pure in heart, there can be no doubt, but the spiritual exaltation shared by two sexes had the ever-present risk that it might insensibly become carnal, when those fancied themselves to be advancing in the path of perfection might suddenly find that the flesh had deceived the spirit. This was an experience as old as mysticism itself, and the eloquent warnings which Saint Bonaventura addressed to his brethren shows, by the vividness of his details, that he must have witnessed more than one such fall from grace. The danger was all the greater in the extreme mysticism known as Illuminism, with its doctrines of internal light, or dejamiento, or abandonment to impulses assumed to come from God, and of the impeccability of the advanced adept, combined with the test of continence. Unquestionably, there were cases in which these aberrations were honestly entertained. There were numerous others in which they were assumed for the purpose of seduction, nor can we always, from the evidence before us, pronounce a confident judgment. Of the trials which have seen the light, several center around the curious personality of Francisca Hernandez, who succeeded Isabel de la Cruz as the leader of mystic disciples. She seems to have possessed the power of fascination, collecting around her devotees of the most diverse character. We have seen how she entangled Bernardino de Tovar and how his brother Juan de Vergara became involved in the Inquisition after detaching him from her. Francisco de Osuna, the earliest Spanish writer on mysticism and the teacher of Santa Teresa, was one of her disciples, and so was Francisco Ortiz, a Franciscan of the utmost purity of heart. A devotee of a different stamp was Antonio de Medrano, cura of Navarrete, who had made her acquaintance in 1516 when a student at Salamanca. She was attractive and penniless, but through a long career she always managed to live in comfort at the expense of her admirers. Though she claimed to be a bride of Christ, she practiced no austerities. She was fastidious in her diet and slept in a soft bed, which she had no scruple in sharing with her male devotees. This required funds, and she and Medrano persuaded an unlucky youth named Calero to sell his patrimony and devoted the proceeds to support the circle of alumbrados, whom she gathered around her. The episcopal authorities commenced investigations, ending with a sentence of banishment on Medrano when the pair betook themselves to Valladolid, whither Tovar followed them, and where the Inquisition commenced the proceedings in 1519. It was as yet not aroused to dealing harshly with these eccentric forms of devotion, and it merely forbade him and Tovar from further converse with Francisca. This they eluded. The tribunal insisted, and Medrano went to his cure at Navarrete. She was kept under surveillance, but her reputation for holiness was such that Cardinal Adrian, after his election to the papacy in 1522, ordered his secretary Carmona to ask her prayers for him and for the whole church. In 1525, the Inquisition again arrested her. She was accused of suspicious relations with men, and when discharged was obliged to swear that she would permit no indecent familiarities. Meanwhile, Medrano at Navarrete continued his career as an alumbrado, holding conversations with the Holy Ghost and declaring himself to be impeccable. In 1526, the Logroño tribunal arrested him, and after 18 months he was discharged in June 4, 1527, with the lenient sentence of abjuration de levi, and such spiritual penance as might be assigned to him. This escape emboldened him to a greater extravagance and to renewed devotion to Francisca, leading to another prosecution in 1530 by the Toledo tribunal. There was evidence of highly indecent character as to their relations, but he stoutly denied it, asserting that he was so favored by God that all the evil women in the world and all the devils in hell could not move him to carnal sin, a grace which came to him after he knew Francisca. He could lie in bed with a woman without feeling desire, and it gave him grace to do so with Francisca and to fondle and embrace her, which she enjoyed. He believed her to be free from both mortal and venial sin, and he held her to be a greater saint than any in heaven except Our Lady. Under torture, however, he confessed whatever was wanted, that when he told people that she could not sin, because she was illuminated by the Holy Ghost, it was to spread her reputation and gain money for them both, that he was jealous of all her other disciples, among whom he named Valderrama, Diego de Villarreal, Munoz, Cabrera, Gumiel, Ortiz, and Saavedra, and his brother, showing that she had a numerous followings. He admitted teaching that male and female devotees could embrace each other naked, for it was not clothes, but intention that counted. By this time, the Inquisition was dealing harshly with these aberrations, and his sentence, April 21, 1532, excused him from relaxation as incorrigible heretic, because he was only a hypocritical swindler whose object was to raise money for a life of pleasure. He was to retract his propositions in an auto de fe, to abjure de vehementi, and to be recluded for life in a monastery with 2 years suspension from his sacerdotal functions, and was to hold no further communication with Francisca on the pain of impenitent relapse. But he was not deprived of his cure of Navarrete. In 1537, the Duke of Nájera interceded for his release, with what result the record failed to inform us. Francisca's strange power of fascination was manifested by the influence which she acquired over a man of infinite higher character than Medrano. Fray Francisco Ortiz was the most promising member of the great Franciscan order, who was rapidly acquiring the reputation of the foremost preacher in Spain. He was not fully a mystic, but his pulpit exhortations, stimulating the love of God, caused him to be regarded as wandering near to the dangerous border. In 1523, he made the acquaintance of Francisca, and his feelings toward her are emphatically expressed in a defiant declaration to the Inquisition during his trial. No word of love, however strong, is by 100 parts adequate to describe the holy love, so pure and sweet, and strong and great, and full of God's blessing, and melting of heart and soul, which God in his goodness have given me through his holy betrothed, my true mother and lady, through whom I hope at the awful day of judgment to be numbered among the elect. I can call her my love, for in loving her I love nothing but God. There can be no doubts as to the purity of his relations with her whom he thus reverenced, but they were displeasing to his superiors, who viewed with growing disquiet the distraction of one whom they regarded as a valuable asset of the order. It was in vain that he was ordered to break off all relations with her. He replied vehemently that God was to be obeyed rather than man, and that if he was to be debarred from seeing that beloved one of God, he would transfer himself to the Carthusians. To effect the separation, the Franciscan prelates induced the Inquisition to arrest Francisca, but the unexpected result of this was that Ortiz, in a summon before all the assembled magnates of the city, April 7, 1529, arraigned the Inquisition for the great sin committed in her arrest. Such revolt was unexampled, and he was forthwith prosecuted, not so much to punish him as to procure his retraction and submission, but he was obstinate and defiant for nearly 3 years. It was in vain that the Empress Isabel twice, in 1530, urged his liberation or expediting of his case, and equally vain was a brief of Clement VII, July 1, 1531, to Cardinal Manikarnike, asking his discharge if his only offense was his public denunciation of the arrest of that holy woman, Francisca Hernandez. At length, in April 1532, Ortiz experienced a revulsion of feeling, and the same emotional impulsiveness that had led to his outbreak now prompted him to declare that God had given him the grace to recognize his errors, and that he found great peace in retracting them. He escaped with public abjuration de vehementi, 5 years suspension from priestly functions, 2 years confinement in the cell of the convent of Torre Laguna, and absolute sundering of relations with Francisca. He betook himself to his place of reclusion, and although papal briefs released him from all restrictions, and his prelates repeatedly urged him to leave his retreat, he seems never to have abandoned the solitude which he said had become sweet to him. Until his death in 1546, he remained in the convent, the object of overflowing honor on the part of his brethren. End of section 2. Section 3 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action. Mysticism, Part 3. Francisca herself seems to have been treated with remarkable leniency, in spite of her previous trials and the evidence of Medrano. Her arrest had been merely with the object of separating her from Ortiz, and the trial seems to have been scarce more than formal, for in September 1532 we find her merely detained in the house of Gutierrez Perez de Montalvo at the Medina del Campo, with her maid Maria Ramirez in waiting on her. Possibly this favor may have been earned by her readiness to accuse her old friends and associates, among whom were 2 brothers and a sister, Juan Cazalla, Bishop of Troy in Partibus, Pedro Cazalla, and Maria Cazalla, wife of Lope de Ruida. The trial of the latter is worth brief reference, as it throws some light on the confusion existing at the time between Illuminism and Protestantism. Maria Cazalla was a resident of Guadalajara who visited Pastrana, where women assembled to listen to her readings and expositions of Scripture. When proceedings were commenced against the group in 1524, she was arrested and examined but was discharged. For 6 years she remained undisturbed when the testimony of Francisca Hernandez caused a second persecution, in which the heterogeneous character of the fiscal's accusations shows how little was understood as to the heresies under discussion. She was a Lutheran who praised Luther, denied transubstantiation and free will, ridiculed confession, decried scholastic theology, and held indulgence as valueless. She was an alumbrada who regarded Isabel de la Cruz as superior to St. Paul, who rated matrimony higher than virginity, who wrote letters full of Illuminism and taught the alumbrados their doctrines from Scripture. Decrying external works of adoration and prayer, she was an Erasmist who pronounced church observances to be Judaism, despised the religious orders, and ridiculed the preachers of sermons. She had been arrested about May 1, 1532, and her trial dragged on as usual. As a solvent of doubt, she was tortured smartly, and on December 19, 1534, her sentence pronounced that the fiscal had not proved her to be a heretic, but that for the suspicions arising from the trial, she should abjure the levy and undergo solemn public penance in a parish church. She should avoid all intercourse with alumbrados and other suspects and pay a fine of 100 ducats. An affiliated group comes before us in Toledo, centering around Petronila de Lucena, an unmarried woman of 25, living with her brother Juan del Castillo. She had a high reputation for sanctity and was credited with thaumaturgic powers. When the Duke of Infantasco was mortally ill, she was sent for, but too late. We hear of Maria Cazalla, Bernardino de Tovar, and Francisca Hernandez. There are allusions to Erasmus, and Diego Hernandez had included her in his denunciation of Lutheranism. Letters to her from her brother Gaspar de Lucena are merely mystical maundering, showing the atmosphere in which they lived, but the other brother, Juan del Castillo, then on trial, admitted many Lutheran doctrines. Works were not necessary, church precepts were not binding, men had not free will, indulgences were useless, and a book by Ecolampadius had led him to disbelieve in transubstantiation. Both Juan and Gaspar on trial, we hear of another prisoner, Catalina del Figueredo. Petronila was arrested with sequestration May 7, 1534, and her trial pursued the ordinary course until March 20, 1535, when, as we have seen, Volume 3, page 111, it was decided that, as the principal witness against her, Juan del Castillo, had revoked the evidence given on the torture, she might be released on bail of 100,000 maravedis, which was promptly entered. In June, she petitioned to be wholly discharged, and that the sequestration be lifted. To this, no attention was paid, but a second application, October 20, 1536, procured the removal of the sequestration. Gaspar de Lucena was sentenced to reconciliation, and this was presumably the fate of Juan del Castillo, unless he was impenitent. These cases show that the prevalence of mingled heresies of Illuminism and Lutheranism was calling for repression, nor was this confined to Castile. In 1533, Miguel Galba, the fiscal of Tribunal of Lerida, in a letter to Cardinal Manrique, declared that only the vigilance of the Inquisition prevented both kingdoms from being filled with the followers of the two heresies. There are, of course, exaggerations in this, but the fears of the authorities led them to see heresies everywhere. As Juan de Valdez, himself inclined to mysticism, says, when anyone endeavored to manifest the perfection of Christianity, his utterances were misinterpreted and he was condemned as a heretic, so that there was scarce anyone who dared to live as a Christian. Many suffered from the result of this hypersensitiveness. When Ignatius Loyola, after his conversion, came in 1526 to Alcalá to study, he was joined by 4 young men. They assumed a peculiar grey gown, and their fervour brought many to the Hospital de la Misericordia, where they lodged, to consult with them and join in their spiritual exercises. This excited suspicions and invited investigation. What was the exact authority of Dr. Miguel Carrasco, confessor of Fonseca Archbishop of Toledo, and of Alonso Mejia, who bore a commission as inquisitor, does not appear, but they examined witnesses, and the sentence rendered by the Vicar General, Juan Rodriguez de Figueroa, was merely that the associates should lay aside their distinctive garments. After this, the number who went to listen to Loyola continued to increase, and the women had a fashion of falling in conversions. There was nothing of Illuminism in his exhortations, but he was open to suspicion, and it was inadmissible that a young layman should assume the function of director of souls. This time it was the Vicar General Figueroa who took the matter in hand, and threw Loyola into prison in 1526, finally sentencing him and his companions not to appear in public, until they had assumed the ordinary lay garments, nor for 3 years to hold assemblages public and private, and then only with permission of the ordinary. It was this experience that drove Loyola to complete his studies in Paris, where he was not subject to the intrusion of excitable devotees. Carranza offered a monk too vulnerable to be spared. He was inclined to mysticism, and there were many passages in his unfortunate Comentarios, which, separated from the context, afforded material for reprehension. The keen-sighted Melchocano was able to cite isolated texts to prove that he held the Alumbrado doctrines of impeccability, of interior illumination, of the supreme merits of contemplation, of despising all exterior works and observances, in short, that he defended the errors of beggars and beguines, of Pedro Ruiz Alcaraz, and of the Alumbrados who figured in the autos of Toledo. It is significant of the advanced position of Spanish orthodoxy on the subject of mysticism that these accusations had no weight with the Council of Trent, which approved the Comentarios, nor with the Pius V when he permitted the publication of book in Rome. When, at last in 1576, Gregory VIII yielded and condemned the book and its author, and of the 16 propositions which he was required to abjure, only 3 bore any relations to mysticism, and these were on the borderline between it and Protestantism: that all works without charity are sins and offend God, that faith without works suffice for salvation, and that the use of images and veneration of relics are of human precept. In this inquisitorial temper, it was a matter of chance whether a devotional writer should be canonized or condemned, and mayhap both might befall him, as occurred to San Francisco de Borja, whose Obras del Cristiano was put on the index of 1559, though it disappeared after that of Quiroga in 1583. Santa Teresa herself, the queen of Spanish mystics, and along with Santiago, the patron saint of Spain, was confined in a convent by the Nuncio Sega, who denounced her as a restless vagabond, plunged in dissipations on the pretext of religion, and an effort was made to transport her to the Indies, which was a sort of penal settlement. But for the accident that Philip II became interested in her, she would probably have come down to us as one of the Beatas Revelandras, whom it was the special mission of Inquisition to suppress. When in 1575 she founded a convent of her barefooted Carmelite in Seville, they were denounced as Alumbradas. The inquisitors created a terrible scandal by going to the house with the guards to investigate, but they could substantiate nothing to justify persecution. So when in 1574 her spiritual autobiography was denounced to the Inquisition, it was held for 10 years in suspense, and the Duchess of Alva, who possessed the manuscript copy, was obliged to procure a license to read it in private until judgment should be rendered, although finally in 1588 it was printed by Fray Luis de Leon at the special request of the Empress. Even after canonization, her Conceptos del Amor Divino, when printed with the works of her disciple Jerónimo Gracian, was put on the index and remained there. Her most illustrious disciple, San Juan de la Cruz, escaped persecution, though repeatedly denounced to the Inquisition, and his writings were not forbidden, but he was most vindictively persecuted as Alumbrado, first by his unreformed Carmelite brethren, and then by the barefooted order, and he ended his days in disgraces, recluded in a convent in Sierra Morena. Yet Francisco de Osuna, the preceptor of Santa Teresa, although his writings are of the highest mysticism, escaped persecution himself, and his Abecedario Spiritual incurred only a single expurgation. The Venerable Luis de Granada was not canonized, for the proceedings were never completed. He was one of the most moderate of those who taught the supreme virtues of recogimiento, and his Guia de Pecadores rank as one of the Spanish classics. Yet his works were prohibited in the Index of 1559. Melchor Cano declared that his books contained doctrines of alumbrados and matters contrary to the faith, while Fray Alonso de la Fuente, who was a vigorous persecutor of Illuminism, endeavored to have him persecuted and pronounced his De la Oración the worst of the books, which presented these errors so subtly that only the initiate could discover them. It illustrates the difference between Spanish and Roman standard at this period that his writings were translated and freely current in many languages, and that in 1582 Gregory VIII wrote to him eulogizing them in the most exuberant terms and urging him to continue his labors for the curing of the infirm, the strengthening of the weak, the comfort of the strong, and the glory of both churches, militant and triumphant. When he died in 1588, it was in the order of sanctity, and he subsequently appeared to a devotee, arrayed in a cloak of glory, glittering with the innumerable stars, which were the souls of those saved by his writings. Ignatius Loyola was inclined to mysticism, and the mental prayer which he taught, the ejercicio de las tres potencias, or exercise of the memory, intellect, and will, differed little from the meditation, which, with the mystics, was prelude to contemplation. Yet he was skeptical as to the special graces vouchsafed to mystic ardor. Such things were possible, he said, but they were very rare, and the demon often does delude human vanity. His disciples were less cautious and indulged in the extravagance of more advanced school, producing many adepts gifted with highest spiritual graces. Luis de la Puente, who died in 1524 at the age of 69, may be mentioned as an example, for in him the intensity of divine love was so strong that in his ecstasies he shone with a light that filled his cell. He would be elevated from the floor, and the whole building would shake as though about to fall. During his sickness, which lasted for 30 years, angels were often seen ministering to him. He had the gift of prophecy and of reading the thoughts of his penitents, and when he died, his garments were torn to shreds and his hair cut off to be preserved as relic. He taught the heretical doctrine that prayer is a satisfaction for sin, while his views as resignation to the will of God approach closely to the Quietism, which we shall hereafter see condemned by the Holy See. Yet he escaped condemnations, and his works have continued to present time, to be multiplied in innumerable editions and translations. It was probably the impossibility of differentiation between heresy and sanctity that explains the vacillation of the Inquisition. During the active proceedings of Toledo Tribunal, the Suprema in 1530 issued a general instructions that there should be appended to all edicts requiring renunciation of prohibited books a clause including mystics given to Illuminism and Quietism. There seems to be no trace of any result from this, and the whole matter appears to have ceased to attract attention for many years, until the animosity excited by the Jesuits led to an investigation of the result of their teachings. Melchor Cano, who hated them, denounced them as alumbrados, such as the devil has constantly thrust into the church, and he foretold that they would complete what the Gnostics had commenced. The warning was unheeded, and some 10 years later, another Dominican, Fray Alonso de la Fuente, was led to devote himself to a mortal struggle with Illuminism and with the Society of Jesus as its source. In a long and rambling memorial addressed in 1575 to Philip II, he relates that in 1570 he chanced to visit his birthplace, La Fuente del Maestre, near Ciudad Rodrigo, and found there a Jesuit, Gaspar Sanchez, highly esteemed for his holiness, but who was blamed for perpetually confessing certain beatas and granting daily communion. Sanchez appealed to him for support, and he preached in his favor, which brought to him to numerous beatas, whose revelations of their ecstasies and other spiritual experiences surprised him greatly. This led him to investigate. When he found that the practice of contemplation was widely spread, but its inner secret was jealously guarded, until he persuaded a niece of his, a girl of 17, to reveal them. She said that her director ordered her to place herself in contemplation with the simple prayer, "Lord, I am here. Lord, you have me here." When there would come such a flood of evil thought, of filthy imaginings, of carnal movements, of infidel conceptions, of blasphemies against God and the saints, and the purity of the Mother of God, and against the whole faith, that the torments of them rendered her crazy. But she bore it with fortitude, as her director told her that this was a sign of perfection and of progress on the path. Thenceforth, Fray Alonso devoted himself to the task of investigating and exterminating this dangerous heresy, but the work of investigation was complicated by the concealment of the error under external piety. Before discovering a single false doctrine, we meet, he says, 1,000 prayers and disciplines and communions and pious sighs and devotions. It is like sifting gold out of sand. To reach one heresy, you must winnow away 1,000 pious works. So it is everywhere in Spain, where there are Jesuits, and thus we see what great labor is required to overcome it, since there are not in the kingdom 3 inquisitors who understand it or have the energy and requisite zeal. Yet he penetrated far enough into it, after sundry persecutions, to draw up a list of 39 errors, some of which, like those ascribed to witchcraft, suggest the influence of the torture chamber in extracting confessions satisfactory to the persecutor. Not only are the adepts guilty of all the heresies of the Begats, condemned in the Clementines, and of the teaching that mental prayer is the sole thing requisite to salvation, but the teachers are great sorcerers and magicians who have pact with the demon, and thus they make themselves masters of men and women, their persons and property, as though they were slaves. They train many saints who feel in themselves the Holy Ghost, who sees the divine essence and learn the secret of heaven, who have the visions and revelations and a knowledge of Scripture, and all this is accomplished by means of the demon, by magic arts. By magic they gain possessions of women, whom they teach that it is no sin, and sometimes the demon comes disguised as Christ and has commerce with the women. End of section 3. Section 4 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action, Mysticism Part 4. If Fray Alonso found it difficult to inspire belief in these horrors, it is easily explicable by his account of the origin of the sect in Extremadura, the region to which his labors were devoted. When Cristobal de Rojas was Bishop of Badajoz, 1556 to 1562, there came their Padre González, a Jesuit of high standing, who introduced the use of Loyola's exercicios. There were already there 2 priests, Hernando Alvarez and Licentiate Zapata, who were familiar with it, and the practice spread rapidly under the favor of Bishop and his provisor Melendez, and none who did not use it could be ordained or obtain license to preach and hear confessions, for the bishop placed all this in the hands of Alvarez. And when he was translated to Córdoba, 1562 to 1571, and subsequently to Seville, 1571 to 1580, he continued to favor the Alumbrados. He was succeeded in Badajoz, 1562 to 1568, by Juan de Ribera, subsequently Archbishop of Valencia, who was at first adverse to the Alumbrados, but They won him over, and he became as favorable to them as Rojas had been, especially to the women whose trances and stigmata he investigated and approved and rewarded. If any preacher preached against Illuminism, Rivera banished him, and under this protection the sect multiplied throughout Extremadura. It is true that Bishop Simancas, who succeeded Rivera 1569 to 1579, was not so favorable. His provisor Picado at one time prosecuted a number of alumbrados who took refuge in Seville under Rojas, among whom was Hernando Alvarez. But the Llerena tribunal took no part in this, and the great body of the sect was undisturbed. It is easy to conceive, therefore, the obstacles confronting Fray Alonso when he commenced his crusade in 1570. He relates at much length his labors against great opposition, especially of the Jesuits, and he found no little difficulty in arousing the Llerena inquisitors to action, for they said that it was a new matter and obscure, which required instructions from the Suprema. It is true that in February 1572 they lent him some support and made a few arrests, but nothing seems to have come of it. He wished to go to Madrid and lay the matter before the Suprema, but his superiors, who apparently disapproved of his zeal, sent him in October 1572 to Avila to purchase lumber, and then to Usagre to preach the Lenten sermons of 1573. After this, his prior dispatched him to Arenas about the lumber, and it was a providence of God that this business necessitated action by the Council of Military Orders, so that he had an excuse for visiting Madrid. There he sought Rodrigo de Castro, the captor of Carranza, to whom he complained of the negligence and indifference of the Llerena inquisitors, and gave a memorial reciting the errors of the alumbrados. This resulted in the Suprema sending for the papers, on seeing which it ordered the arrest of the most guilty, when Hernando Alvarez, Francisco Zamora, and Gaspar Sanchez were seized in Seville, where they had taken refuge. This produced only momentary effect in Extremadura, where the alumbrados comforted themselves with the assurance that their leaders would be dismissed with honor. It had been proposed to remove the tribunal from Llerena to Plasencia, where house had been bought for it, but only in 1574 Fray Alonso remonstrated with the Inquisitor General, pointing out that the land was full of alumbrados, many of them powerful, and what preaching had been done against them under the protection of the Inquisition would be silenced if it was removed. This brought a summons, and in May he appeared before the Suprema, where his revelations astonished the members, and they asked his advice. He urged the visitation of the district be made by the Fiscal Montoya, who had studied the matter and understood it, while the inquisitors did not comprehend the subtle mysteries and distinctions involved. It was so ordered, and Montoya commenced his visitation at Zafra, where, on July 25th, he published the Edict of Faith and a special one against Illuminism and Quietism. At first he was much disconcerted in finding among the alumbrados nothing but fast and disciplines, prayers, contemplations, hair shirts, confessions and communions, or if traces appeared of evil doctrine, so commingled with the words of God and sacraments that evil was concealed in good. Fray Alonso, however, encouraged him to investigate the lives and conversation of those who enjoyed the trances and visions and stigmata, when it became evident that all was magic art, the work of Satan and of hell. For 4 months, Montoya gathered information and sent the papers to the Suprema, which ordered the arrest with the sequestration of 5 persons, 4 of the adepts and a female disciple. Toward the close of December, he returned to Llerena to resume the visitation in March 1575. During the interval, Fray Alonso was summoned to Madrid, where he was ordered to accompany Montoya, and the inquisitors were instructed to pay him a salary. This at first they refused to do, and then assigned him 4 years a day for each day on which he should preach. but the Suprema intervened with an order on the receiver to pay him a certain sum that would enable him to perform the duty. The visitation lasted from March till the beginning of November and comprised 16 places, in which Fray Alonso tells us that there were found great errors and sins. Unfortunately, he omits to inform us what were the practical results or what was done with the culprits arrested the previous year, and he concludes his memorial by assuring us that the Jesuits and the Alumbrados are alike in doctrine and are the same, which is so certain that to doubt it would be a great sin and offense to God. Fray Alonso might safely thus attack the children of Loyola in Spain, but he made a fatal error when his zeal induced him to carry the war into Portugal. In the following year, 1576, he addressed the memorials to the Portuguese ecclesiastical authorities, ascribing to the Jesuits all the Illuminism that afflicts Spain. They taught, he said, that their contemplation of the Passion of Christ was rewarded with the highest spiritual gifts, including impeccability, with the corollary that carnal indulgence was no sin in the illuminated, while in reality their visions and revelations were the work of demons, whom they controlled by their skill in sorcery. The Jesuits, however, by this time were a dominant power in Portugal. Cardinal Henry, the Inquisitor General, transmitted the memorials to the Spanish Inquisition with a request for the condign punishment of the audacious fraile. It was no more than he had openly preached and repeatedly urged on the Suprema, but the time was fast approaching for the absorption of Portugal on the Castilian crown, and Cardinal Henry was to be propitiated. Fray Alonso was forced to retract and was recluded in a convent, but this did not satisfy the cardinal, who asked for his extradition, or the matter he submitted to the Holy See, when the opportune death of the fraile put a happy end to the matter. Yet in Spain, Fray Alonso exerted a decisive influence on the relations of the Inquisition to mysticism, and before this unlucky outburst of zeal, he had the satisfaction of seeing the indifference of Llerena tribunal excited to active work. In 1576, while preaching in that city, he said that he had heard of persons who, on the exterior of special sanctity, gave free rein to their appetite. On this, an imprudent devotee named Marisans interrupted him, exclaiming, "Padre, the lives of these people are better and their faith sounder than your own." And when he reproved her, she declared that the Holy Spirit had moved her. This was a dangerous admission. She was arrested, and her confessions led to the seizure of so many accomplices that the tribunal was obliged to ask for assistance. An experienced inquisitor, Francisco de Soto, Bishop of Salamanca, was sent, who vigorously pushed the trials until he died January 29, 1578, poisoned, as it was currently reported, by his physician, who was long detained in prison under the accusation. How little the sectaries imagined themselves to have erred is seen in the fact that one of them, a shoemaker named Juan Bernal, obeyed the revelation which directed him to appeal to Philip II, to tell him of the injustice perpetrated at Llerena, and to ask him why he did not intervene and evoke the matter to himself. Hardihood, which earned him for 6 years of galley service and 200 lashes. The evidence elicited in the trials showed the errors ordinarily attributed to Illuminism, including trances and revelations and sexual abomination, unfit for transcription. After 3 years spent in this work, an auto was held June 14, 1579, in which, among other offenders, there appeared 15 alumbrados, 10 men and 5 women. Of the men, all but the unlucky shoemakers were priests, and among them we recognize Hernando Alvarez, against whom there appeared no less than 146 witnesses. Many were curers of various towns, and naturally the illicit relations were principally between confessors and their spiritual daughters. From a doctrinal standpoint, their offense seems not to have been regarded as serious. for none of them were degraded, and the abjurations were for light suspicion. But this leniency was accompanied by deprivation of functions, galley service, reclusion, and similar penalties, while the fines inflicted amounted to 1,500 ducats and 8,000 maravedis. The unfortunate Marie's sons, who had caused the explosion, expiated her imprudence by appearing with a gag and a sentence to perpetual prison, 200 lashes in Llerena, and 200 more at La Fuente del Maestre, her place of residence. From the number of those inculpated, it may be assumed that this author did not empty the prisons, and that it was followed by others, but if so, we have no record of them. The impression produced by the affair was wide and profound. Paramore, writing toward the end of the century, speaks of it as one in which the vigilance of Inquisition preserved Spain from serious peril. In fact, it marks a turning point in the relations of the Inquisition to Spanish mysticism, of which the persecution became one of its regular and recognized duties. Even before the author of 1579, the Suprema, in a Carta Acordada of January 4, 1578, ordered the tribunals to add to the Edict of Faith a section in which the errors developed in the trials were enumerated. These consist in asserting that mental prayer is of divine precept and that it fulfills everything, while vocal prayer is of trivial importance, that the servants of God are not required to labor, that the orders of superiors are to be disregarded when conflicting with the hours of devoted to mental prayer and contemplation, decrying the sacraments of matrimony, asserting that the perfect have no needs of performing virtuous actions, advising persons not to marry or to enter religious orders, saying that the servants of God are to shine in secular life, obtaining promises of obedience and enforcing it in every detail, holding that after reaching certain degree of perfection, they cannot look upon holy images or listen to sermons, and teaching these errors on the pledge of secrecy. It is noteworthy that here there is no allusion to ecstasies or trances or to sexual aberrations as in subsequent edicts, although Paramore, some 20 years later, in his frequent allusions to the Alumbrados, dwells especially on the latter and on the dangers to which they led in the confessional. That this danger was not imaginary is indicated by the case of Fray Juan de la Cruz, a discalced Franciscan, so convinced of the truth of Alumbrado doctrine that in 1605 he presented himself to the Toledo tribunal with a memorial in which he argued that indecent practice between spiritual persons were purifying and elevating to the soul, and resulting in the greatest spiritual benefit when unaccompanied with desire to sin. He was promptly placed on trial, and 6 witnesses testified to his teaching of this doctrine. Ordinary seduction in the confessional, as will be seen hereafter when the culprits admitted to be a sin, was treated with comparative leniency. But the doctrinal error was far more serious, and the unlucky Fraile, who maintained throughout the trial the truth of his theories, was visited with much greater severity. Humiliations and disabilities were heaped upon him. He received a circular scourging in a convent of his order, and a monthly discipline for a year, with 6 years' reclusion. Simple mysticism, however, even without the advanced doctrine of Illuminism and Quietism, was becoming to the Inquisition an object of pronounced hostility. The land was being filled with beatas revelanderas. Mystic fervor was spreading and threatening to become a part of national religion, stimulated doubtless by the increasing cult paid to its prominent exemplars. For Santa Teresa was beatified in 1614 and canonized in 1622, while San Pedro de Alcantara was beatified in later year. Apart from all moral questions, the mystic might at any moment assert independence. His theory was destructive to the intervention of priests between man and God, and Illuminism was only a development of mysticism. The Inquisition was not wholly consistent, but its determination to stem the current, which was setting so strongly, was emphatically expressed in the trial of Padre Jerónimo de la Madre de Dios by the Toledo Tribunal in 1616. End of section 4. Section 5 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action, Mysticism, Part 5. The Padre was a secular priest, the son of Don Sanchez de Molina, who for 48 years had been Corregidor of Malagon. He had entered the Dominican order, had led an irregular life, and apparently had been expelled, but in 1610 had been converted from his evil ways by a vision, and in 1613, obeying a voice from God, he had come to Madrid and taken service in a little hospital attached to the parish church of San Martin. His sermons speedily attracted crowds, including the noblest ladies of the court. His fervent devotion, the austerity of his life, the rigor of his mortifications, and the self-denial of his charities won for him the reputation of a saint, which was enhanced by the trances into which he habitually fell when celebrating Mass, and popular credulity credited him with elevation from the ground. There is absolutely no evidence that in this there was hypocrisy or imposture, and the most searching investigation failed to discover any imputation on his virtue. All that he received he gave to the poor, even to clothes from his back, and his sequestrated property consisted solely of pious books, rosaries, and objects of devotion. He speedily gathered around him disciples, prominent among whom was Fray Bartolomé de Alcalá, vicar of Jeronimite convent. The number of the penitents, all espirituales, was large, and these usually partook of the sacrament daily or oftener. Many of them had revelations and were consulted by the pious as being in direct relations with God, from whom they received answers to petitions. In all this, there was nothing beyond the manifestation of devotional fervor customary to Spanish piety, but an accusation was brought against Padre Jerónimo, September 20, 1615, for teaching that the soul could reach a state of perfection in which it would be an act of imperfection to ask God for anything. This, which was one of the refinements of mysticism, was subsequently proved by the calificadores to be subversive of existing observances, because the saints in heaven were in a state of perfection, and if they could ask nothing of God, what would become of their suffrage and intercession, and what would be the use of the cult and oblation offered to them? Still, at the time, the tribunal took no action beyond examining a few witnesses, and Jerónimo would probably not been disturbed in his useful career had he not written a book. In his mystic zeal, he imagined himself inspired in the composition of a work entitled El discípulo espiritual que trata de oración mental y de espíritu, which he submitted to several learned theologians, whose emendations he adopted. This had considerable currency in manuscript. A demand arose for its printing, and he laid it before the Royal Council for a license, when he was informed that the approbation of the episcopal proviso of Toledo was a condition precedent. After sending it to that official and receiving no answer for 6 months, he submitted the copy to the Suprema, October 20, 1615, explaining what he had done and asking for his examination. If there was in it anything contrary to the faith, he desired its correction, for he wished the work to be unimpeachably orthodox, and would die 1,000 deaths in defense of the true religion. He waited some 7 months, and on May 17, 1616, he ventured an inquiry of the Suprema, but A month earlier, 3 calificadores had reported on it unfavorably. The Suprema had ordered the Toledo tribunal to act, and on May 28, the warrant for his arrest with sequestration was issued. A mass of papers, manuscripts, sermons, tracts, and miscellaneous accumulations were distributed among 15 calificadores, who as scholastic theologians were not propitiated by his contempt for schoolmen. They performed their task with avidity and accumulated an imposing array of 186 erroneous propositions. Many of them the veriest trifles, significant only of their temper, but after all his explanations, there was a formidable residuum of 25 qualified as heretical, 29 as erroneous, 3 as sacrilegious, and numerous others as scandalous, rash, and savoring of heresy. Despite the piteous supplication of his aged father, his trial lasted until September 1618, some 27 months of incarceration, during which his health suffered severely. Throughout it all, he never varied from his attitude of abject submission. Kneeling and weeping, he begged for penance and punishment, as he would rather be plunged in hell than commit a sin, or give utterance to oath offensive to pious ears. This availed him little. He was sentenced to appear in the auto of September 2, 1618, as a penitent to abjure de vehementi and to retract publicly a list of 61 errors. He was forbidden for life to preach or to hear confessions, or to write on religious subject. He was recluded for a year in a designated convent, and for 5 more was banished from Madrid and Toledo, and the public edict commanded the surrender of all his writings. Thus, he was not only publicly proclaimed a heretic, but his career was blasted. He was virtually deprived of the means of subsistence, yet his first act on reaching his place of confinement was to write humbly, thanking the inquisitors for their kindness. 7 months later, he appealed to them, saying that he was sick and enfeebled. He had been bled 4 times, and he begged for the love of God that he might be spared the rest of his reclusion, and be allowed to comfort his aged father. To this, no attention was paid, and we hear nothing more of him. For us, the interest of the case lies not so much in the cruelty with which the bruised reed was broken, as in the revelation of the silent revolution in Spanish Church with regard to mysticism. In the 61 condemned propositions, there were 1 or 2 properly liable to censure, the most dangerous being that ascribed to the beggars, that the perfected soul enjoys the spirit of liberty, going at will without laws and rules, and that in this state God gives it the power of working miracles. Another which asserted that devotion to images, rosaries, blessed beads, etc. was an error so great that souls so employed could have no hope of salvation, was scarce more than an exaggeration of the precept of Francisco de Osuna and Juan de la Cruz. For the most part, the condemned propositions were merely the commonplaces of the great mystics of 16th century, that the perfected soul enjoys absolute peace, for the appetites and passions at rest, and the flesh in no way contradicts the spirit, that trances are the highest of God's gift, that the supreme grade of contemplation becomes habitual, and that the soul at will can thus enter God's presence, that in the trance God can be seen, that the perfected soul should ask only that God's will be done. Other condemnations were directed against the claims of inspiration and revelation, against the suspension of the faculties in mental prayer, against the union with God, which had been the aim of all mystics. In short, it was a condemnation of the doctrines and practices which, for centuries, had been recognized by the Church as manifestation of the utmost holiness. Had Francisco de Osuna, Luis de Granada, San Pedro de Alcántara, Santa Teresa, San Juan de la Cruz, and their disciples been judged by the same standard, they would have shared the fate of Padre Geronimo, unless indeed their convictions led them to refuse submission, in which case they would have been burnt. This was shown at Valladolid in 1620. Juan de Cabana, priest of San Martin de Valverde, and Jerónima González, a widow, were prosecuted for mysticism. He died in prison, pertinacious to the last, and was duly burnt in effigy in 1622. She was less firm and was voted to reconciliation, but the Suprema ordered her to be tortured. This she escaped by dying, and her effigy was reconciled. Yet the mystic cult was too firmly planted in the religious habits of Spain to be readily eradicated, nor was the Inquisition prepared to be wholly consistent. While Padre Jerónimo was thus harshly treated for unpublished writings, the Minim Fray Fernando de Caldera was allowed undisturbed to publish in 1623 his Mystica Theologia, perhaps the craziest of the mystic treatises. It is cast in the form of instructions uttered by Christ in the first person, and teaches Illuminism and Quietism of the most exalted kind. The intellect is to be suspended and the will abandoned to God, who does with it as he pleases, infusing it with divine light and admitting it to a knowledge of the divine mysteries. Lubricious temptations, if they come from the flesh, are to be overcome with austerities. If from pride, with humility. If they are passive, they are to be met with patience and resignation, for God who sent them will remove them at his own time and with great benefit to the soul. No teaching more dangerous is to be found in Molinos, but although a translation of the work appeared in Rome in 1658, it escaped condemnation both there and in Spain. During this time, there was a storm gathering in Seville which enabled the Inquisition to impress its definite policy on the mystically inclined. We have seen how mysticism flourished there under the patronage of Archbishop Rojas, and the persecution in Extremadura seems not to have extended to Andalusia, so that it continued unrepressed. While Padre Jerónimo was awaiting his doom in Toledo, a much more extravagant performer was enjoying the cult of the devout in Seville. A priest named Fernando Mendez had a special reputation for sanctity. When celebrating Mass, he fell into trances and uttered terrible roars. He taught his disciples to invoke his intercession as though he were already a saint in heaven. Fragments of his garments were treasured as relics. He gathered a congregation of beatas, and after Mass in his oratory, they would strip off their garments and dance with indecent vigor, drunk with the love of God, and on some of his female penitents he would impose the penance of lifting their skirts and exposing themselves before him. His disciples were not drawn merely from the lower classes, for we are told that as many as 30 coaches could be counted of a morning around the gate of Franciscan convent to which he had retired. This hysteric contagion spread through Seville, affecting a considerable portion of the population. There was no concealment and evidently no thought that it involved suspicion of heresy or that it departed in any way from orthodoxy. A special group of mystics known as La Granata, under successive spiritual directors, had long held their meetings in the chapel of Nuestra Señora de la Granada, without exciting any aversion or calling for interference from the Inquisition. When, however, the imperious Pacheco in 1622 assumed the office of Inquisitor General, he speedily ordered the Seville tribunal to investigate and report as to the mystic extravagances current in the city, and there could have been no difficulty in collecting ample material for condemnations according to the new standard. This resulted in the publication of the Special Edict of Grace, May 9, 1623, granting the customary 30 days, in which those feeling themselves inculpated could denounce themselves and their accomplices, and be admitted to absolution with salutary penances, and without confiscation or disabilities affecting their descendants. That all might understand what these new heresies were, the edict embodied a list of 76 errors ascribed to the Alumbrados, which marks the advance made since 1578 in suppressing mysticism in general and in attributing to it additional evil practices. There was a fuller condemnation of the beliefs common to all mystics, which had so often earned canonization, that the trembling or burning or fainting was a sign of grace and of the influence of the Holy Spirit, that a stage of perfection could be reached in which they could see the divine essence and the mystery of the Trinity, and that in this state grace drowned all the faculties, that they were governed directly by the Holy Spirit in what they did or left undone, that in contemplation they dismissed all thoughts and concentrated themselves in the presence of God, that in the state of union with God the will is subordinated, that in trances God is clearly seen in His glory, that mental prayer renders other works superfluous, that other duties, both religious and worldly, can be neglected to devote oneself wholly to this supreme devotion. Besides this, there was an enumeration of the errors commonly attributed to the Alumbrados with more or less justice, impeccability, the elevation of mental prayer to the dignity of a sacrament, communion with more than one wafer, promiscuous intercourse among the elect, indecent actions in the confessional regarded as meritorious, teaching wives to refuse cohabitation, forcing girls to take vows of chastity or to become nuns, requiring vows of absolute obedience to the spiritual director, breathing on the mouth of female penitents to communicate to them the love of God, violation of the seal of the confessional, that the perfected have power of absolution even in reserved cases, that those who follow this doctrine will escape purgatory, and that many who refuse to do so have returned to beg release when they give them an evangelio and see them fly to heaven. One article would indicate that among the devotees, as was usually the case, there was at least one who boasted of bearing the stigmata, of conversing with God, and of living solely upon the sacraments, while a clause requiring the surrender of all statutes and instructions for their congregations and assemblies shows that they were organized into more or less formal associations.
End of section 5. Section 6 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action, Mysticism Part 6. The audacious assumption of power in this pronouncement was forcibly pointed out by Juan Dionisio Portocarrero in an opinion furnished to the Archbishop Pedro de Castro y Quiñones. There was gross disrespect shown to him, who had been kept in ignorance, though it was known that an edict was in preparation, of which the nature was sedulously concealed until it was suddenly published in all the churches. Inquisitors could not decide cases without the participation of the ordinary, while here the cases were tried and the parties admitted to reconciliation without calling in the episcopal authority. Similar usurpation was manifested in the definition of heresies, which was the attribute of the Holy See and of general councils, not of the Inquisition. No general council could do more than the Inquisitor General had done in defining the 76 errors. And to say that these errors were widely disseminated in Seville, not without fault of those permitting it, and to do so without calling upon the Archbishop to explain the condition of his flock, was to condemn him without a hearing. These 76 propositions were all styled matters of faith, although many of them were rather matters of discipline, pertaining to the ordinary, yet all were reserved to the Inquisitions. Moreover, the Inquisitor General was not competent to decide the disputed question, whether
the power assured to bishop to absolve for sacred heresy was annulled by the bull in Sina Domini. Then Portocarrero proceeded to examine one by one a considerable portion of the condemned propositions, and showed that some of them expressed the accepted teaching of the Church, while many were not cognizable by the Inquisition, because they had nothing to do with faith, and others again he omitted as being unintelligible. He urged the archbishop to vindicate his jurisdiction quietly, without causing scandal, and that the edict be examined and qualified by learned men, not Dominicans, for it had originated with them, the truth being that the inculpated mystics were mostly under the direction of Franciscans and Jesuits, and that in the bitter hatred between the orders, the Dominicans had stirred up the matter to strike a blow at their rivals. The poor old archbishop, who died in December of the same year, of course did nothing. The edict was published on June 4th, and again on the 11th, when the most pious circles in Seville suddenly found themselves arraigned for heresy. Mysticism had become fashionable, especially among the women, from the noblest to the lower classes, and they rushed at once to obtain the pardon promised within the 30 days. A Seville letter of June 15 says that an inquisitor with a secretary established himself in San Pablo, the Dominican church used in Autos de Fe, eating and sleeping there, on duty from 5 a.m. till 10 p.m., with an hour's intermission for meals, but that he could not attend to a 20th part of the applicants, and that another 30 days would have to be granted. In this there is doubtless exaggeration, but another authority states the number of those inculpated at 695. There had, of course, been no intentional heresy, and there were no pertinacious heretics, although among them were impostors who had traded upon popular credulity and love for the marvelous. Still, an auto de fe was necessary to confirm the impression, and it was held on November 30, 1624, in which 11 alumbrados appeared, but 8 of them were confessed impostors. Of the remaining 3, one was the Padre Fernando Mendez, who in dying had distributed his garments and his virtues among his disciples. No special punishment was decreed against his memory, but his effigy was displayed in the altar. His revelations, trances, visions, and prophecies were declared to be fictitious, and his disciples were required to surrender the articles which they had treasured as relics. Another was a mulatto slave named Antonio de la Cruz, who had united to his mysticism some unauthorized speculations respecting the power of Satan. He escaped with the abjuration de levi and deprivation of the sacrament except at Easter, Pentecost, and Christmas. The third was Francisco del Castillo, a priest whose trances were so frequent and uncontrollable that they would seize him in the act of eating. He was at the head of a congregation, the members of which he boasted were all saved, and through which the church was to be reformed, he being possessed of the Spirit of Jesus Christ, and his disciples of that of the apostle, all of which had not prevented him from maintaining improper relations with his female penitents. He was sentenced only to abjuration de levi, perpetual deprivation of confessing, and reclusion for 4 years in a convent, with exile from Seville, the usual penalty, as we shall see, for solicitation atropia in the confessional, with the warning of severe punishment if he did not abandon his visions and revelations. Evidently, the object of the edict had been to warn rather than to punish, but few examples were deemed necessary, and in this the mildness of the penalties indicates a recognition of the fact that these so-called heresies had not previously been regarded as culpable. It sufficed to set an impressive stamp of reprobation on mysticism without unnecessary severity. Seville, however, was not yet cleansed of the infection. At an auto held some 2 years later, on February 28, 1627, there were 2 conspicuous mystics, Maestre Juan de Villalpando, a priest in charge of one of the city parishes, and Madre Catalina de Jesus, a Carmelite beata. Notwithstanding the edict of 1626, Villalpando had maintained the congregation of both sexes, who obeyed him implicitly in all things, temporal and spiritual. No less than 275 erroneous propositions were charged against him, and he was required to retract 22 articles. He was deprived of his priestly functions, recluded for 4 years in a convent, and confined subsequently to the city of Seville, with a fine of 200 ducats. Madre Catalina for 38 years had been sick with the love of God, and her continued existence was regarded as a miracle by her numerous disciples, who treasured as relics whatever had touched her person. She was accused of improper relations with a priest, probably Villalpando, who reverenced her as his guide and teacher, and she was a dogmatizer, for her writings, both manuscript and printed, were required to be surrendered. On the testimony of 148 witnesses, she was sentenced to reclusion for 6 years in a hospital, where she was to earn her support by labor. This shows increasing severity, and still more deterrent example was furnished in 1630 by an auto in which 8 alumbrados, as we are told, were burned alive and 6 in effigy. There were also 60 reconciliations, of which some were doubtless for the same heresy. We have no further details of this auto, save that Bernino characterized the victims as obstinate. Possibly they may have been relapsed, but as you have seen, the abjuration had been for light suspicion, which did not entail relaxation for relapse. Be this as it may, the affair would indicate that Illuminism was now regarded as formal heresy, not as merely inferring submission, and that pertinacity incurred the stake. Obstinacy, in fact, converts into formal heresy what may be otherwise regarded as light suspicion, as it infers disobedience to the decisions of the Church. This is seen in an interesting review on the whole subject by an inquisitor about 1640. He describes the evidence customarily brought against alumbrado confessors and preachers of teaching sensuality over cover of mortification. Some hold that indecent handling and sleeping with a woman are meritorious, as trampling on the devil and overcoming temptations. So it is with making the penitent strip and stand against the wall with arms outstretched, and other details that may well be spared. There is also teaching that obedience is better than the sacrament, and that it excuses what would otherwise be evil, or that God has revealed to them that such things are not sin, or that interior impulses are to be followed in doing or not doing anything. Such persons, he tells us, are confined in the sacred prison without sequestration, although if there is suspicions of heresy, there is sequestration. If, as usually occurs, they confess to these teachings, extenuating them as the result of thoughtlessness or ignorance without errors of belief, and if they are priests or frailes, the sentence is read in the audience chamber, then the punishment is the same as for solicitation in the confessional, that is to say, reclusion in a monastery for a term of years, and deprivation of the faculty of confessing. But if this evil doctrine has caused much injury, as at Llerena, they appear in a public auto with some years of galley service, and if they are priests owning properties, they are fined at discretion. If there should be obstinacy and rejection of the arguments of the theologians deputed to reason with them, there is postponement for some months to allow time for conversion, as happened in Logroño with a certain priest and in Valladolid with a fraile. The priest taught his female penitents that there was no sin in kisses and in indecent handling, and in sleeping with a woman so long as the final act was omitted. He revoked repeatedly and varied between submission and persistence, but was convinced at last and appeared in a public auto, abjure de vehementi, was verbally degraded with 5 years of galley and 10 more of exile, besides perpetual deprivation of confessing. If the culprit is impervious to argument and will not abandon errors of belief, he must be treated as heretic and be relaxed even if he denies intention. There was one who abjured de vehementi and relapsed. It was alleged by his order that he was insane, for he was a person of high repute for virtue and learning. He was given sacred penance, but so severe that he was never heard of again. From this statement, it would appear that the extreme position assumed by Pacheco had not been maintained, and that simple mysticism was tolerated unless it was complicated with the follies of Illuminism, especially as concerned the relations between the sexes. The policy of the Inquisition, in fact, was by no means uniform. For a time, many harmless mystics were allowed to enjoy in peace the veneration of their disciples, while if there was a scandal or imposture or some ulterior motive, prosecution was easy. One such case was that of Fray Francisco Garcia Calderon, whom we have seen volume 2, page 135, concerned with the case of nuns of San Placido and Marquis of Villanueva in 1630. A contemporary was Doña Luisa de Colmenares, popularly known as Madre Luisa de Carrion, a nun of the convent of Santa Clara at Carrion de los Condes, who at the age of 70 had passed 53 years in cloister. She was not strictly an alumbrado, but a mystic of the type of Santa Teresa, and her case is instructive as showing how general was the belief attributing supernatural powers to being favored by God, how profitably this belief could be exploited by shrewd management, and how effectively the Inquisition could intervene in the face of the most intense popular opposition. There is no reason to suppose that Madre Luisa was consciously an impostor. She was merely an ignorant old woman, hypnotized habitually to the trances and visions like so many others, and the Franciscan order to which she belonged saw in her a speculative value of which they made the most. Philip IV venerated her, and popes were her correspondents. There was an immense demand for objects sanctified by her, crosses, beads, images of the Christ child, and similar trifles, the sales of which brought in large profits, and between these and the offerings of pilgrims, the order was said to have realized 200,000 crowns, and to look forward much more if it could secure her canonization after death. Certainly in 1635, the Inquisition undertook to investigate her. There had been nothing exceptional in her career except its successes, and under Franciscan management she had been mostly kept clear of the errors condemned in Pacheco's edict. The motive for action is obscure, and the most probable suggestion is that the opponent of Count Duke Olivares had sought, after the fashion of the time, to make use for political ends of the boundless popular veneration of which he was the object. Yet there was significant caution in the preliminaries. Juan Santos, senior inquisitor of Valladolid, was ordered to examine her when he pretended a visit to Bishop of Palencia and on the road stopped for a fortnight at Carrion. It was not difficult to involve an untortured nun in erroneous theological speculations, and the warrant for her arrest followed. She was placed in a carriage with a female relative of one of the inquisitors when her journey to Valladolid was a triumphal procession. A pillar of light changing into a cross was seen in the sky. Everywhere the population gathered in mass, and the precaution of entering Valladolid at night was unavailing, for the crowds were so great that she was with difficulty carried in safety through the surging mob striving to gather some fragment of a dress as a talisman. She was housed in the Augustinian convent, where she was the object of veneration to the nuns, who declared her destined to be the most powerful saint in the annals of the Church. But it was observed that she no longer had ecstasies, although at Carrion they had been of daily occurrences and were celebrated by sounding the organ when everyone rushed to see them. The Franciscans officially undertook her defense. The population of Valladolid, with the bishop at their head, was so demonstrative in her favor that the tribunal hesitated, and the Suprema had to send the special commissioner, who was no other than our old acquaintance Juan Dionisio Portocarrero, soon afterward rewarded with the bishopric of Guadix. It was easy to make her convict herself of heresy, for she was foolish and ignorant, full of vainglory, and merely a tool of the rapacious friars who had exploited her. Papers signed by her were in circulation, in which she declared that she had seen the divine essence, that she was confirmed in grace, that at 6 years of age Christ had removed her heart of flesh, and substituted his own, that he had given her an apple of paradise by which she would remain immortal until the day of judgment, when she would accompany Enoch and Elias in the war with the Antichrist, that God sustained her without food, and much more that testifies to the incredible credulity of the people and to the unscrupulous audacity of the friars. Under examination, she declared that she had seen the divine essence, but she proved herself wholly ignorant of the orthodox doctrine of the Trinity and uttered 1,000 follies, including a revelation from God that all who possessed her crosses, beads, rosaries, and other objects of devotion would be saved unconditionally and could rest secure of their predestination. The foreordained condemnation was preceded by an edict of October 23, 1636, requiring the surrender of all letters, portraits, cross, beads, etc., which was so numerous that in a few days the cura of the parish of San Miguel had a room full of them. The poor old crone was blind, toothless, and exhausted with the life of hysteria. The shock of these experiences was too great for her feeble vitality, and she died in November. This was, of course, no impediment to a trial, and the tribunal was justly incensed to learn that the bishop had buried her without its permission. When summoned to answer for this, he threatened a popular uprising, but the tribunal held good, exhumed the body, and verified its identity, after which the Suprema ordered the second exhumation and burial under its authority. It seems that no formal sentence was ever rendered. The Franciscans talked of appealing to the Pope, but were only laughed at. Madre Luisa had ceased to be of importance, but that her devotees had not lost all veneration for her is shown by the Inquisition in 1638, forbidding all discussions of the case. In 1643, it was referred to Arce Reynoso, together with that of San Placido, and in 1644, he was said to be pushing it with energy, but probably it was wisely allowed to be forgotten without reaching a conclusion. Yet, notwithstanding the inquisitorial edict, her crosses were not all surrendered and continued to be regarded as enriched with indulgences, for we find them condemned by the Roman Congregation of the Indulgences in 1668 and again in 1678. But for the presumably political motive prompting her prosecution, it may be assumed that Madre Luisa would have been enrolled in the calendar of saints. Her career was no more extravagant than that of her contemporary, the Blessed Maria Ana de Jesus, a Madrileña, who was born in 1565 and died in 1624. She belonged to the Order of La Merced, and her biography was written in 1673 by Fray Juan de la Presentación, official historiographer of Philip IV, who informs us that when an infant at the breast, she gave evidence of her future sanctity. At the age of 4, she was constantly at prayer, and at 6, she had ecstasies, visions, and revelations. She says herself that her soul was ordinarily illuminated by God, who manifested his will to her unmistakably. The effort for her canonization began shortly after her death, and was renewed at intervals until she was beatified in 1783. Another contemporary of Maria Ana de Jesus was she of Peru, known as La Azucena de Quito, born in 1618, died in 1645. Her miracles commenced before her birth. She began to mortify the flesh by refusing to suckle before noonday. It was in vain that, in her humility, she prayed to be denied to be the favor of visions and miracles. Efforts were commenced in 1670 to procure her canonization, but it was not until 1850 that she was beatified by Pius IX. End of section 6.
Section 7 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action, Mysticism, Part 7.
These saintly mystics, with their direct communication from God, wielded an influence which we can scarce realize. They had become so numerous and their revelations were so unhesitatingly accepted that Spain was enveloped in an atmosphere of mysticism, in which the divine guidance was sought rather than the counsels of human wisdom. Olivares might well fear any adverse utterances of Madre Luisa, for his downfall in 1643 was accelerated by visions enjoyed by Don Francisco de Chiribaga, although the Jesuit Padre Galindo, who was concerned in making them known, was imprisoned by his superiors for acting without their permission. When the affairs of the Spanish monarchy were at their lowest ebb at this time, it is a curious revelation of the impulses under which it was governed to find Philip IV, complaining of the perplexities to which he was exposed by the visions brought to him by the frailes. This matter of revelations, he says, is one which requires much consideration, especially when he is told that God orders him to punish those who had rendered him good service, and to elevate those whose methods had not earned them a good reputation. All that is lacking to complete this picture of unreasoning superstition is found in the fact that this utterance is made to another mystic, to whom he appeals for guidance and for intercession with God to send him light. Maria de Jesus, commonly known as Sor Maria de Agrada, to whom Philip thus turned for counsel, was too strongly entrenched in the royal favor to be in danger from the Inquisition yet. Notwithstanding that favor, her revelations were rejected by Rome, thus furnishing another example of the difficulty of differentiating between sanctity and heresy. She had practiced mental prayer from the time when she was able to use her reason, and she was in constant communication with God, the Virgin, and the angels. Her fame filled the land, and her voluminous writings, which claim to be inspired, still form part of the devotional literature of the faithful. She so captured the confidence of Philip that he made her chief advisor for 22 years until her death in 1665, 4 months before his own. He maintained constant correspondence with her by every post. Her influence thus was almost unbounded, but she seems never to have abused it. Her advice was usually sound, and she never sought the enrichment of the impoverished convent of Agreda, of which she was the superior. With all the power of the Franciscan order and of the Spanish court to sustain her claims to sanctity, the canonization of such personage would seem almost a matter of course, and it would doubtless have been effected if she had not reduced her revelations to writing. However they might suit the appetites of Spanish piety, nourished so long on mystic extravagance, they did not appeal to the sober judgment of the rest of the Catholic world. In spite of their divine inspiration, her Letania y Nombres Misteriosos de la Reina del Cielo and her Mystica Ciudad de Dios was condemned in Rome, and a decree as to the latter was posted on the doors of St. Peter's, August 4, 1681. The Mystica Ciudad was eminently popular in Spain, and at the instant of the Spanish court, its prohibition was suspended. The Inquisition took advantage of this in 1686 to issue a decree permitting its circulation, at which the congregation of the Index was naturally offended, and in 1692 the papal decree of condemnation appeared in the appendix to the Index of Innocent XI, in spite of which the book was formally permitted by Spanish Inquisition. When in 1695 a translation by Père Thomas Grosset appeared in France, the Sorbonne, by decree of September 27, 1696, condemned it as containing propositions contrary to the rules of ecclesiastical modesty, and many fables and dreams from the Apocrypha exposing Catholicism to the contempt of the heretics. The Spanish court labored earnestly to obtain a renewal of the suspension, and finally succeeded, so that the book was omitted from the 1716 Index of Clement XI. Then in 1729 the subject was again taken up, when after long debate the book was permitted, though Dr. Eusebius Arnold tells us that in Rome in 1735 He was shown a decree of Benedict XIII renewing the prohibition and asserting that its withdrawal had been obtained fraudulently. Still, the book has never since reappeared in the index. There was a similar struggle over the Latania, which was still included in the 1716 index of Clement XI and the first index of Benedict XIV in 1744, but has disappeared from all succeeding issues. Less successful thus far has been the persistent effort to procure the canonization of Madre Maria, leading to a papal decree of April 27, 1773, forbidding all future proceedings in the case. Notwithstanding this, Leo XIII, on March 10, 1884, ordered the Congregation of Rites to consider in secret whether this prohibition could be removed. To suggest such a discussion is almost equivalent to prejudging it affirmatively, but before the decision was reached, chance led to the publication in the Deutsche Merkur of December 29, 1889, of the whole secret history of the case, which has probably put an end, at least for the present, to the prospect of enrolling in the calendar of saints one whose revelations have been so repeatedly condemned as illusory or emanating from Satan. While, as we shall see, the pest of beatas revelandas and more or less conscious impostors continue to afflict the land, the cases recognized as alumbrados are comparatively few during the remainder of the 17th century. In the Toledo record, commencing in 1648, the first one occurs in 1679, when the Franciscan Fray Francisco de Toledo was convicted. In this, the offense is treated as formal heresy, requiring reconciliation, and the punishment was extremely severe. He was to receive a circular discipline in his convent. He was to be confined in a cell for 2 years, and for 2 years more was to be recluded, during which time he was to be occupied in the works of humility. In addition, he was perpetually suspended from orders, deprived of the active and passive voice, and reduced to lay communion. It is possibly to this, or to some movement in which Fray Francisco bore a part, that Miguel Molinos refers in a letter of February 16, 1680, to the Jesuit General Oliva, saying that when in 1679 Satan sought to revive the sect of Illuminists in Spain, and they had applied to him, he had given an opinion so contrary to their follies that it frightened them and stopped the attempt. End of section 7.
Section 8 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Justin Thomas James. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book Number 8, Chapter 5, Part 8, Spheres of Action, Mysticism. While Spain had thus been combating mysticism, Rome had remained comparatively indifferent, for in Italy it had not developed into a popular mania to be suppressed irrespective of the immoral extravagances to which it sometimes led. In the edict of the Inquisition requiring denunciation of all offenses subject to its jurisdiction, there is no mention of mysticism or Illuminism. The elaborate folios of the writers on the Holy Office, Carena, Del Bene, Lupo, Dandino, are silent as to its eccentricities. Yet these were by no means unknown to the Roman Holy Office, which took cognizance of them when brought to its notice. Occasionally, some book too extravagant in its teachings was put upon the index. Cardinal Scaglia, a member of the Congregation of the Inquisition, in his little manual of practice which circulated only in MS, when treating of the troubles customary in nunneries, says that through giddiness of brain or vain glory or illusion, nuns often claim to have celestial visions and revelations and intercourse with God, and the saints when, if the confessor is imprudently given to spirituality, he reduces their utterances to writing, and, if he is learned, he defends them very often with propositions punishable by the Inquisition. Sometimes, he adds, sensuality is involved, leading to the assertion that carnal acts are not sinful but meritorious, when, if the confessor desires to take advantage of this, he seeks with revelation and false doctrines to prove that they are lawful. Cases of this kind have occurred in the Holy Office when priests who so justify themselves become liable to the penalties of heresy. Such cases also occur between women assuming to be spiritual and their confessors who so teach them, even without revelations and visions, leading their spiritual daughters to believe these to be works of merit and mortification. Bernino tells us that, early in the 17th century, Illuminism was widely diffused throughout Italy, where abjurations enforced by the Inquisition were frequent, but this is probably the exaggeration so frequent with the heresiologists. A well-marked case, however, startled Florence in 1640, when the canon Pandolfo Ricasoli, a highly respected member of the noble house of the barons of Trappola, and a man of wide learning and handsome fortune, was arrested with his chief accomplice Faustina Mainardi, her brother Girolamo, and the maestro Serafino de Servi, Dottor Carlo Scalandrini, the priest Giacomo Fantoni, Andrea Bigliotti, Francesco Borghesi, and two others, Mozzetti and Cocci. Some nuns of Santa Anna sul Prato were also implicated, but if they were prosecuted, no knowledge of it was allowed to reach the public. They seem to have formed a coterie of Luminists to whom Ricasoli taught that all manner of indecent acts conduced to purity, if performed with the mind fixed on God. They claimed special relations with heaven and were free from sin in whatever they did for the greater glory of God. This continued for 8 years. Rumors spread abroad and were conveyed to the Inquisition, when Ricasoli came forward and denounced himself with expressions of contrition. A public atto di fede was held, November 28, 1641, in the great refectory of the convent of Santa Croce, attended by the Grand Duke, the Cardinal de' Medici, the Nuncio, and other notabilities. One of the culprits, Serafino de Servi, had died in prison and appeared in effigy, the rest abjured de vehamente. Ricasoli, Faustina, and Fantoni were condemned to perpetual irremissible prison. Others to prison with the privilege of asking for pardon, while two, Cocci and Borghesi, had a private atto di fede and were confined in the Stinchi prison at the pleasure of the Inquisition. Ricasoli, as he was led away, declared that he had acted foolishly and ignorantly, and he asked pardon of the people for the scandal which he had caused. He lingered in his prison until July 1657, when he died at the age of 78, protesting to the end that he had erred through ignorance and not through lust. There was some question as to his interment, but finally he received Christian burial. The inquisitor, Fra Giovanni Muzzarelli, was sternly rebuked for misplaced mercy by the Roman congregation, and was speedily replaced by one of severer temper. Impostors, likewise, were not unknown, as appears in the career of Francesco Giuseppe Bori, a brilliant but dissolute scion of a noble Milanese house. A misadventure in Rome forced him to take asylum in a church, where, in recognition of the mercy of God, he changed his life. He soon had visions and revelations from which he constructed a new theology, showing an intimate acquaintance with the mysteries of the Trinity and of the universe. That Saint Anne was conceived by the operation of the Spirit and the Virgin consequently was deity, was one of the 20 errors set forth in his sentence. Moreover, he had been selected to found the kingdom of the highest, in which all mankind would be brought under papal rule, and the world would live in peace for 1,000 years. The philosopher's stone, of which he had the secret, would furnish the means of raising the papal armies, in the leadership of which he would be guided by Saint Michael. Rome soon became dangerous for the new prophet, and in 1655 he transferred his propaganda to Milan, where he founded a secret mystical order, the members of which were trained in meditation and mental prayer, pledged themselves to shed their blood in the execution of the work, and, what was more to the purpose, contributed all their property to the common fund. The Milanese inquisitor got wind of the new sect and arrested some of the members. Bori thought of raising a tumult, but decided in favor of the safer alternative of flight. His case was transferred to the Roman congregation which cited him, March 20th, 1659, to appear within 90 days, and then tried him in absentia, with the result that his effigy, with all his impious writings, was burnt on January 3rd, 1661. His dupes were duly prosecuted, but seem not to have been severely punished. Meanwhile, he was starting on a fresh career in northern Europe, as a man possessed of all the secrets of alchemy and medicine, with a success that even Cagliostro might have envied. Strasbourg and Amsterdam had reason to repent of his seductive arts. In Hamburg, Christina of Sweden furnished him with means to prosecute the work of the Grand Arcanum. Frederick III of Denmark lavished large sums on him and even made him chief political adviser, which aroused the hatred of the heir apparent Christian V, on whose accession in 1670 he was obliged to save his life by flight. He sought to find refuge in Turkey, but in Moravia, when within a day's journey of the frontier, he was arrested by mistake, on suspicion of complicity in a conspiracy in Vienna. There, the papal nuncio recognized and claimed him, but Leopold I, whose favor he had speedily acquired by his chemical marvels, surrendered him only on condition that his life should be spared. Before the Inquisition, he confessed his errors and attributed them to diabolical inspiration, and his sentence, September 25th, 1672, was merely to perpetual prison and certain spiritual penances. Even here his good luck befriended him, for Cardinal d'Estrees, the influential ambassador of Louis XIV, in dangerous illness, asked to consult him and, on recovery, procured his transfer to easier confinement in the castle of St. Angelo, where he was allowed special privileges and sometimes to go out and visit the sick. There he remained until his death, August 20th, 1695, just a century before Cagliostro came to the same end. Although the Roman Inquisition issued no general denunciations, there was a surveillance kept over the votaries of mental prayer and contemplation in view of the extravagances to which they might be led when, abandoning themselves wholly to God, they felt themselves irresponsible for what God might cause them to do in the rapture of quietism. There was a little community of this kind formed in Genoa, where they were known as sequere me, from the phrase used when addressing those who they elected to join them. Under the lead of a Trinitarian friar, they bought a house in the suburbs where they lived in the utmost austerity, devoting themselves to contemplation. Thus came visions and revelations that the Church was to be reformed through them by a new pope, of whom they were to be the apostles. One of them communicated this to a vicar of the Inquisition, who promptly reported to the tribunal. They were all summoned before it. Some went into ecstasies, and, as a body, they threatened the inquisitor with the vengeance of God, and were thrown into prison. The congregation of the Inquisition ordered their prosecution, which resulted in their being adjudged to be crazy rather than evil-minded. The friar was deprived of active and passive voice in his order, and the rest were dismissed with threats of the galleys if they reassembled and continued to wear the habit which they had adopted. More persistent was the sect known as the Pelagini, which, about 1650, developed itself in the Val Camonica and spread throughout Lombardy. Giacomo Filippo di Santa Pelagia was a layman of Milan, highly esteemed for conspicuous piety. From Marco Morosini, bishop of Brescia, 1645 to 1654, he obtained permission to found conventicles or oratories in the Val Camonica, but it shows that mental prayer was regarded as a dangerous exercise when Morosini imposed the condition that it should not be practiced in these little assemblies. The prohibition was disregarded, and the devotees largely gave themselves up to contemplation, with the result that they had trances and revelations. They threw off subjection to their priests and were accused of claiming that mental prayer was essential to salvation, that none but Pelagini could be saved, that those who practiced it became impeccable, that laymen could preach and hear confessions, that indulgences were worthless, and that God, through them, would reform the world. In 1654, Cardinal Pietro Ottoboni, afterwards Alexander VIII, obtained the see of Brescia and by accident discovered some colporteurs distributing the Catechism of Calvin, along with the tracts of the Pelagini. In March 1656, he sent to the Valcamonica 3 commissioners with verbal instructions and armed with full powers, who temporarily suppressed the oratories and made a number of arrests. But the Inquisition intervened, taking the affair out of his hands and prosecuting the leaders. We hear nothing more of Filippo, except that he never was condemned. He probably died early in the history of the sect, and his memory was cherished as that of a saint with thaumaturgic power. In 1686, the archpriest of Morbegno, in the Valtelline, was found to be distributing relics of him and collecting materials for his life and miracles, all of which he was obliged to abandon, after obeying a summons from Calci, the inquisitor of Como. There were also inquiries made of the provost of Talamona as to his motives in keeping a picture of Filippo and whether it was prayed to. After Filippo's disappearance, we hear of Francesco Catanei and the archpriest Marc Antonio Ricaldini as leaders of the sect. But Agostino Ricaldini, a brother of the latter and a married layman, was really the center around which it gathered. In Ottoboni's prosecution, he was imprisoned in 1656 and thrice tortured, and on September 19, 1660, he was sentenced by the Brescia tribunal to exile from the Valcamonica and was relegated to Treviso. Persisting in his errors, he was again tried in Treviso, obliged to abjure de vehementi, and sentenced to perpetual prison, while a book which he had written was publicly burnt. How long his imprisonment lasted does not appear, but in 1680 we find him living in Treviso under surveillance of the episcopal vicar general. If Ottoboni and the Inquisition fancied that they had crushed the sect, they were mistaken. It maintained a secret existence for over 20 years, which enabled it to spread far beyond its original seat, and, about 1680, it had associations and oratories for mental prayer established in Brescia, Verona, Vicenza, Treviso, Padua, Pesaro, Lucca, and doubtless many other places, while its votaries expected it to spread through the world. Ricaldini at Treviso was busy in corresponding with the heads of the associations and receiving their visits. In Brescia, Bartolomeo Bona, priest of San Rocco, presided over an oratory of 60 members and was even said to have 600 souls under his direction. They were called Pellegrini di San Rocco. They practiced mental prayer assiduously and had even procured an episcopal license for the association. In Verona, Giovanni Battista Bonioli guided a membership of 30 disciples, many of them persons of high consideration. For the most part, the devotees seemed to have been quiet and pious folk, humbly seeking salvation by the interior way, but there were some who were given to extravagance. Margherita Rossi had visions and revelations, strangely repeating portions of the fantastic theology of Bori, and when written out by a believer, Don Giovanni Antonio, it was not difficult to extract from them 134 errors, concerning which she was tortured as to intention as well as in caput alienum. 2 others, Cosimo Dolci and Francesco Nigra, had visions and prophetic insight for which the latter was sentenced in 1684 to 5 years' incarceration. The sect could not continue spreading indefinitely without discovery. In 1682, the Inquisition suddenly awoke to the necessity of action, and it repeated an edict which it had issued in 1656, forbidding all oratories and assemblages for mental prayer. Ricaldini felt his position critical, for he had abjured de vehementi and was liable to the stake for relapse. He disappeared from Treviso, and all that the Inquisition could learn was that he was somewhere on the Swiss border. At length, in 1684, his retreat was found to be Chiaro, in the Valtelline, and Antonio Cecciotti, Inquisitor of Brescia, made fruitless attempts to induce the authorities of the Valtelline and the Podesta of Brescia to unite in procuring his extradition, but in March 1685, Cecciotti had the mortification to learn that he had died on the previous October 6th, having received all the sacraments and with the repute of a most pious Christian. The prominent Pelagini were duly prosecuted, but there seems to have been little vindictiveness aroused in regard to them, and little heresy attributable to them. The punishments inflicted were light, for we hear in 1685 of Bona, one of the leaders, having returned to his district and living in retirement, and of Belleri, another, being in the Valcamonica, where the bishop had appointed him missionary for the whole district. Evidently, the disciples must have escaped with a warning. What the ecclesiastical authorities objected to was not mysticism and its long-accepted practices, but organization, more or less secret under leaders outside of the hierarchy and free from its supervision, when heated brains, under divine inspiration, indulged in dreams of regenerating the church. It was not until the case of Molinos had called attention to other dangers that there came from Rome strict orders for the suppression of all oratories and the practice of mental prayer, that rapture of meditation which had been the distinguishing habit of mystics through the ages. End of Section 8. Recording by Justin Thomas James.
Section 9 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action, Mysticism, Part 9. Miguel de Molinos was a Spaniard born probably about 1630 at Muniesa, Teruel. After obtaining at Coimbra the degree of Doctor of Theology, he came to Rome in 1665 in connection with the canonization, probably of San Pedro Arbues, who was beatified in 1668. There he speedily acquired distinction as a confessor and spiritual director. Innocent XI prized him so highly as to give him apartments in the papal palace. The noblest women placed themselves under his care. His reputation spread throughout Italy, and his correspondence became enormous. On the day of his arrest, it is said that the postage on the letters delivered that day at his house amounted to 23 ducats. He made a small charge to cover expenses, and in the sequestration of his property, there were found 4,000 gold crowns derived from this source. The letters seized were reported variously as numbering 12 or 20,000, of which 200 were from Christina of Sweden and 2,000 from the Princess Borghese. The mysticism, which proved so attractive when set forth by his winning personality, had in it, ostensibly at least, nothing that had not long since received approbation of the Church in the writings of the great Spanish mystics and of Saint François de Sales. It is true that Molinos dropped the machinery of ecstasies and visions, which loom so largely in the writings of Santa Teresa, and confined his way of perfection to the Brahmanical ideal of the annihilation of sense and intellect, the mystic silence of death, in which speech and thought and desire are no more, and in which God speaks with the soul and teaches it the highest wisdom. This spiritualized hypnotism was in no way original with Molinos, but was the goal which all the mystic saints sought to attain. To reach it, he tells us the soul must abandon itself wholly to God. It must make no resistance to the thoughts or impulses which God might send or allow Satan to send. If assailed by intruding or sensual thoughts, they should not be opposed, but be quietly contemned, and the resultant suffering be offered as sacrifice to God. This was the quietism, Spanish dejamiento, which was subsequently condemned so severely. There is no question that it had its dangers if the senses were allowed to control the spirit, and the adversaries of Molinos made the most of it. But he taught that the soul must overcome temptations through patience and resignation. When souls have acquired control of themselves, he says, if a temptation attacks them, they soon overcome it. Passions cannot hold out against the divine strength which fills them. Even if the violence is continued and is supported by suggestions of the enemy, the soul gains the victory and enjoys the infinite resultant benefit. All this Molinos was allowed to teach for years in the Holy City with general applause, though it had been persecuted in the Pelagini. In 1675, at the height of his popularity, he embodied his doctrine in the Guida Spirituale, a little volume which came forth with the emphatic approbation of 5 distinguished theologians, 4 of them consultors or censors of the Inquisition, and all of them men of high standing in their respective orders of Franciscans, Trinitarians, Jesuits, Carmelites, and Capuchins. The book had immediate and wide circulation and was translated into many languages. Even in Spain, there was a Madrid edition in 1676, one at Zaragoza in 1677, and another at Seville as late as 1685 without exciting animadversion. Yet, such a career as that of Molinos could not continue indefinitely without exciting hostility, nonetheless dangerous because prudently concealed. His immense success was provocative of envy, and if mystic contemplation was largely adopted as the surest path to salvation, what was to be the result on the infinite variety of exterior works to which Church owed so much of its power and wealth? It was found that in many nunneries in Rome, whose confessors had adopted his views, the inmates had cast aside their rosaries and chaplets, and depended wholly on contemplation. It was observed that at Mass the mystic devotees did not raise their eyes at the elevation of the host or gaze on the holy images, but pursued uninterruptedly their mental prayer. Molinos gave further occasion for criticism by a tract on daily communion, in which he asserted that a soul, secure that it was not in mortal sin, could safely partake of the sacrament without previous confession, a doctrine which, however theologically defensible, threatened, if extensively practiced, largely to diminish the authority of the priesthood, while encouraging the sinner to settle his account directly with God. To attack as a heretic a man so universally respected and so firmly entrenched as Molinos might well seem desperate, and it is not surprising that the credit for the work was attributed to the Jesuits, as the only body daring and powerful enough. The current story is that, having resolved upon it, they procured Père Lachaise to induce Louis XIV to order his ambassador, Cardinal d'Estrees, to labor unceasingly for the removal of the scandal caused by the teaching of Molinos. Whether this was so is doubtful, but it is certain that the first attack came from the Jesuit, and that d'Estrees, who had professed the warmest admiration for Molinos, became his unrelenting persecutor. The campaign was opened in 1678 when Gottardo Bellomo, Society of Jesus, issued at Modena a work on the comparative value of ordinary and mystic prayer, which was duly denounced to the Inquisition. Molinos had been made to recognize in various ways the coming storm, and he sought to conjure it in a fashion which revealed his conscious weakness. February 16, 1680, he addressed to the Jesuit General Oliva a long exculpatory letter. He had not attacked the society, but had always held it in the highest honor, and when in Valencia the university had forbidden the Jesuit college to teach theology, he was the only one who has disobeyed the order and come to its aid. He had never decried the spiritual exercises of Loyola, but had recognized the vast good accomplished by them, though he held that, for those suited to it, contemplation was better than meditation. He had for some years been persecuted and stigmatized as a heretic in writing and preaching by the most distinguished member of the society, but he rejoiced in this and only prayed God for those who reviled him, nor in his defense of the Guida had he sought aught but the glory of God, and so far from defending beggars and Illuminati, he had always condemned them. Evidently, the work of Jesuits in discrediting him had been active and better organized than the records show, and he thought it wiser to disarm, if possible, rather than to struggle with the adversaries so powerful. Oliva's answer of February 28th was by no means reassuring. He complimented Molinos on his Christian spirit in returning good for evil, and on the flattering terms bestowed on the society and its founder. He had never read the books of Molinos and could not speak of them with knowledge, but if they corresponded with his letter, his disciples were doing him great wrong in applying his system of contemplation, of which only the rarest souls were capable, indiscriminately to nuns and worldly young women. Finally, he could not understand why so distinguished a member of the society as Padre Bellomo should have been brought before the congregation of the Index, and he gave infinite thanks to God for defending him before it. Promptly on the next day, February 29th, Molinos replied to this discouraging epistle. At much length he disculpated himself for writings and sayings falsely attributed to him. He held meditation in the highest esteem as an exercise suited to all. The loftiest form of contemplation was a gift of God bestowed on the rare souls fitted for it. He again spoke of the persecution to which he was exposed, and as for Padre Bellomo, whom he did not know, if his doctrine was as sound as represented by Oliva, God would enlighten his ministers to recognize it. Oliva's rejoinder to this on March 2nd would appear to be written in a style of studied obscurity, saying much and meaning little, but one passage reveals a source of Jesuit enmity in alluding to the number of convents which had passed out of the direction of the society to practice the new method. The efforts of Molinos to propitiate his enemies had only encouraged them by confession of weakness. The next step was dexterous one. Padre Paolo Segneri was not only the most popular Jesuit preacher in Italy, but his favor with Innocent XI was almost as great as that of Molinos. He was selected as the next athlete, and in 1680 he issued a little volume, Concordia tra la fatica e la quiete nell'orazione, in which he argued that the highest life is that which combines activity with contemplation. He was promptly answered by Pietro Matteo Petrucci, an ardent admirer of Molinos, who was rewarded by Innocent with the see of Iesi. Segneri rejoined in a lettera di risposta al Signor Ignazio Battellini, and the controversy was fairly joined. A more aggressive antagonist was the Minorite Padre Alessandro Reggio, whose Clavis Aurea qua apperiuntur errores Michaelis de Molinos appeared in 1682, and boldly argued that the Guida revived the condemned errors of Beggars, that Quietism destroyed all conceptions of the Trinity, while the practice of prayer without works was destructive of all pious observances prescribed by the Church, and the teaching that temptation should be endured without resistance was dangerous and contrary to Scripture and to the doctors. Petrucci responded vigorously, while Molinos remained silent. He had at least the advantage of official support, for Bellomo's book was forbidden donne corrigatur, Segneri's lettera and Clavis Aurea was condemned unconditionally, and Segneri's Concordia, while it escaped the Index, was quietly forbidden, and he was instructed to revise it. The Jesuits, however, were not the only body interested in the downfall of Molinos. There is a curious anonymous tract devoted to explaining what it calls the sacred policy of the Quietists, assuming their main object to be the destruction of all religious orders, and especially of the Dominicans and Franciscans. Apparently taking advantage of the development of Pelagini about this time, it asserts that the Quietists had organized conventicles and oratories throughout Italy, that they had a common treasury in which 14,000 ducats were found, that they flattered the secular clergy and sought to unite them in opposition to the regulars, whom they systematically decried, raking together all the stories of their corruption and ignorance. In short, Quietism was a deep-laid conspiracy through which Molinos expected to revolutionize the Church and reduce the religious orders to impotence. The only importance of the tract is as a manifestation of the attitude of the regulars toward Molinos and the hostility aroused by his success in winning from them, for his disciples, directorships of souls, which was their special province. The enormous influence of the elements thus combining for his destruction left little doubt of the result. The first open attack was made in June 1682, when Cardinal Caraccioli, Archbishop of Naples, a pupil of the Jesuits, reported to the Pope that he found his diocese deeply infected with this new Quietism, subversive of the received prescription of the Church, and he asked instruction for its suppression. Nor was he alone in this, for similar appeals came from other Italian bishops. Molinos was too firmly established in the papal favor for this to dislodge him, but the hostile forces gradually gathered strength, and in November 1684, the Congregation of the Inquisition formally assumed the consideration of the matter. At its head was Cardinal Ottoboni, a fanatic whose experience with the Pelagini, when Bishop of Brescia, had sharpened his hatred of mysticism. The spirit in which he conducted the inquest was revealed in a memorandum in his handwriting of the points to be elaborated in the next day's meeting of the congregation, that this heresy is the worst of all, and if left alone will become inextinguishable, that it is spreading in Spain through Archbishop of Seville and in France with many books of the most dangerous nature, that it destroys the Catholic faith and all the religious orders, that in Jesi the canons and cura of the cathedral keep a school for its propagation, that a rich and powerful citizen of Jesi threatens the witnesses, and that a vigorous commissioner must be sent there, that the monastery of Faenza and Ravenna was infected, and one in Ferrara had a Quietist confessor, that the pestilence calls for fire and steel. In a court presided over by so bitter a persecutor, the judgment was foreordained. For a while the contending forces seemed to have been equally balanced, and 8 months was spent in gathering testimony sufficient to justify arrest. At last, on July 3, 1685, at a meeting of congregation, Cardinal d'Estrees insisted that no one should leave the chamber until the arrest was ordered and executed. This was agreed to. The spirit was dispatched, and Molinos was lodged in the prison of the Inquisition. Yet, when on November 9th the Spanish Holy Office condemned the Guia Espirituale as containing propositions savoring of heresy and Illuminism, the congregation addressed to the Pope a vigorous protest against its action on a matter which was still under consideration at headquarters. End of section 9. Section 10 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4 by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action, Mysticism, Part 10. The influence of Queen Christina, we are told, was exerted to procure for Molinos better treatment than was usual with prisoners. Of the details of the trial we know little or nothing, but as tortures were habitual in Roman Inquisition, it was not probable that he was spared. As his books had not been condemned, the evidence employed was drawn exclusively from the immense mass of his correspondences and manuscripts, which had been seized, the deposition of witnesses and his own confessions,
so that we are unable to judge how far it justified the conclusions set forth in the sentence, though from the manner in which that discriminates between what he admitted and what he denied, it is but fair to assume that it represents correctly the evidence before the tribunal. The trial was necessarily prolonged. In his defense, interrogatories were forwarded to Zaragoza and Valencia in 1687, where his witnesses were duly examined. 263 erroneous propositions were extracted by the censors from the mass of matter before them, to which he of course was required to answer in detail, and these seems to have been condensed into 19 for consideration of the congregation. Petrucci was threatened, and his elevation to the cardinalate, September 2, 1686, was ascribed to the desire of Innocent to save him from persecution. Shortly afterwards, two of the principal assistants of Molinos, the brothers Leoni of Como, of whom Simone was a priest and Antonio Maria was a tailor, was arrested. Then on February 9, 1687, followed the arrest of the Count and Countess Vespiniani, of Paolo Locke, confessor of the Princess Borghese, and of 70 others, causing general consternation, not diminished by the subsequent imprisonment of some 200 more. The congregation was doing its work thoroughly, and it was even said that on February 13th, it appointed a commission which examined the Pope himself. A revolution in the traditional standard of orthodoxy could not be effected without compromising multitudes, and the victors were determined that their victory should be complete. On February 15th, Cardinal Cibo, the Secretary of Congregation, addressed to all bishops of Italy a circular stating that in many places there exist or were forming associations called spiritual conferences under ignorant directors who, with maxims of exquisite perfection, misled them into most pernicious errors, resulting in manifest heresy and abominable immorality. The bishops were therefore ordered to investigate, and if such assemblies are found, to abolish them forthwith, taking moreover especial care that this pestilence was not allowed to infect the monasteries. There could be but one end to the trial. Every possible accusation was brought against Molinos, even to a foolish, self-laudatory speech made to the sbirri who arrested him, and his admiring certain anagrams made of his name. One charge which he denied was his giving to a certain person the soiled shirts in which he had come from Spain, saying that after his death it would be a great relic. He seems to have responded with the candor to the various articles, denying some and admitting others. Of the articles, the most important was his justifying the sacrilege of breaking images and crucifixes, depreciating religious vows, and dissuading persons from entering religious orders, saying that vows destroyed perfection, that by prayer of quiet the soul is rendered not only sinless but impeccable, for it is deprived of freedom when God operates it, wishing us sometimes to sin and offend him, and the demon moves the members to indecent acts, that the three ways of the Spirit hitherto described by the doctors are absurd, and that there is but one, the interior way, that he had formed conventicles of men and women, and permitted them to perform immoral acts and to eat flesh on fast days. He admitted excusing the breaking of images and crucifixes. He denied depreciation of solemn vows, but admitted it as respects private ones, and he had only dissuaded from entering religion those whom he knew would create scandal. He denied teaching that in quietism the soul becomes impeccable, but only that it did not consent to act of sin, and he said that he knew many persons practicing it who lived many years without committing even venial sin. He denied also that quietism deprived the soul of free will, but said that in that perfect union with God, it was God who worked and not the faculties. And when he said that God sometimes wished sin, he meant material sin as distinguished from the formal, and that the demon, as God's instrument to mortify the flesh and purify the soul, causes sometimes the hand and other members to perform lascivious acts. He denied condemning the three ways of the Spirit, having meant only that the interior way was so much more perfect that the others were negligible by comparison. He denied forming conventicles in which lascivious acts were permitted, and he had excluded some persons who would not refrain from them. He admitted eating flesh on prohibited days, and that he had not perfectly observed a single Lent since he came to Rome, but said that this was by license of his physician. He confessed that for many years he had practiced the most indecent act with two women, the details of which need not be repeated. He had not deemed this sinful, but a purification of the soul, and that in them he enjoyed a closer union with God. These were merely acts of senses in which the higher faculties had no part, as they were united with God. When he was told that these were propositions heretical, bestial, and scandalous, he replied that he submitted himself in all things to the Holy Office, recognizing that its lights were superior to his own. A sentence of condemnation was inevitable. It was drawn up August 20, 1689. On the 28th, an inquisitorial decree was signed embodying 68 propositions, drawn from the evidence and confessions, which were condemned as heretical, suspect, erroneous, scandalous, blasphemous, offensive to pious ears, subversive of Christian discipline, and seditious. They were not to be taught or practiced under pain of deprivation of office and benefits and perpetual disability, and of an anathema reserved to the Holy See. All the writings of Molinos, in whatever language, was forbidden to be printed, possessed, or read, and all copies were under the same penalties to be surrendered to the inquisitors and bishops, who were to burn them. This was posted in the usual places on September 3rd, the day fixed for the auto de fede in which Molinos was to appear. Under a heavy guard he was brought on the previous evening from the inquisitorial prison to the church of Santa Maria sopra Minerva, in which the auto was to be celebrated. In the morning, in the room next to the sacristy, he was exhibited to some curious persons of distinction, eliciting from him an expression of indignation, construed on indicating how little he felt of real repentance. This was confirmed by what followed, explicable possibly by Spanish imperturbability, but more probably by the quietism which led him to regard himself as the passive instrument of God's will, and superbly indifferent to whatever might befall him, as long as his soul was wrapped in the joys of mystic death, which he had taught as the summum bonum. Called upon to order a meal, he specified one which, in quantity and quality, might satisfy the most voracious gourmet, and after partaking of it, he lay down to a refreshing siesta until he was roused to take his place on the platform, where, in spite of his manacles, his bearing was that of a judge and not of a convict. The vast church was thronged to its farthest corner with all that was notable in Rome, including 23 cardinals, and the spacious piazza in front and all the neighboring streets were crowded. An indulgence of 15 days and 15 quarantines had been proclaimed for all in attendance, but in Rome, where plenary indulgences could be had on almost every day in the year by merely visiting churches, this could not account for the eagerness which brushed aside the Swiss guards stationed at the portals, requiring a reinforcement of troops and resulting in considerable bloodshed. As the long sentence was read, with its details of Molinos' enormities occupying 2 hours, it was interrupted with the frequent roar of "Burn him," led by an enthusiastic cardinal and echoed by the mob outside. Through all this, we are told, his effrontery never failed him, which was reckoned as an infallible sign of his persistent perversity. The sentence concluded by declaring him convicted as a dogmatizing heretic, but as he had professed himself repentant and had implored mercy and pardon, it ordered him to abjure his heresies and to be rigidly imprisoned with the San Benito for life, without hope of release, and to perform certain spiritual exercises. This was duly executed, and he lingered, it was said, repentant, until his death, December 28, 1696. The day after the auto de fede, his disciples performed their abjuration. There was no desire to deal harshly with them, and they were dismissed with trivial penances, except the brothers Leoni. Simone the priest, who had been a popular confessor, was sentenced to 10 years' imprisonment. Antonia Maria the tailor, who had been a traveling missionary and organizer, was incarcerated for life. There was still another victim, the secretary of Molinos, Pedro Peña, arrested May 9, 1687, for defending his master. He was fully convicted of quietism, and on March 16, 1689, he was condemned to lifelong prison. There still remained the publication to Christendom of new position assumed by the Holy See toward mysticism. The 68 propositions condemned in the inquisitorial decree of August 28 were printed in the vernacular and placed on sale, but were speedily suppressed. There must still have been opposition in the Sacred College, or on the part of Innocent XI, or the bull Coelesti Pastor was not drawn up and signed until November 20th, and was not finally published to the world until February 19, 1688. This recited the same series of propositions and condemnation of Molinos, and confirmed the decree of August 28th. The propositions condemned consisted, for the most part, of the unattainable extravagancies of quietism, including impeccability and the sinlessness of acts committed while the soul was absorbed with God, but it was impossible to do this without condemning much that had been taught and practiced by the mystic saints, and there were no saving clauses to differentiate lawful from unlawful converse of the soul with its Creator. The Church broke definitely with mysticism, and by implication gave the faithful to understand that salvation was to be sought in the beaten track through the prescribed observances and under the guidance of the hierarchical organization. This change of front was emphasized in various ways. Innocent favor saved Cardinal Petrucci from formal prosecution. To the vexation of the Inquisition, his case was referred to 4 cardinals, Cibo, Ottoboni, Casanate, and Azzolini. He professed himself ready to retract whatever the Pope objected to, and though the Inquisition held an abjuration to be necessary, he was not required to make it. He was relegated to Iesi and then recalled to Rome, where he was kept under surveillance. He could not, moreover, escape the mortification of seeing the books which had been so warmly approved, condemned by the decree of February 5, 1688. Many other works which had long passed current as recognized aids to devotion were similarly treated, those of Benedetto Bissia, Juan Falconi, François Malaval, and of numerous others, even the Opera della Divina Grazia of the Dominican Tommaso Minghini, himself Inquisitor General of Ferrara and author of the Rigole del Tribunal del Santo Officio, which long remained the standard guide in the tribunals. What had been accepted as the highest expression of religious devotion had suddenly become heresy. Apparently, it was not until May 1689 that instruction was sent to everywhere to demand the surrender of all books of Molinos and to report anyone suspected of Molinism. End of section 10. Section 11 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea.
A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action, Mysticism, Part 11. Persecution received a fresh impulse when Cardinal Ottoboni, as Alexander VIII succeeded Innocent XI, October 6, 1689. Bernino tells us that he appeared to him an angel in looks and an apostle in utterance when he declared that there was no creature in the world so devoid of sense as heretic, for as he was deprived of faith, so also was he of reason. His first care was to remove from office and throw into irremissible prison everyone who was in the slightest degree suspect of Molinism. In this he did not even spare his apostolic camera, for he arrested an apostolic protonotary, and although in the congregation of the Inquisition there were 4 kinsmen of the prisoner, zeal for the faith preponderated over blood. Fortunately, his pontificate lasted for only 16 months, so that he had but limited opportunity for gratification of his ardent fanaticism and scandalous nepotism. In spite of all this, there were still found those who indulged their sensual instinct on the cover of exalted spirituality. In 1698, there was in Rome the case of a priest named Pietro Paolo di San Giovanni Evangelista, who had already been tried by the tribunals of Naples and Spoleto, so that his career must have been prolonged, while references to a Padre Benigno and Padre Filippo del Rio show that he was not alone. He had ecstasies and following of devotees. He taught that communion could be taken without preliminary confession, and that when the spirit was united with God, whatever acts the interior part might commit were not sins. He freely confessed to a practice of indescribable obscenity with his female penitents, whom he assured afterwards that they were as pure as the Blessed Virgin. He was sentenced to perpetual prison without hope of release, and to a series of arduous spiritual penances, while Fra Benigno escaped with 7 years of imprisonment. Another development of the same tendencies, probably a survival of Pelagini, was discovered in Brescia in 1708. The sectaries called themselves disciples of St. Augustine, engaged in vindicating his opinion on predestination and grace, but they were popularly known as Beccarellists, from 2 brothers, priests of the name of Beccarelli, whom they regarded as their leaders. For 25 years, that is, since the ostensible suppression of Pelagini, the sect had been secretly spreading itself throughout Lombardy, where it was said to number some 42,000 members, including many nobles and wealthy families and ecclesiastics of position. They had a common treasury and a regular organization, headed by Elder Beccarelli as Pope, with cardinals, apostles, and other dignitaries. The immediate object of the movement, we are told, was to break the power of religious orders and to restore to the secular priesthood the functions of confession and the directions of souls, which it had well nigh lost. But there was taught the quietist doctrines of divine grace to which the devotees rendered all his faculties. This was allowed to operate without resistance, and Beccarelli held that Molinos was the only true teacher of Christian perfection. But we may safely reject as exaggeration the statement that the carnal indulgence was regarded as earning a plenary indulgence applicable to souls in purgatory. Cardinal Badoaro, then Bishop of Brescia, took energetic measures to stamp out this recrudescence of condemned doctrines. The leaders scattered to Switzerland, Germany, and England, while Beccarelli was tried by the Inquisition of Venice and was condemned to 7 years of galley service. Probably the latest victims who paid with their lives for their belief in the efficacy of mental prayer and mystic death were a beguine named Geltruda and a friar named Romualdo, who was burnt in Palermitan Atto di Fede, April 6, 1724, as impenitent Molinist after languishing in jail since 1699. If, in the condemnation of Molinos, mysticism was not wholly condemned, what was lacking was supplied when the duel between 2 glories of Galician Church,
Bossuet and Fenelon induced an appeal to the Holy See. Beyond the Alps, mystic ardor was not widely diffused in the 17th century, yet there were those who revelled in the agonies and bliss of the interior way. Saint François de Sales, who died in 1622, was beatified in 1661 and canonized in 1665, taught quietism as pronounced as that of Molinos, although he avoided the application to sensuality. The soul abandoned itself wholly to God. When divine love took possession of it, God deprived it of all human desires, even for spiritual consolations, exercise of piety, and the perfection of virtue. He said that he had scarce a desire, and if he were to live again, he would have none. If God came to him, he would go to meet him, but if God did not come, he would remain quiescent and would not seek God. Freedom of spirit consisted in the detachment from everything to submit to the will of God, caring neither for places or persons or the practice of virtue. It followed that the soul, absorbed in divine love, had nothing to ask of God. It rested in the quiet of contemplation, while vocal prayer and all the received observances of religion were cast aside, as fitted only for those who had not attained this mystic altitude. Then there was Antoinette Brignon, 1616 to 1680, who in her voluminous writings taught the supremacy of the interior light, the abandonment of faculties to the will of God, and the utter renunciation of self in the ardor of divine love. There was Jean de Verigny-Loubigny, 1602 to 1659, whose writings had immense circulation and whose views as mystic death were virtually the same as those of Molinos. All this and others taught and wrote without interference, save from polemics, such as those of Père Archange Ripaud, guardian of the Capuchin convent of Saint-Jacques in Paris, who devoted a volume of near 1,000 pages to their refutation and reprobation. If we are to believe him, these superhuman heights of spirituality were accompanied in France as elsewhere with sensuality. The condemnation of Molinos and 68 propositions attributed to him naturally attracted attention to the more or less quietistic development of mysticism, but it is probable that no action on the subject would have taken in France had not personal motives suggest the persecution of one who chanced at the moment to be the most prominent representative of the interior way, that very curious personality, Jean-Marie Bouvier de la Motte-Guyon, whose autobiography, written with a frank absence of reserve, affords a living picture of self-inflicted martyrdom endured in the struggle to emancipate the soul from the ties of earth. When she reached the final stage, she tells us that formerly God was in her, now she was in him, plunged in his immensity without sight or light or knowledge. She was lost in him as a wave in the ocean. Her soul was as leaf or a feather borne by the wind, abandoning itself to the operation of God in all that it did, exteriorly or interiorly. She acquired the faculty of working miraculous cures, and her power over demons was such that, if she were in hell, they would all abandon it. At times the plenitude of grace was so superabundant and so oppressive that she could only lie speechless in bed. It so swelled her that her clothes would be torn, and she could find relief only by discharging the surplus on others. It is beyond our province to enter into the miserable story of her persecutions, commenced by some of her relatives and carried on by Bossuet, leading to her reclusion in convents and imprisonment in Vincennes and the Bastille. It suffices for us that her influence stimulated Fenelon's tendency to mysticism and converted into bitter hostility the friendship between him and Bossuet. A commission appointed to examine her doctrine and headed by Bossuet drew up in 1694 a list of 34 errors of mysticism, which Fenelon willingly signed and which Bossuet and Noyer, then Bishop of Chalon-sur-Marne, issued with instructions for their diocese, including condemnations of the Guide of Molinos, the pratique facile of Malaval, Règles associées de l'enfant Jésus, the Annales of Lacombe, and Madame Guillon's Moincourt and Cantique de Cantique. By this time, Madame Guillon had been put out of the way, and the matter might have been allowed to rest under the comprehensive definition of the bull Coelestis Pastor, but Bossuet's combative spirit had been aroused, and he was determined to crush out all vestiges of mysticism, heedless of what Church had accepted for centuries. He drew up an instruction on the various kinds of prayer, in which he pointed out, in vigorous terms, the dangers attendant on contemplation. Noailles, now Archbishop of Paris, signed it with him, and they invited Fenelon to join, but he refused, in spite of entreaties and remonstrances, for it attributed to Madame Guyon all that was most objectionable in Illuminism. The breach between the friends had commenced, and it widened irrevocably when Fenelon, in justification of himself, published in February 1697 his Explication de Maxime de Saint sur la vie intérieure, with the letter to Madame de Maintenon, adverting sharply on Bossuet's injustice. The book was based chiefly on the utterances of Saint François de Sales, but it carefully guarded the practice of quietism from all objectionable deductions. There was no self-abandonment to temptations and no claims of impeccability. Souls of highest altitude could commit mortal sin. They were bound daily to ask God for forgiveness, to detest their sins and seek remission, not for mercenary motive or their own salvation, but in obedience to the wishes of God. It is true that they were not tied down to formal observances, but vocal prayer was not to be decried, though its value depended upon its being animated by internal prayer. The indifference, which was the point most objected to in quietism, was greatly limited by Fenelon. The senseless determination to wish for nothing was an impious resistance to the known will of God, and to all the impulses of His grace. It is true that the advanced soul wishes nothing for itself, but it wishes everything for God. It does not wish perfection or happiness for itself, but it wishes all perfection of happiness so far as it pleases God to make us wish for those things by the impulsion of His grace. In this highest state, the soul does not wish salvation in its own interest, but wishes it for the glory and good pleasure of God, as a thing which He wishes and wishes us to wish for His sake. It is difficult to see what objection could be raised to a quietism thus strictly limited and guarded, and no one who compares the Maxime de Saint with extravagancies of great mystic saints can fail to recognize that the violent quarrel which arose was purely personal matter. In this, Fenelon defended himself with dignity and moderation, while the violence of Bossuet's attack sometimes bordered on the truculence. He was secure in the support of court. Louis XIV had been won over, and it soon became to him a matter of personal pride to overcome all resistance to his will. Fenelon was banished to his diocese of Cambrai, and deprived of his position of preceptor to the royal children, showing that he was in complete disgrace and warning all time-servers to abandon him. It was soon evident that the matter would have to be settled in Rome. Bossuet sent an advanced copy of his instruction to Innocent XII, pointing out that he was applying in France the principles affirmed in the condemnation of Molinus. Fenelon followed his example, and on April 27 sent the Maxim stating that he submitted to the judgment of the Holy See. The Curia gladly accepted the task, rejoiced at the opportunity of intervening authoritatively in a quarrel within the Galician Church. Fenelon was refused permission to go to Rome and defend himself, but he had a powerful protector in the person of Cardinal de Bouillon, then French ambassador and a member of the Congregation of the Inquisition, who loyally stood by him even at the expense of a rebuke from his royal master. He also secured the support of Jesuits whose Collège de Clermont had approved of Maxime and who promised to manifest as much energy in his defense as they had shown in procuring the condemnation of Cornelis Jansen. These weighty influences might secure delay and discussion, but they could not control the result against the overmastering pressure of such monarch as Louis XIV, who on July 27, 1697, wrote to the Pope that he had had the Maxime examined and it was pronounced très mauvais et très dangereux, wherefore he asked to have judgment pronounced on it without delay. Then, on May 16, 1698, the nuncios at Paris reported that King complained of the delay. It was in contempt of his person and crown, and if Rome did not act promptly, he would take such measures as he saw fit. Threats such as this was not to be lightly disregarded, and still more ominous was an autograph letter to the Pope, December 23rd, expressing his displeasure at the prolongation of the case and urging its speedy conclusion. To Bossuet's representative and Grand Vicar, the Abbé Philippot, we owe a minute report of long contest which afford an interesting inside view of the conduct of such affairs, showing how little regard was paid to the principles involved and how completely the result depended on intrigue and influence. The case passed through its regular stages. A commission of 7 consultors have been found, to whom, after struggle, 3 were added. These disputed at much length over 37 propositions extracted from the book, and when at length they made their report to the congregation of the Inquisition, they stood 5 to 5, showing that each side had succeeded in putting equal number of friends on the commission. In the congregation, the struggle was renewed and continued through 38 sessions. Had the fate of Europe had been at stake, the matter could not have been more warmly contested. At length, the inevitable condemnation was voted, and then came a fresh contest over the phraseology of decree. Bossuet's agents were not content with the simple condemnation of 23 propositions and the prohibition of the book, and they struggled vigorously for the clauses condemning and humiliating Fenelon himself, showing how purely personal was the controversy. In this they failed, as well as in the endeavor to have the propositions characterized as heretical. They were only pronounced to be respectively rash, scandalous, ill-sounding, offensive to pious ears, pernicious in practice, and erroneous. The principal doctrine aimed at was that the pure love of God should be wholly disinterested, and that its acts and motives should be divested of all mercenary hope of reward. The brief was finally agreed to on March 12, 1699, and published on the 13th. It was in the form of a motu proprio, which, under the rules in force in France respecting papal decrees, precluded its acceptance and registration by the Parliament. But Louis, ordinarily so tenacious about papal intrusion, found indirect means of eluding the difficulty. Fenelon, however, had not awaited in the cumbrous procedure. In a dignified letter of submission to the Pope, April 4, 1699, he stated that he had already prepared a mandement for his diocese, condemning the book with its 23 propositions, which he would publish as soon as he should receive the royal permission. This was promptly given, and on April 9 he issued it, forbidding the possession and reading of the Maxim, and condemning the propositions, simply, absolutely, and without shadow of restriction. Innocent XII, who had more than once indicated sympathy with Fenelon, responded May 12th in a brief expressing his cordial satisfaction, bestowing on him his loving benediction and invoking the aid of God for his pastoral labors. Bossuet, with the royal assistance, has triumphed at the cost of a stain on his reputation. What the Church has gained in condemning the sublimated speculation of rarefied and impracticable mysticism, it would be hard to say. Yet, as though to indicate that there is no finality in these matters, Pius VI, in 1789,
beatified the blessed Giovanni Giuseppe della Croce, died March 5, 1734, who was much given to contemplation and to the union with God, in which all his faculties were lost, as completely as in the trances of his prototypes, San Juan de la Cruz, or as in the mystic deaths of Molinos. That his mysticism did not forfeit the favor of heaven was shown by his possessing the gift of bilocation, of being in two places at one time, of which numerous instances were cited in the beatification proceedings. End of section 11. Section 12 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action, Mysticism, Part 12. The Spanish Inquisition, which had so long carried on single-handed the struggle against mysticism, watched with satisfaction the Roman proceedings against Molinos. As we have seen, his arrest on July 3, 1685, was promptly followed, November 9th, with the condemnation of the Guida, which for 9 years had been allowed to circulate freely in Spain. The edict pronounced it to contain propositions ill-sounding, offensive to pious ears, rash, savoring of the heresy of the Alumbrados, and some erroneous ones, and the title was denounced as misleading because it spoke only of the interior way. When the sentence of the Roman Inquisition was published September 3, 1687, although as a rule the Spanish Holy Office paid no attention to its decrees, the 68 propositions were speedily translated into the vernacular and widely distributed. On October 11th, 60 copies were sent to Valencia to be posted with orders to print more if they should be required. These were accompanied with an edict commanding obedience and threatening the most rigorous prosecution for remissness, while all the persons were ordered to denounce within 10 days contraventions of any kind coming to their knowledge. The edict was to be published in all churches of the capitals of partidos, and an authentic record of such publication was to be affixed to the doors. In due time, when the bull Coelestis Pastor was issued, it was circulated with the same prescriptions. There was evidently a determination to make the most of this new ally in the struggle with mysticism. The Seville tribunal indeed had not waited for this, as it had already, April 24, 1687, arrested the canon of the Church of San Salvador, José Luis Navarro de Luna y Medina, who was a correspondent of Molinos and had sent him his autobiography in order to obtain instructions for his spiritual guidance. He had previously been deprived of his license as a confessor on charges of imprudent conduct as spiritual director of a nunnery, but Jaime de Palafox, Archbishop of Seville, who was a warm admirer of Molinos, had restored the license, introduced him in all the convents, and adopted him as a confessor of himself and his family. For 4 years, Navarro endured incarceration and the torture which was not spared, but he succumbed at last, confessed, and sought reconciliation. His sentence declared him guilty of the errors of the Lutherans, Calvinists, Arians, Nestorians, Trinitarians, Waldenses, Agapetai, Bayanists, and Alumbrados, besides being a dogmatizer of those of Molinos, with the addition that evil thought arising in prayer should be carried into execution, and also that when his disciples assembled in his house, the light would be extinguished and he would teach doctrines too foul for description. The tribunal itself could scarce have believed all this, for he was only required to abjure, to be deprived of the benefices and functions, to be recluded for 2 years, and to be exiled for 6 more. When the term expired, he returned to Seville, and then, until his death in 1725, he passed his days in the churches, where the Venerable Sacrament was exposed for adoration, carrying with him a hinged stool on which he sat, gazing at the host. He was not the only Molinist in Seville, for in 1689, after 3 years' trial, Fray Pedro de San Jose was condemned as disciples of Molinos for committing obscenities with his penitents and foretelling his election as pope and his suffering under Antichrist, who was already in Jerusalem 20 years old. He was sentenced to obtuse de vehementi, to undergo a circular discipline in his convent, to perpetual deprivation of teaching and confessing, and to 6 years' reclusion in a convent with customary disabilities. Soon afterwards there was penanced in an auto, May 18, 1692, a woman called Ana Ragusa, popularly known as La Pavesa, as an alumbrada and molinista. She had come from Palermo as a missionary to convert the wicked, probably in the train of Palafox, who had been Archbishop of Palermo. She called herself a bride of Christ. She had visions and revelations. She denied the efficacy of masses and fast, and she had the faculty of determining the conditions of conscience by the sense of smell. She escaped with 2 years of reclusion and 6 more of exile. The condemnation of Molinos seems to have stimulated the Inquisition to greater activity in the suppression of mysticism, for cases begin to appear more frequently in the records, and henceforth the term Molinism, to a great extent, takes the place of Illuminism. We hear of a Molinist penanced in a Cordova auto of May 12, 1693, and he cannot have been the only one there, for Fray Francisco de Posadas of that city tells us that he was led to write his book against the carnal errors of Molinos by his experience in the confessional, showing that some of his penitents had been misled by them. The report of the Valencia Tribunal for 1695 contains 3 cases then on trial. The Franciscan, Fray Vicente Celes, had been arrested in 1692. He had led a life exteriorly austere, practicing meditation and contemplation, and he freely admitted that when Molinos was condemned, he held that the Pope was wrongly informed. His overwrought brain gave way under the stress of confinement. At times he was full of religious emotion and solicitous as to his salvation, while at others he was violently insane, performing various crazy freaks. On August 24th, he attempted suicide by dashing his head against a projecting piece of iron, causing a wound so serious that several pieces of skull were discharged, and on February 6, 1693, the surgeons reported his life to be still in danger. He remained melancholico, variable in mood, confessing and retracting, until on October 23rd, he confessed fully to Molinism, naming 11 women with whom he had relations in the confessional, and also admitting unnatural crime and other offences. At the date of report, his trial was still unfinished. Another phase of this eccentric method of salvation is presented in the case of Vicente Hernan, a hermit of San Cristobal of Constantina, accused by 3 women of teaching them the way of bruising the head of the serpent by sleeping with them and resisting temptation, and of attempting indecencies which they denied permitting. He was arrested September 23, 1692, and in 2 audiences he was negativo. Then on December 17th he asked for audience, in which he said that for 8 days some little flies and black pigeons had been biting him, and reminded him of things forgotten, whereupon he told of the women whom he had got to sleep with him, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time, and he also mentioned numerous miraculous cures which he had wrought. In January 1693, he said the demons with the voice of flies had been recalling his sins, and he told of 3 other women. Doubts arose as to his sanity, and at the end of 1693, steps were taken to investigate it, which was still in progress at the time of closing the report. The 3rd case was that of Mosen Antonio Serra, whose doctrines the calificadores reported to be Molinistic. He was arrested December 19, 1695, so that his trial had only begun. In 1705, the Toledo tribunal arrested Fray Manuel de Paredes, a contemplative fraile, who encouraged mystic practices among his penitents, leading to several trials, which illustrate the increased severity visited upon these condemned forms of devotion. The same tendency is visible soon afterward at Cordova, where a little conventicle of Molinistas alumbrados was discovered in the Dominican convent of San Pablo, on the leadership of a beata named Isabel del Castillo. Her disciples abandoned to her their free will and their faculties. They had no need of fast and penances, but could transfer their sins to her, and the path of salvation lay through sensual indulgence. In the auto of April 24, 1718, there were 7 of them penanced, Isabel being visited with 200 lashes and perpetual prison. The friars were reconciled, deprived of their functions and imprisoned, some irremisibly and some perpetually, while the laymen had penances of various degree of severity. During this period there occurred a case deserving of consideration in some detail, not only because of the prominence of the culprit, but because it affords a clearer view than others of the strange intermixture of sensuality and spirituality, which was distinctly known as Molinism, and of the self-deception which enabled men and women to indulge their passions while believing themselves to be living in mystic altitude of union with God. Perhaps this may partly be explicable by the teachings of the laxer morality, current in the 16th century and known under the general name of probabilism, and by the distinction between material and formal sin, whereby that alone was mortal sin which the conscience recognized as such, the conscience being still further eased by the refinement as to advertence and consent. In the skillful hands of the casuist, the boundaries between right and wrong become dangerously nebulous, and arguments were plentiful through which men could persuade themselves that whatever they chose to do was lawful. José Fernández de Toro was an inquisitor in Murcia, deeply imbued with quietistic mysticism. In 1686, he issued anonymously in Seville a little tract with significant title of Remedio facilísimo para no pecar en el uso y ejercicio de la oración, which in time duly found its way into the index. As inquisitor, he had manifested his tendencies when a prelate of high repute and station in a religious order was tried before him for solicitation ad trupia in the confessional. Guided by the light within, Toro was satisfied that it was merely a case of obsession by a demon. He persuaded the Suprema to accept this view, and the culprit escaped with suspension from celebrating Mass and hearing confessions until the obsession should pass. In 1706, he was promoted to the see of Oviedo, of which he took possession October 1st. Unlucky for him, there was at Oviedo the Jesuit College of San Matias. His reputation for quietism seems to have preceded him, and the heads of the college resolved themselves into a corps of detectives. Professing the utmost friendship, they speedily acquired his confidence, and he talked with them freely. They were prompt in action, for in January 1707, Padre José del Campo drew up for the Inquisitor General an elaborate sacred denunciation, setting forth how Toro in conversation had offered to explain to him the contemplation of Molinos. Since coming to Asturias, he had spoken to no one about these things, for he knew that they had occasioned much murmuring against him. But he described the mode in which the soul reached the summit of perfection in union with God, while the inferior sensual part might be abandoned to the foulest temptation. These dangerous speculations were reported in full detail and were accompanied by a long and skillful argument to prove that Toro was in every sense a Molinist. Other Jesuits drew up similar denunciation or attested their truth, and the case was fairly before the Holy See. It was too serious for hasty action,
An investigation was made in Murcia, where his female accomplices were arrested and ample confirmatory evidence was obtained from their confessions and from 18 of his letters. The Carranza case has taught the lesson that bishops could be reached only through papal authority, and on November 7, 1707, Inquisitor General Ibáñez forwarded to Clement XI the accumulated evidence, to which the Pope replied, March 8, 1710, that the matter would be thoroughly examined and the necessary action be taken. Toro had at first been disposed to make a contest, asserting that God would work miracles in defense of the women, and that their imprisonment was a martyrdom. That the light infused in him by God rendered him superior to the Inquisition, and that he was illuminate above all other men. By this time, however, he realized his position. On February 8, 1710, he made through his confessor a partial confession, and he followed this with several letters to the Pope, begging permission to come to Rome for judgment. Then on papal brief of June 7th, ordered Ibáñez, within 3 years and under the advice of the Suprema, to frame a prosecution, for which full powers were granted. If the evidence sufficed, Toro was to be arrested and the case carried up to the point of sentence, when all the documents were transmitted to Rome, where the Pope would render the decision. Toro was duly imprisoned and his trial proceeded. Ibáñez died September 3, 1710, and was succeeded by Giudice, who was empowered by a brief of October 3, 1711, to carry on the process. Toro was found to be diminuto under 104 of the articles of accusation. He was reticent and refused to answer interrogation, begging earnestly to be sent to Rome. His request was granted by a brief of June 7, 1714, but his departure was delayed, and it was not until June 11, 1716, that he reached Rome and was lodged in the castle of Sant'Angelo. Andrés de Cabrejas, fiscal of the Suprema, accompanied him to represent the Spanish Inquisition in the trial, which proceeded slowly. Toro's confessions and letters were rich mine for the calificadores, who extracted from them 455 propositions of various degree of error, some of them being identical with those of Molinos. Finally, he abandoned all defense and acknowledged that he had been a dogmatizing heretic, a soliciting seducer, a blasphemer against the purity of God, Jesus Christ and Blessed Virgin, a reviver of the filthy sects of the Beggars, Illuminist and Molinist, and subject to the same penalties. In fact, he seems to have recognized the errors and to have confessed with the freedom indicative of sincere repentance. Much of his confessions is unfit for transcription, but a brief extract will indicate the self-deception that reconciled the grossest sensuality with aspiration for perfection. Thus, of one of his accomplices, he says that, believing himself to be illuminated in the sacrifice of the Mass, he had written that none of her directors could estimate her spiritual state as regards her perfection and union with God, in spite of the concussions of her inferior part, excited by confession, through which those could be deceived who were unable to understand her interior virtue and the perfect state. Although in obscene acts the women might seem externally to be a sinner, yet by asserting that she had not yielded consent, she might internally be perfect and be union with God. That as the incarnate Word did not contract original sin in his union with humanity, so with persons annihilated, purged and perfected, God could direct them to supernatural operations in such wise that the operation of the inferior part worked no prejudice to their state of perfection, and that the women's obscene act might proceed from obsession, and she be passive without consent. That he had believed his doctrine to be infused in him by God, and thus to be true, like the doctrine of the Church, to be held unhesitatingly, especially by those obsessed, and he had written that he was ready to give his life in its defense. That he had believed indecencies committed with this same woman might be an exercise and martyrdom sent by God for humiliation and purification of both, but nevertheless he made confession of them and took care that she should do so. She was accustomed to say that the inferior part she was without sensuality, and in the superior part was absorbed in the contemplation and love of God. That in his oratory after Mass and her communion he had embraced her and told her that she received the light and there was the love of God for his creatures. That Jesus was in him and worked in him, because neither he nor the woman experienced the sensuality in what they did, nor did it from corrupt intention. That he had had this belief for 7 years prior to his episcopate, and had maintained it subsequently up to July 1708, but then, in confessing his sins, a worthy confessor enlightened his blindness, and since then he had detested his errors and followed the way of Catholic truth. At length the Pope designated July 27, 1719, for pronouncing sentence. Cabrejas had the record of Carranza's condemnation looked up, and the same ceremonial was observed. Toro was brought from the castle of Sant'Angelo to one of the halls of the papal palace, and there the sentence was read. It deposed him from his bishopric and all other benefices. It incapacitated him from holding any preferment and suspended him perpetually from sacerdotal functions. It required him to abjure his heresy and errors. It called upon him to pay for pious uses, as far as he could, all revenues accrued since his lapse into heresy, and it burdened his see with a pension for his support, to be determined by the Pope. It condemned him to reclusion in some convent outside of Spain, when he was to perform perpetual penance on the bread of sorrow and the water of grief, and it prescribed certain spiritual observances. After listening to his sentence, Toro made the required abjuration, accepted the penance, and disappeared from view. End of section 12. Section 13 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4 by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action, Mysticism, Part 13. Another prominent culprit was the priest Don Francisco de Leon y Luna, a knight of Santiago and member of the Council of Castile, who was tried by the Tribunal of Madrid for Molinism and formal solicitation. As a negativo, he was liable to relaxation, but on November 24, 1721, it was voted to give him 9 audiences, in which the inquisitors with some calificadores should exhort him to confession and conversion on the threat of administering the full rigor of the law. He seems to have yielded, and on August 11, 1722, his sentences con meritos was read in the presence of 12 members of the councils of Castile, Indies, Orders, and Hacienda. He was required to abjure de vehementi. He was deprived perpetually of confessing men and women, of guiding souls and instructing them in prayer, and of the honors of the Order of Santiago. Half of his property was confiscated, and he was recluded for 3 years with suspension of all sacerdotal functions, to be followed by 5 years of exile. Llorente gives in great detail an account of a Molinist movement, which soon after this afforded ample occupation to the tribunals of Logroño and Valladolid. Juan de Causadas, a prebendary of Tudela, was an ardent disciple of Molinos and propagator of his doctrines. He was burnt in Logroño, but whether for pertinacity or denial we are not informed. His nephew, Fray Juan de Longas of the Barefooted Carmelite, was also a dogmatizer and was sentenced in 1729 to 200 lashes and 10 years of galleys, followed by perpetual prison. This severity seems not to have discouraged the proselytes who apparently were not betrayed by Longas. The principal among them was Doña Agueda de Luna, who entered the Carmelite convent of Lerma in 1712 with the reputation of a saint. Her ecstasies and miracles were spread abroad by Juan de Longas, by the prior of the Lerma, by the provincials of the order, Juan de la Vega, and by the leading frailes who found their account in the crowds of devotees seeking her intercession. Juan de la Vega himself acquired the name of El Extático and was represented as the holiest mystic since the days of Juan de la Cruz. A convent was founded at Corella for Madre Agueda, of which she was made prioress, and nuns were fully indoctrinated in the principles and practice of Molinism. By Madre Agueda, Juan de la Vega had 5 children who were strangled at birth and without the untimely fruits of prevailing license were buried in the vicinity. After a long course of iniquity and deception, Madre Agueda was denounced to the Logroño tribunal. Her accomplices and disciples were arrested, and their trials were pushed with unsparing severity. She perished under torture, and in 1743 the frailes were recluded in various houses, and the nuns were distributed among convents of their order. Madre Agueda's case had been decided some years previously, for in the supplement to the Index of 1707, published in 1739, the first entry relates to her, of whom the apocryphal life had been written, and of whom are circulated stones, cloths, medals, and papers as relics, all of which were to be surrendered, as well as relations of her prodigies and virtues. The stones here alluded are evidently those described by Llorente, made of brick dust and stamped with a cross on one side and a star on the other, which were said to be voided by her childbirth pains, and were universally treasured as amulets. It may be assumed that this case led to the issue in 1745 by the Inquisition of the edict directed against 5 Molinist errors. Cases still continue to occur, but infrequently and of minor importance. The inquisitor had begun to merge immoral mysticism with solicitation in the confessional, of which more hereafter, while the more harmless kinds were classified as embusteros, impostors, or illusos, deluded. There is a Mexican case, however, which is so illustrative of the abuses to which inquisitorial methods were liable that it deserves mention. The Franciscan Fray Eusebio de Villarraza was distinguished for learning, eloquence, and blameless life. He was inclined to mysticism and had written a work entitled Oración de Fe Interior, which the Inquisition admitted to contain no reprobated doctrine, but yet to be dangerous for popular use. The convent at Pachuca obtained his assignment there, and in 1783, at the age of 38, he arrived in Mexico, where his kindly earnestness speedily won universal regard. After 2 or 3 years, he happened to assume the spiritual direction of 2 girls, Gertrudis and Josefa Palacios, who were adepts in the mystic devices of ecstasies and revelations. Gertrudis died, and Villarraza became completely engrossed in Josefa. He reduced to writing her visions and prophecies until he had filled 76 books, and in his ardor he committed freaks attracting undesirable attention. The convent physician suggested that undue austerity has engendered hypochondriac humors, and the guardian interposed by ordering him to attend other duties, to limit Josefa to an hour in the confessional and never to go to her house. His obedience was implicit and prompt. He ceased to talk of her visions and prophecies, and she naturally ceased to have them. A year later, when questioned by Fray Juan Sanchez, the visitor of the province, he said that as soon as the guardian reproved him, he recognized his error and would not relapse into it, so the affair seems to have died a natural death. Unluckily, the guardian, not anticipating such a docility, had reported the matter to the Inquisition, which commenced to gather testimony, but when he was some months later in the city of Mexico and was summoned as witness, he stated that Villarraza's eccentricity had ceased, and he evidently regarded the matter as closed. Still the tribunal persisted, and in July 1789,
It seizes Villarraza's diaries, in which the latest entry was one humbly submitting to the judgment of the Church, both himself and the authenticity of the visions. After a formidable mass of testimony was accumulated, bearing witnesses to Villarraza's eminent piety and virtue, he was summoned in July 1790 to present himself. He was not informed that he was on trial, for in his profound humility he would at once have submitted his opinions to the judgment of the tribunal. But he was drawn into a discussion as to whether God, for the greater perfection of the creature, would permit the demon to incite to foul and obscene actions, a position which he had taken to justify some filthy habit of Josefa. This was, as we have seen, one of the dangerous tenets of Quietism, and over this there was a prolonged and subtle disputation. He subsequently declared that he supposed the inquisitor to be only seeking to learn his opinions, when in fact he was being cunningly led to pile up evidence against himself, at the same time arousing the controversial pride of Inquisitor Prado y Ovejero, who announced futile his efforts to differentiate his doctrine from that of Molinos. He was thrown into the secret prison October 13, 1791, and his trial proceeded in regular form. Nothing could exceed his submissive humility. On every fitting occasion he protested that he had been miserably led into error by ignorance. He begged to be undeceived in whatever he had erred, and he submitted himself to the correction of the Holy Office, for he desired above all things the discharge of his conscience and the salvation of his soul. It required uncommon perversity in his judges to make a pertinacious heretic out of so humble and contrite a spirit, but when his sentence was pronounced April 26, 1793, it represented him as a hardened and obstinate alumbrado and Molinist, condemning him to abjure vehemente, to be forever deprived of the faculty of confessing, to be recluded for 3 years in the Franciscan convent of Mexico, and to be sent to Spain whenever the inquisitor should see fit. Had he been an habitual seducer of his spiritual daughters, the sentence would have been less severe. The treatment of a fraile recluded in a convent of his brethren was usually harsh in the extreme, but Fray Eusebio's kindliness and gentleness so won on his host that they declared his daily life to be an edification, while those of Pachuca, who had to bear the expenses of his trial, continued to regard him with undiminished affection. His punishment, however, was far more severe than the mere provisions of his sentence. Incarceration for 18 months in a humid cell had developed a former rheumatic tendency, and he was crippled. His request to transfer to Pachuca was refused, and in March 1795 he appealed to the Inquisitor General Lorenzana. His sufferings, he said, were on the increase, and if he were kept in the city of Mexico or sent to Spain, he would surely die. The result of this was a command to transmit to Spain, which was notified to him in June 1796, when he protested to no purpose that it would kill him. His removal was postponed until October, when he was carried by easy stages to Veracruz and placed on board the good ship Aurora, November 9th, consigned to the commission at Seville. The Aurora sailed next day, but his prophetic spirit proved true, and when 9 days out, his gentle spirit passed to a judge more merciful than his earthly ones. End of section 13. Section 14 of a History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action, Mysticism, Part 14. Fray Eusebio would have fared better in Spain, where there was a growing tendency to regard the accused as a subject to delusion, when there was no conscious imposture and no teaching of dangerous mysticism. Delusion was recognized at an early period, but the first case which I have met, in which it formed the basis of prosecution, occurs in the Barcelona tribunal, which in 1666 reported that it had found the process brought in 1659 against Sor Maria de la Cruz, nun of the convent of La Concepcion of Tortosa, per Ilusa, which have never been concluded. In 1694, Don Francisco de las Cuevas y Rojas of Madrid was sentenced by the Toledo tribunal as an iluso passivo to reprimand, absolution ad cautelam, retractation of certain propositions, abstention from spiritual matters, and a year's reclusion, during which a calificador would teach him the safest method of the prayer, while all his writings were to be suppressed. The same year, a beata named Maria de la Paz, as ilusa, was required merely to abjure the levy, to be severely reprimanded and to be handed over to a calificador for instruction. So in 1716, Don Eugenio Aguada de Lara, a cura of Algete, was sentenced by the same tribunal for suspicion of illusion in the direction of beata to abjure the levy, with reprimand and prohibition of further communication with her, while he was to abstain from the direction of the souls as far as compatible with his priestly functions. The beata, his accomplice, Agustina Salgado, was regarded as more reprehensible, for besides being ilusa, she was held guilty of false revelations. She abjured the levy, with perpetual exile from Algete and reclusion in a hospital for 2 years for instruction. Even this moderation increased with time. In 1785, the Valencia tribunal suspended the case and sent to an insane hospital Esperanza Bueno of Puig, popularly known as La Santa, denounced for pretended revelation and asserting that she could absolve from sin. The same tendency appears in the case of Maria Rivero of Valladolid in 1817, whom the Suprema characterized as erroneously and presumptuously believing herself to be adorned with revelations and special graces. She was ordered to place herself unreservedly under the guidance of a spiritual director, with the warning that otherwise she would be treated with judicial rigor, while the director was instructed to disillusion her and to call in medical advice as to her sanity, which was doubtful. Although the Inquisition was thus growing rationalistic in its treatment of these cases, it was impossible to eradicate popular credulity with its accompanying temptation to exploitation. In the last case before the Cordoba tribunal, it ordered July 9, 1818, the incarceration in the secret prison as an ilusa of the Beata Francisca de Paula Caballero y Garrida of Lucena, while her sister Maria Dominga Caballero was confined in the Carceles Medias, and 2 curas of Lucena, Joaquin de Burgos and José Barranco, was recluded in a convent without communication with each other. The Beata performed miracles and had revelations, which seem to have found the credence among a circle of disciples, for when, after full investigation, the Suprema on July 5, 1819, ordered the prosecution of 4 prisoners, it directed proceedings to be commenced against 7 other parties, including clerics and laymen of both sexes. Fortunately for this group of illusors, the revolution of 1820 came to put an end to all proceedings, and when the Cordoba tribunal was suppressed, the only inmates found in its prison were 2 beatas of Lucena. While the Inquisition was thus merciful toward those whom it considered to be merely deluded in claiming spiritual graces, it grew to be severe with those who traded on popular credulity. That credulity was so universal and so boundless that the profession of Beata Revelandra was an easy and profitable one. The people were eager to be deceived. No fiction was too gross to find ready credence, and the believers invented miracles which they ascribed to the object of their reverence. The punishment of the impostor and the exposure of the fraud failed to repress either belief or imposition, and the land in time was overrun by a horde of those practitioners, mostly female. It was a spiritual pestilence of the most degrading character, shared by all classes, with the extenuating circumstances that some of the boldest cases of the imposture enjoyed the approbation of the Holy See. The Inquisition did good work in its ceaseless efforts to repress this prostitution of mysticism, a work which no other tribunal could venture to attempt. If it found suppression impossible, at least it checked the development which at one time threatened to render the popular religion of Spain a matter of hysterics. In its inception, there was some hesitation as to the treatment of these speculators on the credulity of the people. When the Beata of Piedrahita was allowed to continue her career, she naturally had imitators. In 1525, Alonso de Mariana, a Toledan inquisitor on a visitation of his district, had his attention called to Doña Juana Maldonado of Guadalajara, widow of the alcaide of La Vega de la Montaña. She was arrested and presented written statements or confessions of dreams and visions of the Virgin and Christ, Saint John the Evangelist, and Saint Bernard. The proceedings were informal, and in an audience March 27th at Alcalá de Henares, after publication of the evidence, she admitted its truth, stating that she had talked about the visions in order to obtain some aid in her poverty, and she begged for mercy and penance. There was evidently no desire to treat her harshly or to regard her as an impostor, for she is spoken of as an ilusa or soñadera, dreamer, and she was required only to fast on 5 Fridays and Saturdays in honor of Christ and the Virgin, with 15 paters and aves each day, to keep her house as a prison until released by the tribunal, after which, on 6 Saturdays, she was to visit the Church of the Virgin, outside of the town. A century later, she would have fared much worse. The exposure in 1543 of a more accomplished practitioner, Magdalena de la Cruz, removed any further hesitation in dealing with such cases. She had long been the wonder of Spain and even of Christendom. Tempest-tossed mariners would invoke her intercession when she would appear to them, and the storm would subside. The noblest ladies, when nearing confinement, would send the laity to be blessed by her, as did the Empress Isabel before the birth of Philip II. When in 1535 Charles V was starting from Barcelona for the expedition to Tunis, she sent his banner to Córdoba that she might bestow on it her blessing. Cardinal Manikarnike, the Inquisitor General, and Giovanni di Reggio, the Papal Nuncio, made pilgrimages to her, and the Pope sent to ask her prayers for the Christian Republic. It is true that Ignatius Loyola was incredulous, and in 1541 severely reproved Martin de la Santa Cruz, who endeavored to win him over for accepting exterior signs without seeking for the true ones. The Venerable Juan de Avila was also skeptical, and when he was in Córdoba, he was discreetly denied access to her. When in 1504, at the age of 17, she entered the Franciscan convent of Santa Isabel de los Ángeles of Córdoba, she was already regarded as a vessel overflowing with divine grace, a belief confirmed by a series of ecstasies, trances, visions, revelations, and miracles. Space is lacking to recount the various series of marvels, many of which do infinite credit to her imaginative invention, while some of them required confederates who seem not to have been lacking in view of the benefit to the convent accruing from its containing so saintly person. Elected prioress in 1533, she retained the position until 1542, and during this time she devoted to it the largest stream of offerings which poured in on her. Defeated for re-election in 1542, she no longer made this use of a fund, and the successful faction denounced her to the Guardian and the Provincial as an impostor, but the credit of the order was at stake, and they were silenced. She was not destined, however, to adorn the calendar of mystic saints, for in 1543 she fell dangerously sick and was wont to prepare for death. Under this pressure, she made a full confession, ascribing her deceit to a demoniacal possession. She recovered and the Inquisition seized her. The trial lasted until May 3, 1546, an immense body of testimony being taken, corroborative of a confession which was skillfully framed to throw the blame on the demons Balban and Paturio. In short, she had commenced as a mystic, had been unable to resist the temptation of accepting the miracles thrust upon her by a popular superstition. She had stimulated this with a fraud and finally sought extenuation by alleging demonic influence. An immense crowd attended the auto held May 3, 1546, when the reading of her sentence conmeritors occupied from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m., while she sat on the staging with a gag in her mouth, a halter around the neck, and a lighted candle in her hand. Her sentence was moderate: perpetual reclusion in a convent without active or passive voice, and occupying the last place in choir, refectory, and chapter, together with some spiritual penances. She was relegated to the convent of Santa Clara at Andújar, where she lived an exemplary life, and at her death in 1560, it was piously hoped that her sins were expiated. Had human reason any share in these beliefs, such an exposure would have put an end to the industry of Beatas Levelandras, but the popular appetite for the marvelous was insatiable, and there was abundant practitioners ready to dare the attendant risk for the accompanying glory and profit. Everywhere there were women accomplished in these arts and skilled in impressing their neighbors with their revelations and prophecies. Every town and almost every hamlet had its local saint, who was regarded with intense veneration and assured of abundant livelihood. All branches of supernatural was exploited. Some could predict the future. Others had prophetic dreams or could expound those of their devotees. Others could release souls from purgatory. Others could perform curative miracles. Popular faith in this gifted spirit was boundless, and innumerable sharpers of both sexes fattened upon it. The people might well be credulous when they but follow the example of those highest in church and state. Magdalena de la Cruz had worthy imitator in this Dominican Madre Maria de la Visitación of the convent of Annunciada of Lisbon, whose intimate relations with Christ began at the age of 16 in 1572. About 1580, Christ crucified appeared to her when a ray of fire from his breast pierced her left side, leaving a wound which on Fridays distilled drops of blood with intense pain. In 1583, she was elected prioress, and in 1584, in another vision of Christ crucified, rays of fire from his hand and feet pierced hers and thus complete the stigmata. No time was lost by the Dominican provincial, Antonio de la Cerda, in spreading the news of this, in a statement dated March 14, 1584, and sent to Rome to be submitted to Gregory XIII. It was corroborated by the signatures of several frailes, among which is the honored name of the great mystic Luis de Granada. The provincial followed this, March 30th, with another letter to Rome stating that the impression produced had been so great that many gentlemen had been induced to abandon the world and enter the order, and even that 3 Moors came to look upon Sor Maria, whose appearance had so impressed them that they sought baptism on the spot, which he added 2 miraculous cures effected through the articles touched by her. Sor Maria's fame penetrated through Christendom, and even, we are told, to the Indies. Gregory XIII was duly impressed and wrote to her urging to persevere without faltering in the path which she had entered. She might have continued to do so with the reputation of a saint, if she had abstained from politics. Unluckily, she allowed herself to be drawn into a movement to throw off the Spanish yoke, and the authorities, who had been content to allow her to acquire influence, found it necessary to expose her when that influence threatened to be potent on the side of rebellion. The Annunciada was not without internal jealousies which facilitated the obtaining information justifying investigation. A commission was appointed consisting of Archbishop of Lisbon and Braga, the Bishop of Guarda, the Dominican Provincial, the Inquisitors of Lisbon, and Dr. Pablo Alfonso of the Royal Council. Assembling in the convent, they took the testimony of many of nuns that Sor Maria's sanctity was feigned, and her stigmata was painted. She was then brought before them and sworn, when she persisted, in spite of threats and adjuration, in the story of the stigmata and of her communication with Christ. The next day, hot water and soap were called for. She protested and pretended to suffer extreme agony, but a vigorous application of the detergents to the palms of her hands caused the wounds to disappear, when she threw herself at the feet of her judges and begged for mercy. At the subsequent audience, she gave a detailed explanation of the devices by which she had deceived the faithful, how she managed the apparent elevation from the ground, and the divine lights suffused around her, and the clothes stained with blood from her side. The severity of sentence rendered December 6, 1588 shows how much greater than mere sacrilegious imposture was the offense of her meddling with politics. She was recluded for life in a convent of a different order from her own. For a year she was to be whipped every Monday and Friday for the space of a miserere. In the refectory she was to take her meals on the floor. What she left was to be cast out, and at the end of the meal she was to lie in the doorway and be trampled on by the sisters of their exit. She was to observe a perpetual fast. She was incapacitated from holding office. She was always to be lest and was to hold converse with none without permission of the abbess. She was not to wear a veil. On Wednesdays and Fridays she was to have only bread and water, and whenever the nuns assembled in the refectory, she was to recite her crimes in an audible voice. In this living death, she is said to have performed the cruel penance with such patience and humility that she became saintly in reality. It is not improbable that she may have been from the beginning a tool in designing hands. A contemporary relates that even before the exposure, he wrote to Fray Alberto de Aguajo in Lisbon, asking whether he should go thither to consult her on a case of conscience, and was told in reply that there was nothing wonderful about her except the goodness of God in granting her such graces, for she was as simple as child of 6. She was, however, a rich source of income, for the Portuguese in the Indies used to send the gold and diamonds and pearls to purchase her intercession with God. Even her condemnation did not wholly disabuse her dupes. 4 years later, a certain Martin de Ayala, persecuted in 1592 for revelations and imposture, claimed to have a spiritual communication with her and foretold direful things about the conquest of Spain by foreigners, when a cave in Toledo would be the only place where the few elect could find safety. He had a colleague, Don Guillen de Casans, who was likewise persecuted. End of section 14. Section 15 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4 by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action. Mysticism, Part 15. One would have supposed that a case like that of Sor Maria, to which the utmost publicity must have been given, would have discredited the stigmata as a special mark of divine favor, but it seems rather to have stimulated the ambitious to possess them by showing how easily they could be imitated. They became a matter of almost daily occurrence. In 1634, a Jesuit casually alludes in a letter to 2 new cases just reported, one of a nun of La Concepcion in Salamanca and the other in Burgos, adding that they become so common that no woman esteems herself a servant of God unless she can exhibit them. When uncomplicated with politics, imposture continued to be leniently treated, and it was an exception when in 1591 the Toledo tribunal visited with 200 lashes Maria de Morales for trances and revelations and other deceits to acquire the reputation of a saint. Thus, at the Seville auto of 1624, when Pacheco was intent on suppressing the errors of mysticism, there were 8 impostors guilty of every device to exploit superstition, 6 of whom escaped with a year or 2 of reclusion. Only 2 were more severely dealt with. Mariana de Jesus, a barefooted Carmelite, was a maestra de espiritu who taught Illuminism and had a record of endless visions, prophetic inspirations, and conflict with Satan. She maintained herself in luxury by selling a spiritual gift, and it was in evidence that poor people had pledged their household gear to purchase her intercession for the souls of their kindred, but she was only paraded in Vergüenza with 4 years' reclusion in a convent and perpetual exile from Seville. The heaviest punishment was that visited on Juan de Jesus, known as El Ermito, who professed to be insensible to carnal temptation, for God had deprived him of all free will, and he was governed only by the Spirit. Religious observances for him were superfluous, for he was always in the presence of God, and so fervent was his love for God that water hissed when he drank it. He not only claimed that he healed the sick, but that once he had prayed 8,000 souls out of purgatory, 30,000 at another time, then 22,000, and finally all that were left. In general, his relations with women are unfit for description, and he shrewdly had a revelation that all who gave him alms would be saved. His devotees were not confined to the ignorant, for he was received in the houses of the principal ladies of Seville, and men of high distinction admitted him to their tables. He received less than his desert when he was sentenced to 100 lashes and life confinement in a convent or hospital, where he was to work for his board and pray daily a third of the rosary. In its persistent and fruitless efforts to stamp out this pestilence, the Inquisition was beginning to adopt severer treatment, as in the case of Sol Lorenza Murga of Simancas, a Franciscan tertiary, who for 16 years enjoyed great reputation in Valladolid. She had ecstasies and revelations whenever wanted, and her little house was an object of pilgrimage when she would throw herself into a trance at the request of anyone. It was a profitable pursuit, for she rose from abject poverty to comfortable affluence. Her arrest, April 29, 1634, caused no little excitement, and it was whispered that she had been detected in keeping 2 lovers besides her confessor. In her audiences, she persistently maintained the truth of her revelations, constantly adding fresh marvels, till the inquisitors tortured her smartly when she confessed it to be all an imposture. Her career was cut short with 200 lashes and exiled for 6 years from all the places where she had lived. The experienced inquisitor whom I have so often quoted tells us, about this time, that these impostors were very common, that there were rules for teaching them their trade, and as it was so prejudicial and so discreditable, they must be punished with all rigor. He mentions a case at Llerena where the woman persisted in asserting the truth of revelations and miracles, until she was tortured, when she confessed the fraud and was condemned to scourging and reclusion at the discretion of tribunal with fasting on bread and water. Yet one cannot help feeling sympathy for Maria Cotianilla, a poor blind crone, sentenced in 1676 by the Toledo tribunal to 100 lashes and to pass 4 years in her designated places, where she could support herself by beggary, reporting herself monthly to the commissioner. Severity might check but could not suppress a profession which was the inevitable outcome of popular demand. How it was stimulated is well exemplified in the case of Maria Manuela de Tho, a young woman of 23, arrested by the Madrid tribunal in April 1673. She confessed unreservedly a vast variety of imposture, pretended diabolical possessions, visits from the angels Gabriel and Raphael, and numerous others. She told how she was venerated as a saint. Her signature, written on the scraps of blank paper, was distributed by a confessor, and was treasured as though it was that of Santa Teresa. He had crosses made of olive wood which she blessed, and they were valued as relics and amulets. She cured the sick and performed many other miracles. The origin of all this, as she relates it, is highly illuminating. She chanced to tell certain persons that in a dream she saw a soul in purgatory. They shook their head wisely and said it was more than a dream, and contained great mysteries. Then they began to admire her, and she, finding that she was esteemed and admired and regaled with presents, that the money came to her without labor, went on from one step to another with the visions and miracles. She knew that it was wrong, but as they were learned and distinguished persons cognizant of it, who could have undeceived her and did not, and as there were no pact with the demon, she continued, for though she had been a miserable sinner, she had always been firm in the faith of Christ as a true Catholic Christian. When the appetite for marvels was so universal and unreasoning, the supply could not be lacking, no matter what might be the efforts of the Inquisition. These practitioners naturally continued to give occupation to the tribunals, but their cases can teach us little except to note the severity with which they were occasionally treated. In the Madrid auto of 1680, there were 4 impostors, of whom a carpenter named Alfonso de Arenas was visited with abjurations. 200 lashes and 5 years of galley, followed by 5 more of exile. In the little conventicle arrested in 1708 by the Toledo tribunal, 4 women and a man were punished in 1711 as impostors. The man, Pablo Diaz, an apothecary of Yepes, with reconciliation, confiscation and perpetual prison, while one of the women, Maria Fernandez, had 200 lashes and exile. In 1725, the Murcia tribunal inflicted the same scourging and 8 years of exile on Mariana Matoses, who added to her other impostures a claim to the stigmata, and in 1726 in Valencia, Juan Vives of Castellón de la Plana had the same allowance of stripes, with the years of reclusion and 8 years exile from Valencia and Catalonia. It is therefore not easy to understand the clemency shown by the Toledo tribunal in 1729 to Ana Rodriguez of Madrid de Hoz, who is described as a scandalous impostor, deluded and deluding, audacious, sacrilegious, boasting of her exemption from the 6th commandment, heretically blasphemous, vehemently suspect, and formally guilty of the heresies of Molinos and the Alumbrados, insulting to the Blessed Virgin and Saint Bernard, and contumacious in her all errors. Her contumacy gave way, thus saving her from relaxation, and she escaped with formal abjuration, reconciliation, and confinement for instruction in the Jesuit College of Navalcarnero, during such time as the tribunal might deem necessary for her soul. Further enumeration of these obscure cases is scarce worthwhile, and we may pass to one which excited lively interest. Maria de los Dolores Lopez, known as the Beata Dolores, had a successful and scandalous career for 15 or 20 years, commencing at the age of 12, when she left her father's house to live as a concubine to a confessor. Her fame spread far and wide, and for 10 years the Inquisition received occasional denunciation of her misdeed without taking actions, until in 1779 one of her confessors, to relieve his conscience, denounced both himself and her to the civil tribunal. On a trial, she resolutely maintained the truth of the special graces which she had enjoyed since the age of 4. She had continued and familiar intercourse with the Virgin. She had been married in heaven to the child Jesus, with Saint Joseph and Saint Augustine as witnesses. She had liberated millions of souls from purgatory, with much more of the kind so familiar with us, to which she added one of the errors of Molinism by maintaining that evil actions cease to be sinful when God so wills it. She was thus not merely an impostor, but a formal and impenitent heretic for whom relaxation was the only penalty known to the Inquisition. Burning, however, had well-nigh gone out of fashion, and the tribunal honestly spared no efforts to save her from the stake. Eminent theologians wasted on her their learning and eloquence. Fray Diego de Cádiz, the foremost preacher of his time, labored with her for 2 months, and finally reported that there was nothing to do but to burn her. It was all in vain. God, she said, had revealed to her that she should die a martyr, after which, in 3 days, he would prove her innocence. The law had to take its course, and on August 22, 1781, she was formally sentenced to relaxation. As this left her unmoved, the execution was postponed for 3 days to try the effects of fresh exhortations. This failed, and during the sermon and ceremonies of the auto, she had to be gagged to suppress to her blasphemy. As so frequently happened, however, her nerves gave way on the road to the brasero. She burst into tears and asked for her confessor, thus gaining the privilege of strangulation before the faggots were fired. Imposture continued to flourish. In 1800, the Valladolid tribunal was occupied with an extensive complicidad, resulting in the prosecution of Madre Maria Ignacia de la Presentación, a mercenarian of the convent of Toro, for pretended miracles, along with 9 frailes of the same order as accomplices. Contemporary with this was a case at Cuenca, which almost transcended belief. The wife of a peasant of Villa del Aguila, Isabel Maria Erez, known as the Beata de Cuenca, who had a reputation for sanctity, announced that Christ has revealed to her that in order to be more completely united to her in love, he had transfused his body and blood into hers. The theology of the period is illustrated by the learned disputation, which arose, some doctors arguing this to be impossible because it would render her more holy than the Blessed Virgin and would deprive the sacrament of the exclusive distinction of being the body and blood of Lord. Others held to be possible that the proofs in this present case were insufficient. Others again accepted it and urged the virtues of Beata and the absence of motive for deception. The people felt no scruple and were encouraged in their credulity by the 2 Franciscan frailes, Joaquín de Alustante and Domingo de Canizares, and a Carmelite, Sebastián de los Dolores. Her believers worshipped her, carrying her through the streets in procession, lighting candles before her and prostrating themselves in adoration. The scandal attained proportions calling for repression, and the Inquisition arrested her June 25th in 1801, together with her accomplices. It is possible that she was severely handled, for she died in the secret prison without confession, and was consequently burnt in effigy. The cura of Villa and the 2 of the frailes were banished to the Philippines. 2 laymen received 200 lashes each, with service for life in presidio, and her handmaid, Manuela Perez, was consigned for 10 years to the Recogidas, or House of Correction for Women. End of section 15.
Section 16 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer,
Please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by S.S. Kim, Seoul, South Korea. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4 by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 5, Spheres of Action, Mysticism Part 16. While this comedy was in progress in Cuenca, a similar one was performing in Madrid in the highest social ranks. Sor Maria Clara Rosa de Jesus, known as the Beata Clara, had acquired great reputation via visions and miracles. She was, or pretended to be, paralyzed and unable to leave her bed, and when she announced that a special command of the Holy Ghost required her to join the Capuchin order, Pius VI granted her dispensation to take the vows without residence. Atanasio de Puyal, subsequently Bishop of Calahorra, obtained license to erect a private altar in a chamber where Mass was celebrated daily, and she received communion, pretending to take no other nourishment. All the great ladies of the court was accustomed to implore her intercession in their troubles and gave her large sums to be expended in charity. It is to the credit of the Inquisition that it broke up this speculative imposture by arresting her in 1801, together with her mother and confessor as accomplices. It was not difficult to prove their guilt, and in 1803 they were mercifully sentenced to reclusion. For 300 years, up to the time of its suppression, the Inquisition thus vainly labored to put an end to these speculations on the credulity of the faithful. It did its best, but the popular craving for the marvelous, for the concrete evidence of divine interposition in human affairs, was too universal and too strong to be controlled, even by its supreme authority. After its downfall, the career of the notorious Sol Patrocinio proves how ineradicable was this, and serves to bring medievalism down to our own time. Maria Rafaela Quiroga, known in religion as Sor Maria Cipriana del Patrocinio de San Jose, in 1829 took the veil in the convent of San Jose, and soon commenced to have visions and revelations, followed by the development of the stigmata. Her reputation spread, and clothes stained with the blood of her wounds were in request as curative amulets. When the death of Fernando VII, September 29, 1833, was followed by the Carlist War, the clericals who favored Don Carlos saw in her a useful instrument. She was made to prophesy the success of the pretender and to furnish proof of the illegitimacy of the young Queen Isabel. As in the case of Portuguese Maria de la Visitación, this dangerous factor in the political situation called for government intervention, and after some resistance, in November 1835, the soul was removed from the convent to a private house, where she was kept under the care of her mother and of a priest, while 3 physicians were summoned to examine the stigmata. They pronounced them artificial and promised a speedy cure if interference was prevented. This was verified, and in spite of a scab being torn off from one of them, they were healed by December 17th. On January 21, 1836, an official inspection by a number of dignitaries confirmed the fact, which was assented to by the soul, and on February 7th, she made a full confession, stating that a Capuchin, Padre Firmin de Alcaraz, had given her caustic with the direction to use it on hands, feet, side, and head, telling her that the resultant pain would be a salutary penance. Prosecution was duly commenced against her and the vicar, prioress, and vicaress of the convent, Padre Firmin having prudently disappeared. Sentence was rendered November 25, 1836, from which an appeal was taken, resulting in a slight increase of rigor. The convent was suppressed. The vicar, Andres Rivas, was banished from Madrid for 8 years, and the 3 women were sent to convents of their order, Sor Patrocinio being conveyed on April 27, 1837, to the nunnery at Talavera. Years passed away, and she seemed to be forgotten when the reaction of 1844 suggested that she might again be utilized. In 1845, the convent of Jesus was built for her. She returned with the stigmata freshened and her saintly reputation enhanced. Imposing ceremonies rendered her entrance impressive, and she was conveyed to a convent under a canopy like a royal personage. In conjunction with Padre Fulgencio, confessor to Don Francisco de Assis, the king consort, and with her brother Manuel Quiroga, whom she made the gentleman of the royal bedchamber, she became the power behind the throne. Dr. Armosa, who had cured her stigmata, was persecuted, and Fray Firmin Alcaraz, who had emerged from his hiding place, was made Bishop of Cuenca. In 1849, she was held to have forced Isabel to dismiss the Duke of Valencia, Narvaez, and his cabinet. This was followed by what was known as Ministerio Relampajo, or Lightning Ministry, which held office for 3 hours on October 19, 1849, and was forced to retire by the threatening aspect of the people. Narvaez was recalled and forthwith relegated to a distance. Sor Patrocinio, her brother, Padre Fulgencio, and some of their confederates. She was soon recalled, however, and wielded an influence which Narvaez could not resist. His successor, Bravo Murillo, sought to get the respite by persuading the nuncio Brunelli to send her to Rome, but this availed little, for she soon returned, more powerful than ever, with the blessing of Pius IX. Under her guidance, during the remainder of the reign of Isabel II, the Camarilla practically ruled the kingdom and precipitated the revolution of 1868, which for a time supplanted the monarchy with the republic. With the fall of Isabel, she disappeared from the public view in the retirement of the convent of Guadalajara, of which she was the abbess. There she lingered in seclusion until January 27, 1891, when she died serenely comforted in her last moments with the telegraphic blessing from Leo XIII. The Inquisition could suppress Judaism. It could destroy Protestantism. It could render necessary the expulsion of Moriscos, but it failed when it sought to eradicate the abuses of mysticism, which not only signalized the ardor of Spanish faith, but was so difficult of differentiation from beliefs long recognized and encouraged by the Church. There seems to be in the average human mind an insatiable craving for manifestation of the supernatural. Modern science, with its materialism, may weaken or even eradicate this in the majority, and may explain psychologically much of what seems to be marvelous. But the success in our own land of the curious superstition known as Christian Science shows us how superficial is latter-day enlightenment, and should teach us sympathy rather than disdain for the fantastic exhibitions of credulity which we have passed in review. End of section 16.
Section 17 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Spheres of Action, Chapter 6, Solicitation. Part 1. The seduction of female penitents by their confessors, euphemistically known as Solicitatio ad Turpia, or solicitation, has been a perennial source of trouble to the Church since the introduction of confession, more especially after the Lateran Council of 1216 rendered yearly confession to the parish priest obligatory. It was admitted to be a prevailing vice, and canonists sought some abatement of the evil by arguing that the priest notoriously addicted to it lost his jurisdiction over his female parishioners, who were thus at liberty to seek the sacrament of penitence from others. A Spanish authority, however, holds that this requires the license of the parish priest himself, and when he refuses it, the woman must confess to him, after prayer to God for strength to resist his importunities. It was an evil for which repression was impossible, notwithstanding penalties freely threatened. A virtue of uncommon robustness was required to resist the temptations arising from the confidences of the confessional, and so well was this understood that an exception was made to the rule requiring perfect confession, for reticence as to carnal sins was counseled when the reputation of the priest rendered it advisable. Few women thus approached, whether yielding or not, could be expected to denounce their pastors to the bishop or provisor, and for her who yielded the path to sin was made easy through the universal abuse of absolution by her accomplice, and this, although objected to on ethical grounds, was admitted to be valid. On the other hand, the peccant confessor could rely on obtaining absolution from a sympathizing colleague, at the cost of penance, which had become habitually trivial. The intercourse between priest and penitent was especially dangerous, because there had not yet been invented the device of the confessional, a box or stall in which the confessor sits with his ear at a grill, through which the tale of his sins conceived or committed is whispered. Seated by his side or kneeling at his feet, there was greater risk of inflaming passion and much more opportunity for provocative advances. It was not until the middle of the 16th century that the confessional was devised, doubtless in consequence of the attacks of heretics, who found in these scandals a fertile subject for animadversion. The earliest allusion to it that I have met occurs in a memorial from Cilicio of Toledo to Charles V in 1547. In 1565, a council of Valencia prescribed its use, and contemporaneously S. Carlo Borromeo introduced it in his Milanese province, while in 1614 the Roman ritual commanded its employment in all churches. It was easier to command than to secure obedience, for the priesthood offered a passive resistance which even the Inquisition found it almost impossible to overcome. As early as 1625 it forbade parish priests from hearing confessions in their houses. Between 1709 and 1720 we find it occupied in endeavoring to enforce the use of confessionals and to prevent evasions, such as hearing confessions in cells and chapels, and not in the body of the church. How long continued was the opposition, and how transparent were the artifices to elude the regulations, are visible in an edict of November 3, 1781, which led to considerable trouble. After alluding to the repeated orders of the subject, and the deplorable results of their disregard, it prescribed that women should be heard only through the gratings of closed confessionals, or of open stalls in the body of the churches, or in chapels open and well lighted. It forbade the use of hand gratings or handkerchiefs, sieves, bundle of twigs, fans, or other derisive substitutes, and it prescribed minute and highly suggestive regulations as to oratories and private chapels, while a similar series concerning male penitents shows the dread of contamination even with them. The crime of solicitation was subject to episcopal jurisdiction, and, throughout the Middle Ages, there was no general legislation prescribing its penalties. Some apocryphal canons visited it with well-deserved severity, and in 1217 Richard Poore, the reforming Bishop of Salisbury, threatened it with 15 years of penance, followed by confinement in a monastery. The spiritual courts, however, were notoriously lenient, and the prevalent sexual laxity tended to sympathy which disarmed severity in the rare cases coming before them. When, during the Reformation, this offense afforded a favorite topic for the heretics, there arose a demand for sharper treatment. In 1587, Inigo López de Salcedo gives this as a reason for rigorous punishment, and he greatly lauds Matteo Ghiberti, the reforming Bishop of Verona, for decreeing a series of heavy penalties for attempts on the virtue of female penitents, culminating in deprivation and perpetual imprisonment when they were successful. This virtuous rigor, however, was purely exceptional. The usual tolerant view adopted is manifested in a case which, in 1535 at Toledo, came before the Vicar General, Blas Ortiz, a man so respected that he was promoted to the inquisitorship of Valencia soon afterwards. Alonso de Valdelamar, parish priest of Almodovar, was charged with a black catalogue of offences: theft, blasphemy, cheating with cruzada indulgences, charging penitents for absolution, frequenting public brothels, and solicitation. It was in evidence that he refused absolution to a girl unless she would surrender herself to him, that he seduced a married penitent whose husband was obliged to leave Almodovar in order to get her away from him, while Doña Leonor de Godoy admitted that he repeatedly used violence on her in the church itself. His sentence, rendered February 26, 1535, stated that the fiscal had fully proved his charges, but for all these crimes he was punished only with 30 days' penitential reclusion in his church, with a fine of 10 ducats, besides 4 reales to the fiscal, a ducat to the episcopal advocate, 10 days' wages to the notary who went to Almodovar to take testimony, and the cost of the trial. From this the fiscal appealed to the archbishop, but the next day withdrew the appeal. Valdelamar accepted it and was sent back to his parish to pursue his course of profligacy. Evidently, the episcopal tribunal was more concerned with the profits of its jurisdiction than with the suppression of solicitation. It may be inferred from this that peccant confessors were not likely to be prosecuted, unless there were other circumstances or offences to stimulate action, and this is confirmed by another case, about the same time, which also shows the readiness of the tribunal to claim jurisdiction. Pedro Bermudez, incumbent of Ciempozuelos, employed a priest named Pareja as vicar from 1525 to 1529. They quarreled. Pareja was dismissed, found employment at Valdemoro, and commenced suit against Bermudez. The latter retorted by instigating a certain Catalina Roldan, who had borne a child to Pareja, and her mother, to complain to Romero, a visiting inquisitor from Toledo, about the seduction, asking that he be forced to provide a dower and find a husband for her. Romero took up the case. Bermudez busied himself in collecting testimony, and was aided by a priest named Solorzano, whose enmity had been excited by Pareja, having served as commissioner and taking evidence as to his seduction of a married woman, for which he was prosecuted at Alcalá. The proof collected against Pareja was conclusive. 2 of his penitents admitted to having yielded to him, and several others testified as to his advances in the act of confession. When one of them was asked whether she confessed to him their mutual sin, she said that he told her not to do so, and afterwards admitted her to communion. There was also evidence as to his violating the seal of confession, and to irreverence in administering the sacrament. The trial pursued the usual course, the main charges being his misdeeds with his female penitents, which he admitted more or less explicitly. When the papers were sent to Suprema, it returned them, saying that the charges for the most part were beyond the competence of the tribunal, and appertained to the episcopal court, to which they should be transferred, while the tribunal could proceed with the little that remained. The charges thus, after omitting the solicitation, were reduced to 4. That he persuaded his accomplices that their mutual sin need not be confessed, that he told them that they could take the sacrament without confessing, that he said it was better to have masses celebrated than to pay debts, and that almost all the witnesses held him to be a bad Christian, a heretic, and an evil man. Pareja and his advocate argued that the case was outside of inquisitorial jurisdiction, but the tribunal pushed it to the end on these subsidiary points, and, on May 23, 1532, sentenced him to perpetual deprivation of hearing the confessions of women, to a fine of 20,000 maravedis, and to have Toledo as a prison for 2 years, during which he was to fast and recite psalms on Fridays. As he was not required to abjure, even for light suspicion, the charge of heresy was abandoned, and as solicitation was not included in the sentence, he was liable to further prosecution by the ordinary. Yet the character of the penalties shows that solicitation was the real gravamen, over which the tribunal was seeking indirectly to acquire jurisdiction. Evidently, if there was to be any cure or mitigation of this corroding cancer, some less sympathetic tribunal than the episcopal court was requisite, and the Inquisition was eager to supply the want. yet matters were allowed to drift for a quarter of a century longer. Possibly it may have been the Lutheran alarm of 1558 that led Archbishop Guerrero of Granada to seek the remedy, and to call to the attention of the Holy See the frequency of the crime and the need of its more energetic repression. His appeal was heard, and Paul IV, in a brief of February 18, 1559, expressed his sorrow at learning that certain priests of Granada misled their penitents and abused the sacraments, wherefore he granted to the inquisitors of Granada jurisdiction over the heresy implied in the crime, and withdrew all exemptions of the religious orders. What activity the Granada tribunal manifested in the exercise of its new function is not recorded, but the field thus thrown open was sufficiently inviting for Valdés in 1561 to obtain from Pius IV a brief granting to him and to his delegates throughout Spain the same faculties. It required some ingenuity to bring the crime within the purview of the Inquisition, but it was alleged that no one whose faith was correct could thus abuse the sacraments of the Church of God. The point is not without importance, for it made the matter one of faith and not of morals, leading, as we shall see, to a notable limitation in the efficacy of the reform attempted. End of section 17. Section 18 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Spheres of Action. Chapter 6, Solicitation. Part 2. The regular clergy sought to escape to the milder mercies of their own superiors, and claimed that, in the Constitution of Pius IV, in 1562, which subjected them in general to the Inquisition, there was an exception of cases in which the superiors had taken the earlier action. The application, however, of this exception to the crime of solicitation was negatived in 1592 by a decree of Clement VIII, which declared that the jurisdiction of the Inquisition in this matter was exclusive and not cumulative, and it ordered the members of all privileged orders to denounce to the Inquisition their guilty brethren. In 1608, Paul V granted the same powers to the Inquisition of Portugal, and in 1612 he settled in favor of the faith a question which had arisen, whether the briefs comprehended the solicitation of men as well as of women. Even before this, solicitation in Italy had been subjected to the Roman Inquisition, for it issued, December 15, 1613, a decree ordering confessors to instruct their penitents that they must denounce to the tribunals all attempts to solicit them to evil. And on July 5, 1614, it included what it described as a frequent offense, the discussion of indecent matters with women in the confessional, even without confession. Thus the Church was gradually realizing the necessity of more stringent measures to curb the evil propensities of those to whom it confided the salvation of souls, but as yet it had made only local regulations. Gregory XV recognized that a general law was required to cover all the lands of the Roman obedience and not merely those possessed of an inquisition, and, at the same time, to define more comprehensively the nature of the offense. The briefs thus far had limited this to seduction in the act of hearing confessions. Papal legislation was always construed in the strictest manner, and confessors felt safe if they confined their seductions to the time preceding and following the actual utterance of the confession. Had the moral and spiritual welfare of priest and penitent been the only matter involved, it would have been easy to include in general terms any indecent or illicit passages between them, no matter when or where committed, but solicitation had been made to involve suspicion of heresy in order to bring it under the Inquisition, and it became regarded as a purely technical offense, punishable only when it could be connected directly with the sacrament, leading to the unfortunate corollary that otherwise it was a trivial matter, undeserving of special consideration. Accordingly, Gregory, in his brief Universi Dominici Gregis, August 30, 1622, while enlarging the definition, confined it to what was said or done in the place destined to hearing confessions, whether it was before or after confession, or even if there was only a pretext of confession. He extended the provisions of his predecessors to all lands, and delegated all inquisitors and ordinaries as special judges, with exclusive jurisdiction to inquire into and diligently prosecute such cases, according to the canons in matters of faith. He further decreed the penalties of suspension of functions, deprivation of benefices and dignities with perpetual disability for the same, and, for regulars, of active and passive voice. Besides these, there were the temporal penalties of exile, galleys, perpetual and irremissible imprisonment, and, in cases of exceptional wickedness, of degradation and relaxation. In view of the difficulty of proof, single witnesses should suffice for condemnation when circumstances afforded due presumption. Confessors who found that their penitents had been previously solicited were required to admonish them to denounce the offenders, and for neglect of this they were to be duly punished. This latter provision was of difficult enforcement, for Urban VIII, in 1626, felt obliged to address all archbishops, instructing them to call the attention of confessors to it, and to insert a corresponding clause in all licenses. The regular clergy seem to have been the subject of special anxiety, for in 1633 the superiors of all religious houses were ordered to assemble the inmates yearly and warn them as to the observance of these decrees, and this was also to be done in all chapters, general, provincial, and conventual. The Holy See was in earnest, but the result did not correspond to its efforts. France and Germany paid virtually no attention to the decrees, and in Spain the Inquisition made no change in its procedure or in the mildness of its penalties. The only effect of Gregory's brief was to raise the question whether it did not confirm, at least cumulatively, to the bishops, the jurisdiction of which they had been practically deprived. No distinction was expressed between lands with and those without an inquisition, and the original briefs of Paul IV and Pius IV had not deprived the bishops of jurisdiction, although the latter had made little effort to assert it against the exclusive claims of the tribunals. We chance to hear of the case of Dr. Miguel Bueso, who was surrendered by the Archbishop of Valencia in 1608 for trial on this charge, and, after punishment, was returned to the archiepiscopal court. Soon after this, de Souza argues that, in spite of the papal decrees, bishops have cumulative jurisdiction, although the Inquisitor General can evoke cases. In 1620, Inquisitor General Luis de Aliaga had a struggle with his brother, Isidore de Aliaga, Archbishop of Valencia, over the case of Gaspar Flori, rector of Urgel, who was on trial by the Vicar General for various offenses, including solicitation. The tribunal demanded cognizance of this special charge. The Vicar General asserted cumulative jurisdiction, adding that he had already tried 2 cases of the kind. The Inquisitor General argued strenuously that, as a matter of faith, it belonged to the Inquisition. If it were not a matter of faith, it would go unpunished, for there would be no obligation to denounce, and without this women would never imperil their honor, for experience showed how rarely they did so voluntarily, and they had to be compelled by the refusal of absolution. Notwithstanding all this, the Archbishop of Valencia held good. His Vicar General tried the case and executed the sentence. There were few episcopal courts, however, so audacious as this, and the claim of the Inquisition to exclusive jurisdiction was generally conceded. The brief of Gregory XV was not published in Spain, but by some means the Ordinary of Seville obtained a copy and exhibited it to the inquisitors. The Suprema promptly, on January 14, 1623, addressed a consulta to Philip IV, stating that it had not learned that the brief had reached any other bishop, and dwelling eloquently on the frequency and heinousness of the crime, the energy and rigor of the Inquisition and its repression, and the disastrous consequences of concurrent episcopal jurisdiction, where the leniency of punishment encouraged evildoers, and the publicity of procedure conveyed knowledge to husbands and kinsmen. The king was therefore asked to apply for the exemption of Spain from the operation of the brief. This was speedily arranged, and on April 10, Ambassador Albuquerque reported the forwarding of a decree of the Congregation of the Inquisition, stating that it was not the papal intention that the brief should apply to the Spanish dominions. Cardinal Maino, at the same time, wrote that the Pope had declared that the Inquisition should continue to prosecute such cases in its customary form and manner. This simply left the matter where it was before, but the Inquisition boldly asserted that it had been given exclusive jurisdiction, and when Urban VIII granted to the Bishop of Astorga cognizance of these cases among the regular clergy, it had the effrontery to raise a competencia with him. On May 19, 1629, it sent to the tribunals copies of Gregory's brief, with instructions to follow its prescriptions, as punishment should be uniform in a crime of such frequent occurrence. Although, it added, the brief appeared to confer only cumulative jurisdiction, the Pope had declared to the king that in his dominions it was exclusive, so that if any ordinary should undertake to hear such a case, he was to be inhibited and a prompt report be made to the Suprema. To make matters sure, this was followed by an order of August 9th that this exclusive cognizance should be asserted in the Edict of Faith. It was not long before this produced another quarrel with Archbishop Aliaga of Valencia. In 1631, Vicente Palmer, rector of Játiva, was prosecuted in the archiepiscopal court for sundry offenses, including a charge of solicitation preferred by Ana Martinez. The notary employed was a familiar who informed the tribunal. It promptly notified the ordinary to omit that specification, to which Aliaga replied that his court had always possessed jurisdiction over the matter, and the brief of Gregory XV had confirmed the cumulative jurisdiction of both tribunals. If Urban VIII had rendered that of the Inquisition exclusive, he had not seen the brief, but if shown to him he would of course obey it. Then came a pause, during which Palmer returned to Játiva, and, from the pulpit, denounced all who had testified against him, declaring that all who accused ecclesiastics were excommunicated, and he would not hear them in confession, especially Ana Martinez. The town was in an uproar, and one man died without confession. After some months, the tribunal, in its customary arrogant fashion, with threats of excommunication, summoned the archbishop to surrender the papers and admit that he was inhibited. To this he replied at much length, pointing out that it was unreasonable to ask him to strip himself of an established jurisdiction on the simple assertion of the inquisitors that they held a brief of Urban VIII, which they would not exhibit. He offered to submit the question to the Pope or to form a competencia in the regular way, but both suggestions were rejected, although the tribunal adopted a more moderate tone. The records are imperfect, and we do not know the outcome, but probably the Suprema quietly let the affair drop out of sight through delay, in preference to provoking an investigation which would have manifested the fraudulence of its claims. The audacity of the claim increased with time, and, in the formula of the Edict of Faith, in use in 1696, there was an absolute assertion that Gregory XV had declared that, in the Spanish dominions, the offense was subjected to the exclusive cognizance of the Inquisition and not to that of the bishops, their vicars, provisors, or ordinaries. Notwithstanding this, when bishops asserted their rights, the Suprema shrank from a direct contest. Thus, in 1755, when the Bishop of Quito undertook to try cases of the kind, the Suprema merely presented a long and argumentative consulta to the king. So, in 1807, the Bishop of Badajoz tried Joseph Mendez Rodriguez, priest of Llerena, for solicitation, apparently without remonstrance on its part, and when in 1816 Rodriguez was prosecuted by the Tribunal of Llerena for propositions and mala doctrina, the Suprema ordered it to obtain from the bishop the papers of the former trial and add them to the new proceedings. End of section 18.
Section 19 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 6, Part 3, Spheres of Action, Solicitation. While the Inquisition was thus aggressive in grasping exclusive jurisdiction, it hesitated for some time as to the vigorous use of its powers. It could evidently do little more than the inert episcopal courts unless it included solicitation in the Edicts of Faith, which specified offenses and the obligation of denouncing them, but this involved the ever-present dread of scandal and the necessity of calling attention to a matter so delicate. This explains the initial fluctuations of policy. When jurisdiction was first conferred, the Suprema ordered the omission of solicitation, and then by edict of July 17, 1562, that it should be included. This speedily brought forth a vigorous remonstrance, which earnestly urged the necessity of secrecy to prevent scandal and the rendering of confession odious. It should never be admitted that such wickedness was possible. It had in fact always existed, but such a remedy had never been imagined, which would lead men to keep their wives and daughters from the confessional, nobles to refrain from putting their daughters into convents, religion to be despised and Christianity itself to be abhorred. Good confessors would be driven to abandon the confessional, and the clergy, seeing that their weaknesses were to be punished by the Inquisition, would withdraw their support from it, leading to serious results. At least, the punishment should be secret, so that the people, seeing no results, might be led to believe that there were no wicked men administering the sacrament. This final suggestion was superfluous, for clerical offenders, short of those incurring degradation and relaxation, were always punished in secret. The opposition to this public admission of clerical frailty grew so strong that the Suprema, in a Carta Acordada of May 22, 1571, stated that, after many discussions, it had been decided that the disadvantages attendant on it required its omission, and inquisitors were told to find some other means, including notice to the ordinaries, to instruct confessors, to admonish penitents, to denounce offenders to the Holy Office. The exception thus made in favor of soliciting confessors evidently led to a marked diminution in the number of denunciations, causing the Suprema to hesitate for, in a Carta of September 20, 1574, repeating the orders to omit, the Suprema spoke of it as possibly a temporary regulation. The conviction seems to have grown that in no other way could the abuse be checked, and, in a Carta Acordada of March 2, 1576, inquisitors were ordered to replace the clause in the Edict of Faith. Notwithstanding the publicity of the edict, which imposed excommunication for failure to denounce, the trials show that the most fertile source of denunciation was the refusal of confessors to absolve penitents who had been solicited, unless they would accuse their guilty partners to the Inquisition. In spite of the assurance of secrecy, women were naturally reluctant, whether they had yielded or not, to expose themselves to the necessity of reciting details more or less revolting, and subjecting themselves at least to suspicion. One feature which rendered this exposure peculiarly distressing was the necessity of ratification, when all the foul or incriminating matter was rehearsed in the presence of two more men, and as much of this testimony was taken on the spot by commissioners and notaries appointed ad hoc, in small places where everything was known, such revelations would only be made under the severest pressure. Again, there was the enmity which was sure to be excited, for, in these cases, the device of suppressing the names of witnesses was no protection against identification, which was a risk not lightly to be encountered, especially when the culprit was a parish priest, whose capacity for revenging himself was unlimited. The Inquisition sorrowfully admitted that, even when it had one accusing witness, corroborative evidence was almost impossible to obtain. Even where no direct enmity was excited, the incidental troubles to which a denunciation might give rise are illustrated in the case of Sor Maria de Santa Rita, a nun, 29 years of age, in the convent of La Magdalena at Alcalá de Henares in 1737. During the absence of the regular confessor, she confessed thrice a week for 5 weeks to Maestro Diego de Azumanes, pastor of Alcalá, On her alluding to certain carnal temptations, he pushed his inquiries to the furthest extent, and then, day after day, he poured into her ears a flood of foul and indecent talk, with personal applications to her, and to himself, in a manner most provocative of lust or disgust. The regular confessor, on his return, instructed her to report Azumanes to the Inquisition. In doing so, she unluckily mentioned that the superior of the house, Sor Teresa de San Bartolome, a virgin with 38 years of conventual experience, observing her repugnance to confess to Azumanes, told her not to mind him. It was true that he was too clear and explicit in discussing such matters, leading to temporary excitement of the passions, but she would soon overcome this. The tribunal ordered a commissioner to examine Sor Maria, and, on receiving his report, instructed him to interrogate Sor Teresa, which he did with a directness that must have been excessively unpleasant, and it is easy to conjecture how miserable must have been Sor Maria's subsequent life in the convent. The tribunal, it may be added, did nothing except to ascertain that no other denunciations had been made against Azumanes. He was allowed to go on infecting the minds of his penitents with his obscenity, until his death a few years afterwards, in happy ignorance that any complaint had been made against him. When there were so many reasons to deter women from denunciation, it is easy to understand how small a proportion of the cases of solicitation reached the Inquisition. In 1695, Fray Luis Arritio, a recollect, was accused to the tribunal of Valencia by 2 women, and on his trial he confessed to 10. The most available means of overcoming this repugnance was to render denunciation a binding obligation on the woman. To effect this as far as possible, when in 1571 the clause in the Edict of Faith was suspended, the Suprema issued an edict requiring confessors under pain of excommunication not to absolve penitents confessing to having been solicited unless they would promise to denounce the offender. It was admitted, however, that there were degrees of danger which would release the woman from the obligation, and casuists endeavored to define this with their usual acuteness and lack of unanimity. One learned writer, about 1620, even laid down the general principle that natural law is superior to positive law, and the preservation of reputation belongs to the former, while the obligation to denounce belongs to the latter. The Roman Inquisition, in 1623, made a concession to this weakness by providing that, when noble or modest women could not be induced to denounce, there might be granted to their confessors faculties to absolve them, on condition that, when the cause of fear was removed, they would fulfill the duty, but this permission apparently was abused, for in 1626 inquisitors and bishops were warned to grant such faculties only when there were serious grounds. That danger was really sometimes incurred would appear from some fragmentary cases in the Valencia records. In one of these, a baffled confessor threatens his penitent with death if she betrays him. In another, a priest, on finding himself denounced, similarly threatens the confessor who had been the medium of denunciation, unless he will write that the women had withdrawn their statements. The Spanish Inquisition, however, made no allowances. It was apparently to put an end to the refinements of casuistry that when, in 1629, it distributed to the tribunals the brief of Gregory XV, it granted to all inquisitors a faculty to punish confessors who taught that penitents were not obliged to denounce such solicitors. To render this more effective, in 1713 it ordered that all women bringing charges of solicitation should be interrogated whether any confessor had neglected to impose on them the obligation of denunciation, and, if so, his name, residence, and all the circumstances were to be ascertained so that he could be called to account. While the Spanish Inquisition was thus creditably rigid in exacting denunciations, it was equally strict in construing the limits of the technical offense as defined in the papal decrees. As stated above, morals had nothing to do with the matter. The business of the tribunals was not to prevent women from being ruined by their spiritual fathers, but only to see that the sacrament of penitence was not profaned in such wise as to justify suspicion of the orthodoxy of the confessor. In 1577, inquisitors were warned that it did not suffice for prosecution that confessors had illicit relations with their penitents, or that they solicited in the confessional when there really was no confession, and in 1580 it was expressly stated that they were not to be prosecuted if they said that they did not intend to have their penitents confess. This covered assignations under pretext of confession to deceive onlookers, which we are told was a frequent custom, and as there were no confessional stalls and the churches were largely deserted, there was little danger of interruption. It was argued that there was no confession and no sacrament, so there could be no heresy, but the Roman Inquisition, in 1614, decided it to be solicitation, and the brief of Gregory XV, in 1622, settled the question, although it required another brief of Urban VIII in 1629 to render it authoritative in Spain. This involved the question as to the knowledge which either party might have of the other's intention, opening the door to the endless refinements of antecedent or consequent invincible ignorance in which the casuists disported themselves. Even more dubious and fruitful of discussion was the question as to what constituted the solicitation itself. About torpezas, or physical indecencies, there could be no rational doubt, though even here the laxity of probabilism gave scope for arguing them away. It is such things that usually meet us in the trials, in a shape admitting of no debate, but there was a wide range of less incriminating acts, such as words of flattery and endearment, praising the penitent's beauty, or telling her that if he were a layman he would marry her. Theoretically, what were known to the moralists as parvitas materiae, trifles insufficient for animadversion, were not admitted in solicitation. Pressing the hand, touching the foot, foul expressions and the like were admitted to be subjects for denunciation, but the gradations of such advances are infinite, and the elaborate discussions in some of the works on the subject are examples of perverted ingenuity, apparently directed to teach libidinous priests how to gratify sensuality without incurring risk. The question of lewd and filthy talk was an especially puzzling one, for the confidences of the confessional presuppose a license on subjects usually forbidden between the sexes, which may readily be abused by a brutal or foul-minded priest, and it is impossible to frame a definition which in practice shall rigidly differentiate moral instruction from heedless pruriency or deliberate corruption. How difficult it is to draw the line in such matters is indicated by a case before the Valencia tribunal in 1786. A nun of the convent of Santa Clara in Játiva complained of the indecent and unnecessary questions repeatedly put to her in confession by the observantine Fray Vicente González. Under the advice of the definitor of the order, she empowered him to denounce González to the Inquisition. Then the regular confessor of the convent pronounced that the questions were necessary and proper, and persuaded the definitor to write to the tribunal to that effect. End of section 19. Recording by Lynda Johnson. Section 20 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 6, Part 4, Spheres of Action, Solicitation. There were other intricate questions arising from human perversity. Acuna tells us that the more probable opinion affirms the guilt of a confessor who acts as a pimp with his penitent for the benefit of another, and also in the more frequent case in which he solicits the penitent to serve as procuress for him with her daughter or a friend. De Sousa, however, draws a distinction and asserts positively that, in the former case, he is liable under the papal briefs, and in the latter he is not, nor is he if he tries to seduce a woman who is confessing to another priest. Then there was a nice question as to priests without faculties to hear confessions, or who were under suspension or excommunication, on which the doctors were evenly divided. Distantly akin to this were cases in which laymen would secrete themselves in confessionals and listen to confessions, whether from prurient motives or through jealousy, or to obtain opportunities for seduction. If they carried deceit to the point of conferring absolution, they incurred serious penalties, as we shall see hereafter. If they merely solicited the penitent, the weight of authority is that there is no sacrament and no liability to the papal briefs. There was another phase of the subject on which the doctors were hopelessly divided, what was known as passive solicitation, where the woman was the tempter. This case, we are told, was rare, and we can readily believe it, although there are not wanting zealous defenders of the cloth who assert that in the majority of cases the penitent is really the guilty party. The earliest allusion to the matter is by Páramo in 1598, whose treatment of it shows that as yet there had been no formal decision. If the confessor resists, he says, he should denounce the woman. If he yields, he should denounce both her and himself, though perhaps it would be best to consult the Pope. As regards the confessor, the authorities differ irreconcilably, but they are virtually unanimous in holding that, as the woman is not mentioned in the papal briefs, she is not subject to the Inquisition. Yet, notwithstanding the absence of papal authority, we happen to find Maria Izquierda prosecuted for this offense in 1715 by the Valencia tribunal, and in 1772 Antonia Coquis, wife of Bruno Vidal, by that of Madrid. It will be seen that solicitation subject to inquisitorial action was so purely technical an offense, and one so difficult of precise definition, that it offered many doubtful points, affording ample opportunity of evasion by the adroit. Gregory XV had sought to be precise and explicit, but the ingenuity of casuists and evildoers continued to find exceptions, and in 1661 the Roman Inquisition rendered 16 decisions on disputed points, but its ingenuity was baffled by so intricate a subject, and it was obliged to leave some matters rather darkened than illuminated. Then it was pointed out that the papal briefs were silent as to handing love letters to penitents during confession, and as everything not specifically prohibited was held to be licit, this was assumed to be allowable, until Alexander VII stamped the proposition as erroneous. After this, the perverted ingenuity of the casuists had free scope until, in 1741, Benedict XIV, in the solemn bull Sacramentum Penitentia, deplored that human wickedness was perverting to the destruction of souls that which God had instituted for their salvation. He renewed and confirmed the brief of Gregory XV, and added to its definitions all attempts in the confessional to lead penitents astray by signs, nods, touching, indecent words and writings, whether to be read there or subsequently. In eloquent words, he warned all those in authority to see that the wandering sheep, endeavoring to re-enter the fold should not be abandoned to the cruel beasts seeking their destruction, and he branded the sacrilegious seducers as ministers of Satan rather than of Christ. Still, it was only the technical heresy and not morality that was considered, and illicit relations between spiritual father and daughter outside of the confessional were left unpunished as before. At the same time, he endeavored to suppress the most flagrant abuse connected with solicitation, an abuse which, more than anything else, smoothed the path for the seducer, the absolution of the woman by her partner in guilt. Alexander VII, in 1665, had only gone so far as to condemn the proposition that this absolution relieved her from the obligation of denouncing her seducer, a proposition which proves how audacious were the laxer moralists of the period who asserted it. Benedict now formally prohibited the guilty confessor from hearing the confession of his accomplice, except on the deathbed, when no other confessor could be had. He deprived him of the power of granting absolution, which consequently was invalid, and the attempt to do so imposed ipso facto excommunication strictly reserved to the Holy See. As this excommunication suspended all the functions of the priest until removal, its observance would have gone far to check any abuse that was not incurable, but neither priest nor penitent paid to it the slightest attention. It is impossible to trace, in the business of the Spanish Inquisition, any result from Benedict's well-meant legislation. Trials for solicitation continued as numerous as ever, and the only difference observable is that, in the second half of the 18th century, the sentences almost invariably assume that the culprit has incurred excommunication for absolving his accomplice. That, until he obtains absolution from this, he must abstain from using his functions. That he must consult his conscience as to his ministrations hitherto, while under this irregularity, and that his penitents must be discreetly warned to repeat their confessions, which, having been made to him, were invalid. This continued to the end, and is a feature in the case of Fray Joseph Montero, the last one sentenced by the Cordova Tribunal, April 24, 1819. It is no wonder that confessors endeavored to evade the technical definitions of the papal briefs, for if they could do so, no matter how heinous was their guilt, there was practically no penalty. Juan Sanchez asserts that a priest who has commerce with his penitent is not obliged to specify the fact when making confession, for it is not incest, and there is no papal prohibition of it. All authorities from that time to this tell us that he can obtain absolution from any confessor, for it is not a reserved case, which shows the universal benignity of the bishops and the popes, who have the power of reserving to themselves the absolution of what sins they please. It is easy to understand, therefore, how in the trials the inquisitors bent their energies to obtain definite evidence as to the exact location and time of the acts of solicitation, and how the accused sought to prove, not his innocence, but his dexterity in evading the definitions of the papal decrees. A suggestive example is the case of Dr. Pedro Mendizabal, cura of the parish of Santa Ana in the City of Mexico. He was denounced June 21, 1809, by Doña Maria Guadalupe Rezero, by command of her confessor, when she stated that in January 1807 she made to him a general confession, too long to be finished in one day. On returning to his church to complete it, she was told to go up to his room, when he said he was too busy to listen to her. She retired, but on her way downstairs, his servant recalled her, and on entering his apartment, he threw his arms around her, professed ardent love, and promised to support her if she would become his mistress, which she refused. As he had thus eluded the definitions of Benedict XIV, 4 calificadores out of 6 reported that he was not technically guilty of solicitation. The denunciation was filed away, and in 1817 there came another, of which he had warning in order that he might spontaneously accuse himself as he did. It was from an attractive young girl of 17, and investigation developed 4 more cases of girls of whom he was confessor. Abundant evidence showed habitual indecent liberties: hugging, kissing, sitting in his lap, in presence of their families, or even in public resorts. He had been ordered out of 2 houses, and on appeal to the archbishop, he had been forbidden to confess one of the girls who was a boarder in a convent. The distraction of the mother of the first accuser, endeavoring to save her daughter from one whose authority as a priest overawed her, is very touching and suggestive. Yet in all this there was no proof of anything in the act of confession. As one of the calificadores piously remarked, God in his goodness preserved him from this. 2 calificadores argued at much length that he was not guilty of solicitation. Then 2 others proved that he was guilty, and finally 2 more laboriously demonstrated that the first pair were correct. This is the last document in the case. It is dated November 3, 1819, and as the Inquisition was suppressed in June 1820, and as there is no endorsement on the record showing that the case was concluded, Mendizabal undoubtedly escaped to continue his corrupting career, especially as he had 4 out of 6 calificadores in his favor. The technicalities which eliminated morality from consideration resulted in curious contrasts. In November 1762, Fray Clemente de Cartagena went to Toledo to assist in the profession of his niece Geronima in the Bernardine convent, where he already had a sister. He and his sister were in the confessional near the altar when some duty called her away, and she told Geronima to go to her uncle. She seated herself in the confessional, while he occupied the penitent's place outside, and, in an affectionate talk, he asked her to kiss him. The next day he said to her that he had forgotten at the moment that they were in the confessional. This made no impression on her until she heard the nuns talking about the exceeding delicacy of such matters, and she consulted Fray Fernando de San Josef, who ordered her to denounce her uncle. This she did in writing, and Fray Fernando conveyed it to the tribunal, which duly took up the case. We shall see that prosecutions required 2 distinct and separate denunciations. Inquiries, according to custom, were made of all the other tribunals. Fortunately for Fray Clemente, nothing was found against him, and the case was suspended. But if there had been, or if subsequently he chanced to draw upon himself a denunciation, the innocent kiss to his niece would count as though he had deliberately seduced a penitent. It was the spot and not the nature of the act that was decisive. Against this may be set the case of Cristobal Ximeno, parish priest of Manzanera, a brute who was in the habit of violating the young girls of his church, who came to his house for examination in the Doctrina Christiana as a preparation for communion at marriage, until mothers would not trust their daughters there alone. They were his penitents, but the outrage was not in the confessional, and he had nothing to fear under the papal decrees. At length, however, he made himself liable to the Inquisition by pretending to confess Pascuala Torres at her marriage without absolving her, and then, when administering communion to her and her bridegroom, dropping the host into the ciborium, a sacrilege for which he was duly punished by the Valencia tribunal. So complete indeed is the dissociation of morals and solicitation that some doctors hold that when a priest is confessing a sick woman, if she falls into delirium or stupor, he can violate her without exposing himself to denunciation. It is satisfactory, however, to be told that the weight of authority is opposed to this opinion. End of section 20. Recording by Lynda Johnson. Section 21 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 6, Part 5, Spheres of Action, Solicitation. Yet there was one species of abuse of the confessional not contemplated in the papal briefs, which the Spanish Inquisition, by a somewhat forced construction, classed with solicitation. This, which was known as flagellation, consisted in imposing penance of the discipline and administering it on the spot, or letting the penitent administer it herself, in either case requiring her to disrobe and expose herself to a greater or less degree. Sometimes this was mingled with the debased mystic ardor of which we have seen examples above, leading both parties to expose themselves and lash one another. The earliest case that I have met of this occurred in 1606 at Nájera, when Maria Escudero, a widow aged 40, testified that she had long confessed to the Franciscan Fray Diego de Burgos. They exchanged vows of obedience to each other. He would visit her in her house, when they would discipline each other with exposure almost complete, under agreement that their eyes should be kept closed. Then he introduced a pious exercise still more indecent, but he was always scrupulously correct in the confessional. She chanced to make a general confession to another priest, who refused absolution until she would denounce Fray Diego. The case was evidently novel, and dragged on until 1609, when it reached the Suprema, which submitted the matter to two calificadores. One opined that the acts savored of the heresy of the Adamites and Alumbrados. The other attributed it merely to imprudent simplicity and ignorance. Apparently there was no precedent for guidance, and the case seems to have been suspended. A parallel case, with a different ending, was one in which there were a number of women concerned, and the practices were foul almost beyond belief. The priest was an ignorant and simple man, who, by the advice of another confessor, came with the women to denounce themselves. He was sentenced to rigid reclusion in a convent, where he died after giving a most edifying example, and the women were not prosecuted, as they were mostly barefooted Carmelites and Capuchins. The flagellante soon came to be recognized as an offender akin to the solicitor, and was held to be subject to the papal briefs. The old inquisitor, who relates the last case, and writers like Susa and Alberghini, all speak of stripping penitents and disciplining them as a species of solicitation to be visited with the same penalties. As a rule, in fact, it was regarded as rendering the offense more serious, for it inferred more than the technical suspicion of heresy, especially after Molinism had deepened the guilt of Illuminism, and we find allusions to hereges flagellantes. Cases become frequent in the records, and we even, in 1730, find a Fray Domingo Calvo spontaneously denouncing himself to the Madrid tribunal for having caused himself to be flagellated, showing to what means perverted sexual instincts resorted for gratification. The extent to which these practices were sometimes carried is indicated in the trial in 1795 of Padre Paulino Vicente Arevalo, priest of Yepes, as solicitante y flagellante. He confessed to the most flagrant indecencies committed in this manner with his female penitents, among whom were 9 pupils or sisters of the Bernardine convent. Sometimes he made them discipline themselves in his presence, and as the scourge had to be applied to the peccant parts, he had choice of such exposure as he desired, an opportunity of which he admitted availing himself. The record is discreetly mute as to worse excesses, but as 6 of his penitents were required to repeat to another confessor all the confessions specified in the evidence, it follows that sins must have been committed for which he absolved them. For this perversion of so many young lives, he was only sentenced to a year's reclusion in a monastery, 30 days' spiritual exercises, deprivation of the faculty of confession, perpetual exile from Yepes, and 8 years' exile from some other places, penalties which, although severe under the mild inquisitorial standard, were wholly inadequate to his offences. A considerable portion of the cases in the later years of the Inquisition are characterized as solicitante y flagellante, and many of them illustrate the easy transition from Illuminism to solicitation. As early as 1651, we meet the case of the Dominican Fray Jerónimo de las Herreras, condemned by the Toledo tribunal to deprivation of the faculty of confession and 3 years' reclusion in a convent as an alumbrado y solicitante, convicted of repeated practices of obscenity with many women. When Molinism came to the front, those who taught it with its debauching consequences were more severely dealt with, as in the case of Buenaventura Frutos, cura of Mocejon, who, in 1722, was pronounced by the Toledo tribunal to be a formal heretic and dogmatizer, a contumacious solicitor and seducer. As such, his sentence was read with open doors. He appeared in a San Benito de dos Aspas, was reconciled, verbally degraded, and recluded irremissibly for life in a convent, where for 2 years he was shut up in a cell under instruction. Similar cases continued to occur occasionally, but more numerous in the later period were those in which solicitation is conjoined with mala doctrina, showing that the evil teaching was of a less dangerous character than fully developed Molinism, a mere soothing of the conscience of the penitent with assurances that what her confessor desired was not mortal sin, but even this was regarded as increasing the suspicion of heresy and requiring severer punishment. It is perhaps not without interest to note the advanced age to which some of these soliciting confessors retained the ardor which impelled them to the offense. Cases of septuagenarians are by no means rare. The Dominican Fray Antonio de Aragon, sentenced July 24, 1734 at Toledo, was 78, and the Observantine Fray Miguel Granado, denounced in 1786 to the Cuenca tribunal, was 80. In the former case, the punishment was mitigated in consideration of his years, though a less sympathizing court would have heightened its rigor in view of the evil which such a sinner must have wrought during so prolonged a career. When in 1561 the Inquisition obtained jurisdiction over solicitation, it had no precedents on which to frame its procedure or to regulate the penalties. The episcopal courts had been inert and merciful, and the fact that the offense had been transferred from them inferred that the new jurisdiction was expected to be vigorous and rigorous. Its first care, however, was to preserve secrecy and avert scandal, so that no layman should be admitted to knowledge of clerical delinquencies. The earliest utterance is a Carta Acordada of 1562, prescribing that when the denunciation affords conclusive evidence, it shall be considered by the inquisitors and ordinary without calling in the usual consultors, and the arrest shall be made with the utmost circumspection. The accused is to be admitted to bail. When the case is concluded, if he is a fraile, he is to be confined in his convent with orders not to preach or hear confessions or to have active and passive voice. If he is a secular priest, he is to be confined somewhere else than where the offense was committed. He is not to exercise his functions, and the final disposition of the case is to rest with the Suprema. In 1572, consultors were admitted to examine the evidence before arrest, but they were to be exclusively clerics, and the result was to be submitted to the Suprema before action. It made little difference that the heinousness of the offense was emphasized, and the necessity of exemplary punishment when the culprit was treated with this exceptional tenderness. In 1600, even the ordinary was excluded from the preliminary deliberations, and the Suprema was to be consulted before any action was taken. The same precautions as to publicity were to be observed with regard to the sentences, which were to be read in the audience chamber with closed doors, the only witnesses present being a prescribed number of the brethren of the culprit, members of his order if he was a fraile, or curas and rectors if a secular priest. The care taken to avert attention from these delinquencies is illustrated in the case of Fray Antonio de la Porteria in 1818. He was a resident in the convent of Mondonedo, and the guardian was ordered to send him on some pretext to the house of the order at Santiago, where he was duly tried. Even greater favoritism was manifested in the matter of evidence. We have seen that in ordinary trials, while 2 witnesses were required as to each fact, yet in practice a single witness sufficed, not only for arrest but for torture, and that the testimony of the vilest persons was welcomed without discrimination. In solicitation, it was self-evident that there could be but one witness to each specific act, so that perforce the tribunals were instructed that they must be content with singular witnesses. A single denunciation, however, did not suffice for arrest, but in 1571 and again in 1576 they were allowed to deliberate on it and consult the Suprema. Even this was thought to be too harsh, and in 1577 the rule was adopted that there must be 2 separate and independent denunciations before arrest and trial, a rule fraught, as we shall see, with far-reaching consequences, for when it was so difficult to induce women to accuse their seducers, innumerable culprits escaped because 2 of their victims did not happen to act independently. Similar exceptional consideration was shown with regard to the character of the witnesses, repeated instructions being issued that this was to be carefully investigated, and the results be noted upon the record and reported to the Suprema, so that due weight be given to it, both in ordering arrest and apportioning penalties, precautions eminently commendable, but deplorably lacking in trials for other offences. Justification for this solicitude was sought in the customary monkish abuse of women in general. It was a misfortune that their evidence was to be received at all, but from the nature of the crime this was unavoidable, and Paramo tells us that by nature they are lying, deceitful, perjurers, crafty, changeable, frail, mutable, and corruptible, a daily curse, the gate of the devil, the tail of the scorpion, a whitened sepulchre, an incurable sore. But they are the only witnesses to be had, and 2 of them, if of good character, must suffice for full proof. Such tirades showed the different temper in which inquisitors approached the consideration of these cases and those of Jews or Protestants. End of section 21. Recording by Lynda Johnson. Section 22 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 6, Part 6, Spheres of Action, Solicitation. After arrest, the culprit could be committed to the secret prison, but this was exceptional, the custom being to remand regulars to houses of their order, and to admit seculars to bail, with the city as prison, in a manner to attract as little attention as possible. The trial took the usual course, interrogation being made as to intention and belief in the sacrament of penitence, on which inquisitorial jurisdiction was based. Of course, all heretical tendencies were disclaimed, but in the possible case of error and pertinacity, there was provision for confinement in the secret prison, with sequestration of property and seizure of papers. In the Spanish Inquisition, solicitation uncomplicated by Illuminism or Molinism inferred only light suspicion of heresy, requiring merely abjuration de levi. Consequently, the accused was not exposed to torture. It is true that, academically speaking, though he could not be tortured as to intention and belief, he might be subjected to it if he denied facts, but in practice it was never employed, although the formal accusation contained the otrosi demanding it. Yet, when there was mala doctrina, or Illuminism, torture was employed without scruple, as in the case in 1725 of Manuel Madrigal in Toledo, accused as solicitante, molinista y flagellante. In the Roman Inquisition, however, after the brief of Gregory XV, the suspicion of heresy was vehement, the abjuration was de vehementi, and there was no exception to the general rule of torturing on intention. The testimony of one woman of good character, supported by indications such as the evil repute of the confessor, or that of two women unsupported, sufficed. In every way, Rome treated the offense with less charity than did Spain. The instructions as to the examination of accusers offer a strong contrast to the negligence habitual in trials for formal heresy, of which the penalties were so much more severe. Tribunals were warned that it required special attention and the utmost exactitude. The woman must declare precisely the spot and the time, whether confession was real or simulated, and she must repeat in full detail the words and acts of the confessor without omission. If anyone was near enough to see or to hear, she must state who it was. If she had spoken to anyone, the name must be given, and the inquisitor was urged to exercise his ingenuity according to the circumstances of the case. If she had subsequently confessed to the same priest, she must give her reasons and state whether he had absolved her. Special inquiry was to be made as to any cause of enmity on her part or that of her kindred, whether she had heard of his doing the same with other women, what she thought or knew as to his character, and whether any other confessor had told her that she was not bound to denounce him. All these were salutary precautions which, if general and not exceptional, would have prevented much injustice. This instruction would appear to require that, in case of consent, the witness should be forced to reveal her shame. Protection from this would seem necessary to overcome reluctance to make denunciation, and the Roman Inquisition, by decree of July 25, 1624, ruled that neither the woman nor the accused was to be questioned as to this, and if the information was volunteered, it was to be omitted from the record, while confessors were ordered to assure penitents that no such inquiries would be made. If such a rule existed in Spain, it was not observed until near the end, for the records of trials show that the examination was pushed to the last point, and the results were fully set forth in the proceedings. As late as the middle of the 18th century, instructions to commissioners taking testimony in these cases require them to obtain all details as to words and acts, and to write them out fully and distinctly, no matter how obscene they may be. Soon after this, however, occurs the first intimation as to reticence that I have met, in instructions to a commissioner, January 27, 1759, as to taking testimony from a nun, in which he is told to notify her that, if she volunteers to relate her own ruin, this is not to be stated or included in the testimony. Subsequently, this became the rule, as appears by instructions in 1816 and 1819. The most important discrimination in favor of these delinquents was the requirement of 2 independent denunciations to justify arrest and trial. This was not reached without some hesitation. The earliest formal instructions that we have on the subject are embodied in a letter to the Tribunal of Sardinia in 1574, when forwarding it to the brief of Pius IV. As the crime is understood to be very prevalent in the island, the inquisitor is ordered to prosecute it with rigor, according to the procedure in cases of heresy, no exception being alluded to as respects single denunciations. Instructions to the Tribunal of Peru about the same time specify that a single witness suffices for prosecution and that Indian women can be admitted. Then, as we have seen, there is an inclination in favor of the accused, in a Carta Acordada of March 2, 1576, ordering single accusations to be received, but the Suprema is to be consulted before taking action. This tendency increased, and fuller instructions to Sardinia in 1577 require 2 witnesses with conclusive evidence as a condition precedent to arrest. This was repeated in general instructions issued in 1580, and after some variations it remained an absolute rule until the end. Even this was regarded by churchmen as too harsh. Acunha holds that while 2 witnesses may suffice for prosecution, there should be at least 4 for conviction, and he grows eloquent in pointing out the dignity of the priest, the scandal to the church, and the exaltation of the heretic. De Sousa likewise considers 2 witnesses insufficient for conviction, though if they are of exemplary character, their evidence may justify some moderate penalty. It is probable that, for a while, practice was not uniform in all tribunals. In that of Valladolid in 1621 and 1622, there are several cases in which arrest was voted on the evidence of a single witness, and these votes were confirmed by the Suprema. On the other hand, about 1640, an inquisitor tells us that when the accused denies, conviction requires the evidence of 3 witnesses, whom he has been unable to disable for enmity, low rank of life, or doubtful repute. Some authors, he adds, insist that 4 are necessary, but he admits that when there are 2 whose characters stand thorough investigation, and there are supporting indications, conviction may follow. It is impossible not to recognize the charitable motives that prompted this reluctance to punish. The requirement thus established of 2 independent denunciations threw serious impediments in the way of suppressing a crime in which it was so notoriously difficult to find accusers. The routine gradually established was, when a denunciation was received, to search the records for a previous one. If none were found, letters were addressed to all the other tribunals requesting a similar examination of their registers, and, if this was unsuccessful, the denunciation was filed away to await the chances of another accuser presenting herself, thus giving the accused, if guilty, the opportunity of continuing his profligate career and leading the woman to believe that the case was too trivial to deserve the attention of the Inquisition. These long intervals of impunity illustrate the difficulty of obtaining denunciations, and the preponderant chances of escape when prosecution was thus obstructed. Numberless cases show how prolonged was often this period of immunity in a career of crime, to say nothing of the yet more frequent instances where the second denunciation never came. Thus, at Valencia, on September 22, 1734, Maria Teresa Terrassa accused Fray Agustin Solves of having taken her, after confession and communion, to a room back of the altar and committed violence on her. This was laid aside for 14 years, when, on November 12, 1748, Sor Vittoria Julian of the convent of St. Julian appeared and denounced him for having, some 15 years before, solicited her some 20 times in the confessional of the convent, of which he was the regular confessor, though she had not understood until now the obligation of denunciation. He had, meanwhile, been removed to the convent of Villajoyosa, and had doubtless profited fully by the interval thus afforded. This is by no means an extreme instance. In the list of soliciting confessors, kept by the Madrid tribunal, there occurs in 1772 the name of Fray Andrés Izquierdo as accused in Valladolid, with a reference back to the years 1751 and 1752. Fray Bartolomé de Montijo appears as denounced in 1740 and again in 1776. Fray Fernando López, ex-provincial of the Escuelas Pias, was denounced in 1780 for tampering with the children under his charge, and again in 1795, when he was tried and exiled. The Jesuit Juan Francisco Nieto was denounced in Toledo in 1708, and again in 1731 in Madrid. Fray Joseph de San Juan was accused in Toledo in 1732 and in Granada in 1772. Fray Pedro de la Madre de Dios was denounced in Barcelona in 1722 and again in 1744. Even 2 denunciations in many cases did not suffice to put an end to these corrupting careers, and it required 3 or 4. Fray Alonso de Arroya was denounced in 1768, 1788, and 1803. Fray Francisco de la Asunción Torquemada in 1735, 1770, and 1776. Domingo Galindo, rector of Nules, in 1790, 1792, and 1795. Fray Francisco Escriva in 1769, 1775, 1786, and 1787. And Padre Feliciano Martinez, S.J., in 1767, 1771, 1784, and 1800. It is scarce worthwhile to multiply instances of which the records furnish an abundant supply. As the majority of offenders were frailes, who had no settled residence, it became necessary, in order to meet the exceptional requirement of 2 denunciations, to establish communication between the several tribunals. This was felt as early as 1601, when each one was ordered to send to all the rest information as to solicitantes, whose cases had been suspended without prosecution. This seems to have received scant obedience, while cases of solicitation were constantly becoming a more important portion of inquisitorial duty, leading to a more comprehensive effort in 1647. The tribunals were required to search their records for 30 years back and make out lists of those charged with solicitation with all necessary details. Copies of these lists were to be sent to the Suprema and to all other tribunals, and every year the new cases were to be similarly circulated. A complete alphabetical list of the whole was to be compiled, and copies were to be furnished to all tribunals making application. If this was obeyed at the time, it must soon have fallen into desuetude, for the custom became universal, when a denunciation was received, of addressing all the sister tribunals with the inquiry as to whether the name of the accused appeared on their records. To facilitate these frequent researches, in compiling the Libros Vocandorum and other registers, a separate volume was reserved for solicitation. End of section 22. Recording by Lynda Johnson. Section 23 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee, Book 8, Chapter 6, Part 7, Spheres of Action, Solicitation. When all impediments were overcome and conviction was reached, the penalties inflicted were singularly disproportionate to the gravity of the offense, especially when compared with the severity exercised on those whose guilt consisted in putting on clean linen on Saturdays and avoiding the use of pork. The earliest definition as to punishment, occurs in the Sardinia Instructions of 1577, where the prescriptions embody the general features of the policy pursued to the end, including the secrecy preserved by reading the sentence in the audience chamber. The penalties, it is stated, are customarily arbitrary, varying with the character, degree, and frequency of the offense, but, in all cases, there must be abjuration de levi, and perpetual deprivation of the faculty of administering the sacrament of penitence. As to the other sacraments and preaching, or reclusion or exile, it is discretional. For religious there may be discipline in the chapters of their convents, while a notary reads the sentence, or, in atrocious cases, a discipline in the audience chamber. There may also be other penances, such as reclusion and suspension or deprivation of sacerdotal functions, deprivation of active and passive voice, being last in choir and refectory, and penance for heavy sin, discipline, prayers, etc. For secular priests, besides the general penalties, there may be reclusion, deprivation or suspension of functions and benefice, fines, secret disciplines, fasts, and prayers. How these general rules were reduced to practice at this period may be gathered from a few examples in Toledo, all of whom had, of course, the regular abjuration de levi and reprimand. In 1578, the Carmelite Fray Agustin de Cervera, against whom there were 10 witnesses, was sentenced to perpetual deprivation of confession, reclusion for a year in a convent of his order, where he was to receive a discipline, and Friday fasting on bread and water. The Dominican Fray Domingo de Revisto, against whom there were 49 witnesses, besides others who came after the conclusion of the case, was perpetually deprived of confessing and recluded in a desert convent for 10 years, during which, for a year, he was deprived of active and passive voice, of preaching, and of saying Mass. In 1581, Pedro de Villalobos, acting cura of LEA, had many witnesses as to his acts in the confessional and an infinite number as to his general licentiousness, for he kept a concubine, had debauched 2 sisters and their aunt, and committed much else of the same kind. These latter sins were outside of inquisitorial jurisdiction. For the solicitation he was exiled from LEA for 3 years, of which the first was to be passed in a monastery with suspension from celebrating. He was perpetually suspended from confessing, and was fined in 15,000 maravedis. Fray Juan Romero was accused by 5 women. He admitted using words of endearment, but innocently, as he claimed to be impotent. Either the claim or the fact seems to have been regarded as an aggravation, for he was deprived of confessing and was recluded for 10 years, without active and passive voice, to be last in choir and refectory, with a monthly discipline during the first year, a discipline in the audience chamber, and one in the convent of San Pablo while his sentence was read. These examples will suffice to show the spirit in which aggravated cases were treated. Those of less gravity had concessions in the variable factors, but the deprivation of confessing was perpetual. About 1600, Miguel Calvo summarizes the practice, with a distinct inclination towards greater severity, and adds that when the culprit has solicited men, the penalties are to be increased. On the other hand, in 1611, Acuna pleads for moderation, and warns the inquisitor not to drive the culprit to despair, while de Sousa endeavors to argue away the stern penalties prescribed by Gregory XV, and repeats the warning as to despair. It was wholly superfluous to plead for leniency. The Spanish Inquisition paid no attention to Gregory's brief, although, in 1629, it ordered the tribunals to follow its prescriptions, for it even began to show an increased tendency towards benignity. The severest sentence I have met at this period concerned a peculiarly scandalous case before the tribunal of Valladolid, where, in 1625, the Trinitarian Fray Juan de Ramirez was accused by 5 youths and 1 woman, and besides he had once celebrated Mass without confessing. He was verbally degraded, deprived perpetually of confessing, and condemned to 10 years of reclusion, lifelong exile from Burgos, and a circular discipline in his convent. This was justice tempered with mercy, but there was much mercy and little justice in 1637 in the case of the Franciscan Fray Alonso del Valle before the same tribunal. He was accused by 2 sisters of his order. There was a vote in discordia, and the Suprema ordered suspension of the case. But before this could be done, there supervened 2 more witnesses with evidence of the foulest character. The result was a sentence, April 14, 1638, of deprivation of confessing women, 1 year's reclusion, and 4 years of exile from Toro and Astorga. Equally fortunate was the Dominican Fray Juan Gomez, accused by 2 women, with one of whom, for 15 years, he had illicit relations in the chapels used for confession. Some sisters of his order likewise denounced him, and for all this he was sentenced February 4, 1638, to be deprived of confessing women and to Friday fasting for 6 months. Even greater was the benignity shown, in 1642, to the licentiate Morales, cura of Robadillo, against whom there were 2 accusers. The vote of the Consulta de Fe on the Sumaria was not unanimous, when the Suprema cut the affair short by ordering suspension with a private reprimand of the accused in the apartments of the Inquisitor. Evidently, the Inquisition was beginning to regard the offence with a compassionate eye, and it would be superfluous to adduce more cases of its tenderness. Still, the regular scheme of punishments was nominally held in force, and is duly recapitulated by an old inquisitor about 1640, who includes fines for secular priests and adds that the galleys might be inflicted, and that those who relapsed deserved them. Abjuration de vehemente was never imposed, and although the papal constitution permitted relaxation, this was never used, though it is well that there is a faculty for it in extreme cases. Even the fines here alluded to were not heavy. Another authority of about the same date says that if the priest is rich, he may be mulcted in from 6 to 10,000 maravedis. The heaviest pecuniary penalty that I have met was imposed in 1744 on Fernandez Puyalon, cura of Ciempozuelos, who was fined in half his property, but here solicitation was complicated with heretical propositions which, as we have seen, greatly enhanced guilt. As regards the galleys, I have met with but 1 case of their employment, that of the licentiate Lorenzo de Eldora, assistant cura in Torre de Belena, tried in Toledo in 1691. He had already been punished for the same offence in Granada, and had relapsed, which explains the severity of the sentence, suspending him from orders and banishing him from a number of places for 10 years, of which the first 5 were to be spent in the galleys. That this punishment was reserved for relapse may be inferred from a case which, about the same time, was occupying the Barcelona tribunal, and which certainly deserved it. The mercenarian Padre Esteban Ramoneda was accused in 1690, but it was not until 1694 that a second denunciation enabled action to be taken. After many evasions, in ignorance of the exact charge, he confessed to much more than was required. Since entering a convent in 1660, as a boy of 15, his life had been one of sexual abominations, almost warranting the belief that the monasteries of the time were outposts of Sodom. The number of women whose testimony was obtained was only 8, but among these were some with whom extraordinary obscenities were practiced in church. He had no defense to offer, and in his sentence, September 11, 1696, all reference to his unnatural crimes of all kinds was carefully omitted. He was deprived of confession, had a circular discipline in his convent, and was recluded for 4 years in the house of En Señora de Olivar, from which he was allowed to return in October 1700. This was considered sufficient punishment for a brute whose life had been spent in corrupting men, women, and beasts. There is one feature in these cases which shows how great was the dread of scandal. We frequently find details of the worst excesses committed in the churches. According to the canon law, a church thus polluted required to be reconciled, but there is no trace in any of the records of the observance of this rule. It was presumably for the purpose of averting knowledge of such disgraceful occurrences that casuists discovered that pollution occurred only when the act was public and not occult. End of section 23. Recording by Lynda Johnson. Section 24 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4 by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 6, Part 8, Spheres of Action, Solicitation. It was a favorite device when a confessor had reason to fear that a denunciation was impending for him to denounce himself in the expectation of merciful treatment. Roman practice encouraged this by conferring virtual immunity in such cases, as was experienced by the minim Hilario Caone of Besançon, who fled from Spain in 1653 and presented himself before the Roman Inquisition, stating that for 10 years he had heard confessions in the church of San Francisco de Pola in Seville, and that he had come in post to confess that he had solicited in confession some 40 women, mostly with success. When questioned as to belief and intention, he answered satisfactorily and was only sentenced to abjure de vehemente, to visit the 7 privileged altars of St. Peter's, and for 3 years to recite weekly the chaplet of the Virgin. This was not exceptional mercy, for in the same year an equivalent sentence was pronounced on Vincenzo Barzi, who similarly denounced himself, and the existing rule is to impose only spiritual penance on the self-accuser, with advice to avoid in future those whom he has solicited. The Spanish Inquisition, at least at first, was not so lenient, and it followed its rule with espontaneados of examining for confirmation those whom the delinquent named as the objects of his solicitations. In the early cases, there is little difference in the sentences between those who denounced themselves and those who were accused. In 1582, the Franciscan Fray Sebastian de Hontoria accused himself to the Toledo tribunal for having, as vicar of a nunnery, corrupted several of the nuns under peculiarly aggravating circumstances. On examination, they confirmed his confession, and he was sentenced to a circular discipline in the convent of San Juan de los Reyes, to be deprived of confessing and reclusion in a convent for 10 years, without active or passive voice, and being last in choir and refectory. He had confessed fully and freely. In another case in 1589 before the same tribunal, the Franciscan Fray Marcos de Latanzon, in accusing himself, suppressed the worst features of his offense. He confessed that at Orche he had handled indecently some 5 or 6 unmarried and perhaps 6 or 8 married women, but averred that this was without any licentious feeling or intention to induce them to sin. 5 of the girls were examined, whose concurrent testimony showed that the confessions were heard in a chamber in which there was a bed. As each one entered, he locked the door. When the confession was half through, he would interrupt it with the foulest indecencies and violence, after which the confession was resumed and absolution was granted. For this profanation of the sacrament, The sentence was the same as in the last case, except that the reclusion was for only 4 years. So long as the practice of examining the women was continued, self-denunciation always had the advantage that they would very frequently, in defense of their honor, deny everything. The result of this, and the prevailing tendency towards leniency, are indicated in rules expressed about 1640, which tell us that if one witness has already testified against the culprit, self-denunciation ensures a lighter penalty. There is no imprisonment, and it is customary to deprive him of confessing women. If he accuses himself before there is any evidence against him, and if the women are numerous and they confirm his statements, the case proceeds to deprivation of confessing. If they deny, the case is suspended, with a warning to him. If there is but one, and the case is not grave, he is merely reprimanded. The custom of examining the women compromised by the self-accuser gradually grew obsolete, doubtless because they mostly protected themselves from exposure by denial. Thus, in 1707, in the Madrid tribunal, when Padre Pablo Delgado, provost of the Casa del Espíritu Santo, accused himself, there seems to have been no examination of the women, and his case was promptly suspended, with a monition to abstain for 6 months from confessing women. So, in the case of the Observantine Fray Gabriel Pantoja, who denounced himself May 8, 1720, to the Toledo tribunal for offenses committed during the previous 10 years, which show him to have lost no opportunity of seducing women in the confessional or out of it, and of promising absolution if they would yield to his desires, the absence of his name from the record of autos particulares shows that none of the women were examined and that no action was deemed necessary. Indeed, what chiefly impresses one in a series of these cases is the matter-of-fact way in which everybody, priests, penitents, and inquisitors, seems to take it for granted that such things were a matter of course, and that the confessor should be in pursuit of every woman who came before him. So, in a letter of the Mexican tribunal, May 13, 1719, to its commissioner, in the case of Fray Antonio Dominguez, who had denounced himself, the instructions are that the culprit is to be exhorted to abstain in future and to sunder an illicit connection with a daughter of confession. He is to be absolved sacramentally, which, as the rule in all cases of self-denunciation, is to be made known to all confessors in the district for the solace and comfort of their souls, thus assuming them to be all guilty of the same offense. Still, practice as yet was not uniform. In 1740, the Recollect Fray Joseph Rives accused himself before the Valencia tribunal, when the evidence of 2 women was taken, showing the beastliness to which such men resorted to inflame the passions of their penitents. A formal trial resulted, ending in his deprivation of confession and 3 years' exile from Valencia and the scenes of his excesses. This was probably one of the latest cases in which an espontaneado suffered. A writer shortly afterwards complains of the uncertainty of practice, as the Suprema constantly issued varying decisions under conditions precisely similar, but he states the rule to be that when a priest accuses himself, the registers are searched, and if nothing is found of record against him, he is discharged with a charitable warning and a recommendation to abstain from the confessional save when necessary to avert scandal. Complete immunity soon followed for self-accusation. In 1780, the Suprema seems to have desired to introduce uniformity, and inquired of the tribunals whether they were accustomed to make espontaneados abjure and then absolve them, or whether they suspended the cases, to which Valencia replied that the custom was to suspend without abjuration or absolution, unless there was complication of mala doctrina. When self-denunciation thus secured immunity, it naturally was frequent. In a list of 108 cases in Madrid between 1670 and 1772, 32 or 30% are espontaneados. In fact, during the later period, the whole matter seems to have excited but a languid interest, and to have been treated commonly with indifference. We meet with instances in which accusations are pigeonholed without even making the prescribed inquiries of other tribunals, or cases are suspended without examining the accuser. So relaxed was discipline that when in 1806 the Franciscan Fray Francisco de Paula Lozano had been deprived by Cordova of the faculty of confessing, and not only disregarded the inhibition, but complicated his offense by opening a letter from the tribunal of Granada to the cura of Salar, he was tried by Granada and merely reprimanded with a warning of what would happen to him if he persisted in his evil courses. It would be interesting sociologically if complete statistics could be compiled from the time when jurisdiction was conferred on the Inquisition, but this is impossible, for there are only a few fragmentary sources of the earlier period, although for the 18th century there are satisfactory materials in the special registers kept of this class of cases. In no case, however, do they furnish a standard by which to estimate the frequency of the crime, for the difficulty of inducing women to accuse left the great majority of cases buried in secrecy, in addition to which a marked feature of the records is the disproportion between the accusations and the trials, owing principally to the impediment arising from the requirement of at least 2 accusations, so that the trials and sentences are comparatively few in number. The working of this is exhibited as early as 1597 in a report by Inquisitor Heredia of Barcelona of a visitation of part of his district, in which 10 cases of solicitation were brought before him. Of these, 7 are noted as suspended in consequence of there being but 1 witness, another is suspended because the offender had been already tried and punished, leaving but 2 in which arrest and trial were ordered. In the visitation, the whole number of cases was 88, and the only offences more numerous than solicitation were unnatural lusts, of which there were 15, propositions which furnished 12, the assertion that marriage is better than celibacy, which furnished 11, while blasphemy was on an equality with 10. All, or nearly all, of these latter classes doubtless led to prosecutions, while solicitation resulted in only 2 trials. Lorente explains the discrepancy between the accusations and the convictions by misconstruction put on the interrogations of confessors, leading simple-hearted nuns to imagine themselves solicited. This implies eagerness on the part of women to bring such accusations, when, as we have seen, the main difficulty was to induce them to denounce, by threats of excommunication and refusal of absolution. In the majority of cases, it was done only by order of a subsequent confessor, and this frequently 5, 10, or more years after the occurrence. The fact is that only a small portion of offenders were denounced, and of these but a fraction were brought to trial. So far, moreover, from the evidence being only the excited imaginations of young girls, it rarely happened that a case reached trial without resulting in conviction. The preliminaries were too carefully guarded, and the dread of scandal too vivid to permit the arrest of a priest against whom the evidence was not conclusive. The number of cases pushed to sentence was therefore not large. The Toledo record from 1575 to 1610 only furnishes 52, in a total of 1,134 of all kinds. In the later period, when the activity of the tribunals had greatly slackened, solicitation formed a much larger proportion of their business. We have a record of all cases dispatched in Toledo from 1648 to 1794, in which those for solicitation amount to only 68. This seems but few, and yet, when we compare this total with that of other offences in which there were no special impediments to prosecution, it becomes surprisingly large, for there were but 62 cases of bigamy, 37 of blasphemy, 74 of propositions, and 100 of sorcery and divination. Between 1705 and 1714, the whole number of sentences was but 26, and of these 8 were for solicitation, while between 1757 and 1763 it contributed 6 cases out of a total of 8. When we turn to the number of accusations, we find them unexpectedly large. The registers of solicitations kept during the final century of the Inquisition afford trustworthy statistics, showing that from 1723 to the final suppression in 1820, the total number of cases entered amounts to 3,775. Of these, it is worthy of note that the secular clergy only furnished 981, leaving for the regulars 2,794, or nearly 3/4. Partly this is explicable by the greater popularity of the regulars as confessors, but to a greater extent by the opportunities of the beneficed priests, who were usually well off to gratify their passions without incurring the dangers of polluting the confessional. One noteworthy fact is the large proportion of those occupying prominent positions as provincials, guardians, ministers, priors, commendadores, visitadores, superiors, rectors, lectors, and the like, whose titles appear in the registers with a frequency greater than their mere numbers would seem to justify. In 1797, Tavira, then Bishop of Osma and subsequently of Salamanca, assumed that the crime of solicitation had greatly increased and was increasing, which he attributed partly to the influence of Illuminism and Molinism, but still more to its cognizance having been taken from the bishops and the requirement by the Inquisition of 2 denunciations before prosecution. That the latter provision conferred practical immunity on many culprits is self-evident, but this was probably less effective than would have been the habitual indifference and leniency of the spiritual courts, their dread of scandal, and the inevitable disgrace which deterred women from appearing in their public proceedings. There is practically no reason for supposing that the crime was either more or less prevalent at the close of the 18th century than it had been ever since, in the 13th, auricular confession was made obligatory, or than it has been since the 19th century opened. The strain of the confessional is too great for average human nature, and the most that the Church can do, in its most recent regulations, is to keep these lapses of the flesh from the knowledge of the faithful. End of section 24. Recording by Lynda Johnson. Section 25 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 7, Part 1, Spheres of Action, Propositions. Although the Spanish Inquisition was founded for the suppression of crypto-Judaism, it promptly vindicated its jurisdiction over all aberrations from the faith. There were, at the time, no other formal heresies in Spain, but the people at large were not universally versed in all the niceties of theology, and the supineness of the spiritual courts permitted a license of speech in which the trained theologian could discern potentialities of error. All this the Inquisition undertook to correct, and ultimately, under the general denomination of propositions, there developed an extensive field of action, which, towards the end, became the principal function of the institution. Reckless or thoughtless expressions uttered in anger or in jest, or through ignorance or carelessness, gave to pious zeal or to malice the opportunity of secret denunciation, which in time impressed upon every Spaniard the necessity of caution, and left its mark upon the national character. As we have seen, the closest family ties did not release from the obligation of accusation, and every individual lived in an atmosphere of suspicion, surrounded by possible spies of his own household. Men of the highest standing for learning or piety, moreover, were exposed to the torture of prolonged prosecution and possible ruin for words spoken or written to which an heretical intent could be ascribed in relation to the obscurest points of theology, and thus the development of the Spanish intellect was arrested at the time when it promised to become dominant in Europe. From every point of view, therefore, the miscellaneous offenses, grouped under the general term of propositions, was by no means the least noteworthy subject of inquisitorial activity. How soon began the espionage, which eventually brought every man under its baneful influence, is seen in the case of Juan de Zamora, condemned in the Saragossa auto of February 10, 1488, to perpetual prison, because at Medina, in chatting with some casual acquaintances, he was said to have spoken disrespectfully of the Eucharist, and to have denied the real presence, while in the auto of May 10, 1489, Juan de Unbun, a notary, was penanced for saying that he cared more for 10 florins than for God. Even more significant of the danger overhanging every man was the case of Diego de Uceda before the Toledo tribunal in 1494 on the very serious charges of having said that the Eucharist was only bread, that so villainous a crew as the Jews could not have put Christ to death, and that he ate meat on fast days. He explained that some 6 or 8 years before, at Fuensalida, a priest in celebrating found the wafer broken and angrily cast it on the floor, ordering the sacristan to bring him another. The people were scandalized, and Diego sought to quiet them by explaining that the wafer before consecration was only bread. The next charge arose from a remark in a discussion on an exuberant sermon on the Passion. As for the third, he proved that he was a devout Catholic, punctual in all observance, with a special devotion to St. Gregory, to whose intercession he attributed his relief from a chronic trouble of stomach and liver that had forced him at one time to eat meat on fast days. He lay in the secret prison for 6 months with sequestration of property, and was finally sentenced to compurgation, which he performed with the Count of Fuensalida and 2 priests as his compurgators. But had he not been a man of standing and influence, he might have been burnt as an impenitent heretic. There was no prescription of time for heresy, and trivial matters occurring years before might thus at any moment be brought up, when they had faded from the memory of all but those who had a grudge to satisfy. The ever-present danger impending over every man is well illustrated by the case of Alvaro de Montalvan, a septuagenarian in 1525. Returning to Madrid after a day's pleasure excursion in the country, Alonso Ruiz, a priest who was of the party, took occasion to moralize on the troubles of life, in comparison with the prospects of future bliss. Alvaro, who subsequently pleaded that he was in his cups, remarked that we know what we have here, but know nothing of the future. Some 6 months later, one of the party in his Easter confession chanced to mention this, and was instructed to denounce Alvaro. He was arrested, and on searching the records it was found that nearly 40 years before, in 1486, during a term of grace, he had confessed to some Jewish observances without intention, and was discharged without reconciliation or penance. On this new charge, he was made to confess intention and was sentenced October 18, 1525, to reconciliation, confiscation, and perpetual prison, the latter being commuted November 27, 1527, to confinement in his own house. There was scarce anything, however innocently spoken, that might not be tortured into a censurable sense, and as in so wide and vague a region, no formal rules could be enunciated to restrain inquisitorial zeal, it afforded ample opportunity for oppression and cruelty, especially before the tribunals were thoroughly subordinated to the Suprema. The occasional visitations by an inspector might reveal abuses, but could not prevent them. That of de Soto Salazar at Barcelona affords ample evidence of the recklessness with which inquisitors exercised their power. In 1564, we hear of a physician, Maestre Pla, prosecuted for saying that his wife was so exhausted that she looked like a crucifix dead with hunger. Juan Garaver, a swineherd, was forced to appear in an auto with a mitre, followed by scourging, for saying that if he had money and enough to eat, the devil might take his soul, which the Suprema decided to belong to episcopal and not to inquisitorial cognizance. It rebuked the tribunal sharply for relaxing Guillén Berbería Guacho for a single proposition, without calling in learned men to persuade and advise him, especially as one of the witnesses stated that he uttered the words in French. Clemenza Paresa was fined 10 ducats and penanced for saying, "You see me well enough off in this world, and you will not see me punished in the other." And Juana Seralves, for the same utterance, was condemned to public penance. Badia, priest of Falset, was fined 20 ducats with spiritual penances for saying that he would not forgive God. Juan Canalvero was fined 6 ducats and penanced for saying that he would cheat his father or God in buying or selling. There were many other similar cases, in some of which the Suprema ordered the fines to be returned and the names to be stricken from the registers. The very triviality of these cases illustrates the atmosphere of suspense and distrust in which the Spanish population existed, nor can their full import be realized unless we remember that, slight as the penalties may seem, they were the least part of the punishment, for penancing by the Inquisition was fatal to limpieza. How readily a man's career could thus be ruined by rivals or enemies is seen in the case of the Dominican Alonso de los Raelos in the Canaries. In 1568, some assertions of his respecting purgatory attracted attention, but led to no formal trial, because he did not deny its existence, and theologians are not agreed as to its exact locality and character. Some years later, there were feuds in the order due to an attempt to erect the Canaries into a separate province, when the prior, Blas de Merino, who hoped to become provincial, and who regarded Fray Alonso as a possible rival, accused him to the tribunal for this proposition. He was thrown into prison, and in 1572 was sentenced to penance and reclusion, thus rendering him ineligible. We have seen in the previous chapter the penalties regarded as sufficient for the crime of seduction in the confessional, and a comparison between these and the punishments inflicted for utterances in the heat of discussion and indicative of no settled tendency to heresy, reveal the very curious standard of ethics prevalent at the period. In 1571, a priest named Miguel Lidueña de Osorio was accused in Valencia of having said that the bishops at the Council of Trent deserved to be burnt because they assumed to be popes, and, moreover, that St. Anne was deserving of higher honor than San Joaquin. For this he was required to abjure de vehementi. He was suspended from orders, recluded for 6 years, and banished perpetually from Valencia. It was not often that flagrant cases of solicitation were visited with such severity. The infinite varieties and intangible nature of the offense rendered impossible the formulation of hard and fast rules for the tribunals, which were thus left to their discretion in a matter which was constantly forming a larger portion of inquisitorial business. The space devoted to it by Rojas in his little book indicates its growing importance, and he tells us that he was led to treat it thus at length because so many of the accused admit the facts, while denying belief and intention, and he had seen such diametrically opposite modes of treatment and punishment adopted in different tribunals. He is emphatic in insisting on the allowance to be made for the ignorance and rusticity of most of the culprits, and he points out that in view of the restrictions on the defense, the inquisitor should be especially careful to give weight to whatever could be alleged in favor of the accused, whether he were ignorant and rude or learned and subtle. The manner and occasion of the utterance ought to be carefully considered, as well as the nativity of the speaker, if he comes from lands where heresy flourishes. How much depended on the temper of the tribunal is exhibited in a case in which a man going to hear Mass and finding that it was over, said, "Faith alone suffices," and was prosecuted for the remark. Rojas decided that he was not to be held as asserting that faith without works suffices, which would be heretical, for doubtful words are to be interpreted according to circumstances, but a more zealous or less conscientious inquisitor could readily have convicted him. For ordinary cases, he tells us, the accused should rarely be confined in the secret prison. The abjuration may be de levi or de vehementi, according to circumstances, and the extraordinary punishment should be scourging or fines. As the Suprema gradually assumed control over the tribunals, there grew up certain more or less recognized rules of procedure. Thus, if there was evidence of heretical utterances, and the accused confessed them but denied intention, he was to be tortured. If this brought confession of intention, he was to be reconciled with confiscation in a public auto as a formal heretic. If he overcame the torture, he had to abjure de vehementi in an auto, with scourging, vergüenza, exile, etc., according to his station and the character of the propositions. This, we are told, was merciful, for the common opinion of the doctors was that, if the propositions were formally heretical, the offender should be relaxed in spite of his denying intention. Mercy was carried even further, for if ignorance was alleged with probable justification, the accused was not tortured nor condemned as a heretic, but abjured de levi with discretional penalties. There was, moreover, as we have seen, a vast range of propositions in which heresy was only inferential, characterized as scandalous, offensive to pious ears, etc., for which abjuration de levi was considered sufficient with spiritual penances. In this enumeration of penalties, there is no allusion to fines, which, however, were by no means neglected. In 1579, for instance, the Bachiller Montesinos, in defending an adulteress, put in an argument of cynical ingenuity to prove that she had committed no sin. This was transmitted to the Toledo tribunal, whose calificadores found in it 4 heretical propositions besides a citation from St. Paul amounting to heretical blasphemy. Montesinos threw himself on the mercy of the tribunal, wept and wrung his hands, protested that he must have been out of his senses, owing to old age, and offered every excuse that he could suggest. He escaped with abjuration de levi, 6 months' suspension from his functions as an advocate, and a fine of 8,000 maravedis. Many similar cases could be cited from the Toledo record, but 2 more will suffice. In 1582, the bachiller Pablo Hernandez denounced himself for having, in the heat of discussion, been led on to say that in canonizations the Pope had to rely upon witnesses who might be false, and therefore it was not necessary to believe that all so canonized were saints. He was sentenced to abjure de levi, to pay 6,000 maravedis, and to have his sentence read in his parish church while he heard Mass. From this he appealed to the Suprema, which remitted the humiliation in church, but thriftily increased the fine to 20,000 maravedis. In 1604, the tribunal had a richer prize in an old German named Giraldo Paris, a resident of Madrid who seems to have been a dabbler in alchemy. He was accused of saying that the Old Testament was a fable, that St. Job was an alchemist, the Christian faith was a matter of opinion, and much more of the same kind. The evidence must have been flimsy, for serious as were these charges, there was discordia on the question of arresting him, and it required an order from the Suprema before he was confined in the secret prison. He gradually confessed the truth of the charges, but was not sentenced to reconciliation, escaping with absolution de vehementi, a year's reclusion in a monastery, the surrender of all books and papers dealing with alchemy and quintessences, and a fine of 3,000 ducats. The general impression produced by a group of these cases is that scourging was reserved for those too poor to pay a moderate fine, and that fines were scaled rather upon the ability of the culprit than on the degree of his guilt. In determining penalties, however, it was advised that considerable weight in extenuation should be allowed for drunkenness and for the readiness and frankness of the culprit in confessing, as well as for his ignorance or simplicity. End of section 25. Recording by Lynda Johnson. Section 26 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 7, Part 2, Spheres of Action, Propositions. There were two special propositions which were so widely held and came so repeatedly before the tribunals that they almost form a special class. One of these was the assertion that the married state is as good as or better than that of celibacy as prescribed for clerics and religious. That this was plainly heretical could not be doubted after the anathema of the Council of Trent in 1563, and its prevalence is a noteworthy fact. In the Toledo record, from 1575 to 1610, there are 30 cases of this. In strictness, as the assertion of a doctrine contrary to the teachings of the Church and condemned as heretical, it should have been visited with reconciliation, or at least with abjuration de vehementi and heavy penalties. But as the heresy was one of Tridentine definition and a novelty, it was mercifully treated with abjuration de levi, and usually with a moderate fine, or vergüenza, or even with less. Extreme leniency was shown to Sebastian Vallejo in 1581, who had declared that if he had 100 daughters, he would not make nuns of them, in view of the licentiousness of the frailes, for those in the convents were as lecherous as those outside. No parent should put his children in religion until they were of full age, and as to marriage, he advanced the customary argument that it was established by God, while monachism was the work of the saints. He came to denounce himself and pleaded drunkenness in extenuation, which probably explains his escape with a reprimand. Soon after this, Maria de Orduña was treated with equal mercy, on denouncing herself for the same offense, the reason alleged being that she was a very simple-minded woman. As the offense was thus lightly regarded, it follows that torture was not permitted in the prosecution. The error was difficult of eradication. In 1623, a writer calls attention to the number of cases still coming before the tribunals and suggests for its repression that the sentences be read in the churches of the offenders, so that a knowledge of the erroneous character of the assertion should be disseminated. Some 20 years later, it still was sufficiently frequent to be treated as a separate class, though we are told that it was visited with less severity than of old, as it presumably arose from ignorance and was not to be considered as a heresy. This is remarkable in view of the ease with which it might have been regarded as Lutheran. A still more frequent proposition, which gave much trouble to eradicate, was that fornication between unmarried folk is not a mortal sin. Although the theologians held that this assertion in itself was a mortal sin, there was really in it nothing that savored of heresy, and its cognizance by the Inquisition was an arbitrary extension of jurisdiction without justification. Perhaps there was some confused conception that it was derived from the Moors, whose sexual laxity was well known, but the usual argument offered in its defense, by those who entertained it, was the toleration by the state of public women and of brothels, whence the inference was natural that it could not be a mortal sin. It seems to have been between 1550 and 1560 that the Inquisition commenced its efforts to suppress this popular error. The earliest record of its action that I have met occurs in the great Seville auto of September 24, 1559, where there were no less than 12 cases, of whom 8 abjured de levi, 1 de vehementi, 6 were paraded in vergüenza, 4 were scourged with 100 lashes, of whom 1 was a woman, and 2 heard mass as penitents. The requirement of abjuration shows that suspicion of heresy was already attributed to the proposition, but this as yet was not universally accepted, for in 1561 the Suprema wrote to the tribunal of Calahorra that Pedro Sestero, whom it had penanced for this offence, ought to have been prosecuted as a heretic, for it would seem to be heresy. Thus heresy was injected into it, and we speedily find it to be a leading source of business in the Castilian tribunals. Seville was notably active. In the auto of October 28, 1562, there were 19 cases. In that of May 13, 1565, out of 75 penitents, 25 were for this proposition. The punishments were severe. All abjured de levi, and appeared in their shirts with halter and candle. All but 1 were gagged. 14 were scourged with an aggregate of 1,900 lashes. 5 were paraded in vergüenza. 2 were fined in 200 ducats apiece, and 2 others in 1,000 maravedis each. 6 were exiled, and 1 was forbidden to leave Seville without permission. Besides these, there was 1 man who had 100 lashes for saying that there was no sin in keeping a mistress, and 3 women were penanced for saying the same of living in concubinage, of whom 2 had 100 lashes apiece, and the 3rd was paraded in vergüenza. 2 men appeared for saying that keeping a mistress was better than marriage, of whom 1 had the infliction of the gag. To these we may add 2 who held that marriage was better than the celibacy of the frailes, and we have a total of 33 cases, or nearly 1/2 of all in the auto, for errors concerning the relations of the sexes. Active as was this work, it did not satisfy the Suprema, which, in a Carta Acordada of November 23, 1573, speaks of the prevalence of the offence as indicated in the reports of autos, and the little progress thus far made in its suppression. Greater vigor was therefore ordered, and in future all delinquents were to be prosecuted as heretics. This was followed by another, October 2, 1574, ordering the proposition to be included in the Edict of Faith, and yet another, December 2nd of the same year, repeating the complaint of its frequency and the little improvement accomplished. It was apparently an error of ignorance, and to remedy this, a special edict was ordered to be published everywhere, declaring it to be a heresy condemned by the Church, and that all uttering and believing it would be punished as heretics. All preachers, moreover, were to be instructed to warn and admonish the people from the pulpits. All this was wholesome, and yet it is difficult to understand this ardent zeal for the morals of the laity when compared with the slackness as to solicitation. Be this as it may, the activity of the tribunals under this stimulus was rewarded with an abundant harvest of culprits. We chance to hear of 8 cases in the auto of 1579 at Llerena and of 5 at Cuenca in 1585. A more effective showing is that of the Toledo record from 1575 to 1610, in which the number of cases is 264, by far the largest aggregate of any one offense, the Judaizers only amounting to 174, and the Moriscos to 190. These statistics comprehend only the tribunals of the Crown of Castile. Those at hand for the kingdoms of Aragon are scanty, but from such as are accessible, it would appear probable either that there was less energy or a much smaller number of culprits. The only cases that I have happened to meet are 2 in a Saragossa auto of June 6, 1585, while in a Valencia list for the 5 years 1598 to 1602, comprising in all 392 cases, there are but 4 of this offence, and not a single one in the reports for the 3 years 1604 to 6. Notwithstanding the characterization of the offence as heresy, torture was not to be employed in the trial, although confinement in the secret prison and sequestration were permitted. The energy and severity with which it was prosecuted virtually suppressed it in time. In 1623, a writer speaks of it as less common than formerly, and in a list of the cases tried at Toledo, commencing in 1648, the first one of this offence occurs in 1650, the next in 1665, and the third in 1693. Thenceforth it may be said practically to disappear from the tribunals, although, as late as 1792, Don Ambrosio Perez, beneficed priest of Candamas, was tried for it in Saragossa, and in 1818 there was a case in Valencia. Thus the Inquisition succeeded in suppressing the expression of the opinion, though, as it took no action against the sin, its influence on the side of morality was inappreciable. End of section 26. Recording by Lynda Johnson. Section 27 of A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 4, by Henry Charles Lee. Book 8, Chapter 7, Part 3, Spheres of Action, Propositions. A reference to the cases of propositions tried by the Toledo Tribunal between 1575 and 1610 will indicate the very miscellaneous character of the utterances for which its interposition was invoked. These involved culprits of all classes of society, and as, for the most part, they concerned theological questions of more or less obscurity, this method of enforcing purity of faith frequently brought under animadversion the foremost intellects of Spain, and rendered the Inquisition the instrument through which rivals or enemies could mar the careers of those in whom lay the only hope of intellectual progress and development. What between its censorship and the minute supervision, which exposed to prosecution every thought or expression in which theological malevolence could detect lurking tendencies to error, The Spanish thinker found his path beset with danger. Safety lay only in the well-beaten track of accepted conventionality, and while Europe, in the 17th and 18th centuries, was passing through a period of evolution, Spanish intellect became atrophied. The splendid promise of the 16th century was blasted by the steady repression of all originality and progress, and Spain, from the foremost of the nations, became the last. The minuteness of the captious criticism which exposed the most eminent men to the horrors of inquisitorial prosecution can best be understood by 2 or 3 cases. Of these, perhaps the most notable is that of the Augustinian Fray Luis de Leon, who was not only one of the most eminent theologians of his day, and who was unsurpassed as a preacher, but who ranks as a Castilian classic in both prose and poetry. It is so suggestive of inquisitorial procedure in such matters that it is worthy of examination in some detail. To a brilliant intellect, Luis de Leon united a personal activity which led him to take a prominent part in the feverish life of the schools, not only in disputations, but in the frequent rivalries and competitions, through which professorial vacancies were filled, for in Salamanca the professors were elected for terms of 4 years by the students of the faculty to which the chair belonged, after a disputation between the candidates. In these he had abundant opportunities of making enemies, for at the age of 34 he had been elected to the chair of Thomas Aquinas, from which he passed to that of Durandus. These opportunities he largely improved, if we may trust his characterizations of the numerous opponents whom he sought to disable as witnesses in the course of his trial. Even in his own order he had enemies, owing to his active and influential participation in its internal politics. Theological disputes are rarely wanting in rancor, no matter how minute may be the points at issue. In Salamanca, not only were there frequent disputations, but, as the leading school of theology, questions were frequently submitted to it by the Suprema, on which conferences and congregations were held, leading to interminable wrangles. Azpilcueta tells us that this disputatious mania led the participants to uphold what was false, for the purpose of exhibiting their dexterity, not only misleading their auditors, but often blinding themselves to the truth, and Luis de Leon himself says that the warmth of debate sometimes carried them beyond the bounds of reason, and so confused them that they could scarce recall what they themselves had said. One of his witnesses, Fray Juan de Guevara, corroborates this with the remark that Maestro León de Castro, Luis de Leon's chief accuser, sometimes might not understand what was said, but this happened to all theologians when heated in the disputations. A fairer field for inquisitorial intervention could scarce be devised, and from one point of view, its restraint of this dialectic ardor might not be amiss, but its influence on intellectual development was deplorable, when it made every man feel that he stood on the brink of an abyss, into which at any moment he might be precipitated. Nor was such dread uncalled for. While Luis de Leon was on trial, 3 other Salamanca professors were in the same predicament: Antonio Gudiel, Gaspar de Grajal, and Martin Martinez, while yet another, Dr. Barrientos, was released just prior to the arrest of Luis. Denunciation was an easy recourse for a defeated disputant. An incautious utterance in heated debate, imperfectly understood or distorted in remembrance, furnished the means. Even lectures in the ordinary courses contributed their share, when zealous students disagreed with their teachers or made mistakes in their hasty notes. The 2 prime movers in the prosecution of Fray Luis were León de Castro and Bartolomé de Medina. De Castro was an elderly man, a jubilado professor of grammar, who had frequent wordy encounters with Fray Luis, usually to his discomfiture. He had based great hopes on a commentary on Isaiah, the publication of which was delayed by the Suprema, requiring him to submit it to examination. He had to spend some months at the court before he could obtain permission for its sale, and then it proved a failure, entailing on him a loss of 1,000 ducats, all of which he attributed to Fray Luis, who happened at the time to be in Madrid. Bartolomé de Medina was a younger man, ambitiously working his way upward and meeting several rebuffs from Fray Luis, which accentuated the traditional hostility between the Dominicans and the Augustinians, to which they respectively belonged. They were habitually opposed in the disputations, but it seems somewhat eccentric to find Medina accusing Luis and his friends Grajal and Martinez of introducing novelties and innovations, seeing that his own reputation is chiefly based on his invention of the greatest novelty of the period, the probabilism which revolutionized the ethical teaching of the Church and gave rise to the new science of moral theology. It was not difficult for these enmities to find means of gratification. Robert Stephen's edition of the Latin Bible, with the notes of François Vatable, had involved that printer in endless disputes with the Sorbonne, which accused him of having hereticated the comments of the thoroughly orthodox editor. In 1555, the University of Salamanca undertook its correction, but the result did not satisfy the sensitiveness of Spanish theology, and the edition was forbidden in the Index of 1559. Yet the work was wanted in Spain, and at command of the Suprema in 1569, the university undertook the task anew. Numerous congregations were held, in which every point was hotly disputed. Medina, who had not yet attained his master's degree, took no part in the meetings, but Leon de Castro and Fray Luis had many passages at arms. De Castro accused him of scant respect for the Vulgate text of the Bible, and of preferring the authority of the Hebrew and Greek originals. He stigmatized Luis, who was of converso descent, of being a Jew and a Judaizer, and on one occasion declared that he ought to be burnt. In truth, the question of the Vulgate was one of importance. The new heresies were largely based on the assumption of its imperfection, and sought to prove this by reference to the originals. Scholastic theology rested on the Vulgate, and in self-defense, the Council of Trent in 1546 had declared that it was to be received as authentic in all public lectures, disputations, preaching, and expositions, and that no one should dare to reject it under any pretext. Yet it was notorious that, in the course of ages, the text had become corrupt. The Tridentine Fathers included in their decree a demand for a perfected edition, but the labor was great, and was not concluded until 1592, when the Clementine text was issued, with thousands of emendations. Meanwhile, to question its accuracy was to venture on dangerous ground, and to invite the interposition of the Inquisition. As one of the calificadores, during Fray Luis's trial, asserted, Catholic doctors affirm that now the Hebrew and Greek are to be amended by the Vulgate, as the purer and more truthful text. To amend the Vulgate by the Hebrew and Greek is exactly what the heretics seek to do. It is to destroy the means of confuting them, and to give them the opportunity of free interpretation. Fray Luis not only did this in debate, but in a lecture on the subject 4 years before, he had maintained the accuracy of the Hebrew text, contending that St. Jerome, the translator, was not inspired, nor were the words dictated by the Holy Ghost, and moreover that the Tridentine decree in no way affirmed such verbal inspiration. On another point he was also vulnerable. 10 or 11 years previously, at the request of Doña Isabel de Osorio, a nun in the convent of Santo Spirito, He had made a Castilian version of the Song of Solomon with an exposition. This he had reclaimed from her, but during an absence, Fray Diego de Leon, who was in charge of his cell, found it and made a copy, which was largely transcribed and circulated. At a time when vernacular versions were so rigidly proscribed, this was at the least a hazardous proceeding, and Bartolomé de Medina heightened the indiscretion by charging that in his exposition he represented the work as an amatory dialogue between the daughter of Pharaoh and Solomon. End of section 27. Recording by Lynda Johnson.